My name is Rain Day, and you might know me from my YouTube channel, Rain Day Gaming, or as a caster and esports host. Apex is all about the community and the family and trying to be the best together. You know, I consider myself very blessed to be able to work in this game. You can check me out at Rain Day Gaming on YouTube, and you can follow me there. Make sure to subscribe and turn that bell on for notifications in case I got a fire video coming out for you guys.
My name is Rafael Canidas. I go by Bowser in-game, and I play Apex Legends for 2 brains, 1 controller. If I had to pick only one gun, my favorite gun would be the Sentinel, because the Sentinel is just one of the coolest guns in the game. Bolt-action sniper rifle with high damage, high bullet velocity.
I headshot him! Headshot! 112! 112!
Definitely consider myself to be more of a support player. I think very altruistically. How can I best support my teammates when they want to execute something? I always try to help them out with that.
Oh my god!
It's going to be one heck of a day for Apex fans.
We get to watch the best of the best. It's just about getting over that final hurdle, showing that they are part of the top 20 best teams.
Legacy comes from the mark you leave.
He will hold on to qualify for the playoffs.
One more alive, and that's gonna be it. You gotta be kidding me.
They've gone for the kidnap as well, and I wonder if they did manage to get hold of one of those players. They did. What a play!
It's just a bad dream.
Surprise!
Something big is on the horizon. Remarkable.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for. The Apex Legends family is around the table, eager and ready to jump into the toughest competition this Battle Royale has to offer. No longer will we ask who is champ today. We crown the team and solidify their place in Apex Legends history. From our Apex casting and crew to you, let's get this party started. And it all comes down to this. Welcome, welcome from those watching all around the world. My name is Kate, and I am delighted, nay excited for this Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Finals for our North American region. And hey, I want to introduce Fallout. You know him as Fallout. John Kafalukas, we're so excited that you're joining us here today. In for Tom, who's under the weather at the moment, but my gosh, you're bringing the hype, and I'm so excited.
Always, Kate, always. And look, I don't want to start with myself. I want to start with a sincere wishing of well. Does that even make sense? That doesn't make sense. Wishing Tom T-Squared Taylor well, who typically would be in this spot right now. We're here for your bud. He's obviously battling illness right now and doing everything he possibly can to get better to potentially join us for tomorrow. But hopefully he's doing great. Much love to Tom T-Squared Taylor. But for those that don't know me, John Kefalukas, also known as Fallout, one of your casters for ALGS, and honored to be alongside Kate, one of the best desk hosts in esports.
Well, now you're just making me blush. And hey, something else to make me blush, and you as well. We're looking in our open there at our fabulous laptops. The way that we're coming to you from our home setup straight into your homes is because of our official PC and monitor sponsor, Lenovo. They are outfitting us with the Lenovo Legion 7i, rocking an i7 processor. To be honest, this thing is a beast, John, and I'm so excited that we've been able to partner with Lenovo for this ALGS circuit. And I'll tell you something, we have a number of things happening today, and this is just the opening salvo for our North American region. Tomorrow, we will be going through our Europe, Middle East, and Africa, our EMEA Super Regional Finals. But today, it's all about North America. And John, I got to tell you, we've got just a little bit of time before we jump into that game. And I know that we've got a lot to cover. So in the first thing here, I want to know, actually, before I go there, I want to say, hey, listen, we'll talk to you in a hot second here, John, but I know that some people are curious. We have a different kind of format today. Do you want to allude to that real quick?
Yeah, of course. The match point format. It is wonderful. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match point explainer so you guys can see how it all looks.
In the playoffs, there is no match limit. Instead, teams aim to reach the match point threshold of 50 points. The teams participating in the playoffs will be seeded based on total ALGS points earned in the autumn circuit, with the top-seeded teams being awarded points prior to the start of the first match. The highest-seeded teams start with 10 points. The second-seeded team starts with 9 points, on down to the 10th-seeded team, which starts with 1 point. The first team to cross the match point threshold and finish a subsequent match as the champions of the arena will take a zipline to the winner's circle to be crowned victors of the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit, taking home the lion's share of the $619,000 prize pool.
I always appreciate a nice little mix-up here and bringing in Match Point. John, I know you've got some very solid opinions about Match Point. You love it as much as I do. And, of course, you've got a couple of people to thank for that, and certainly it's going to make things a lot more interesting here for our finals.
Absolutely. It is one of the most brilliant formats in all of esports. Hands down the most brilliant format in Battle Royales of any Battle Royale that exists. I got to say kudos to EA's John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS, Ghostiyami Shaheen and team for putting this brilliant format together. It means we're not going to end on that like awkward, okay, we already know who won. What's the point of Game 6? We don't end until you win, period. I love it. Apex Legends and Match Point is synonymous with brilliance.
It is absolutely. And I will say, coming up here, something to remember, of course, is that the number of teams that have made it here, we'll get to this tournament format here shortly, but the number of teams, we've got 20 teams, 20 who have made it through thick and thin, who have grinded.
Grinned. No, I'm just kidding. Grinded.
They've grinned and bared it through the. So this is the apex, the epic, the moment of the season here, where the finals are upon us. North America has brought out their best and brightest. And John, looking down the pipe here, you've been a pro player before. Here you are on the desk. What are your thoughts coming into a final like this?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is the moment that you all live for, play for. If you're a player, a competitor, yeah, the online tournaments to qualify to get in, they're important because you got to punch your ticket. But it really all comes down to this: these teams have been grinding, and probably grinning as well, but they've been working really, really hard for the last 3-4 months to get better, to practice, to scrim, the GLL Cups and tournaments that they've played, and all for this final moment. I am so excited because that means we're going to get the best of the best in gameplay.
You're absolutely right, and I will say something to remember is that we're enjoying ourselves some gameplay, but our members of these teams, these players, these teams have come through and ground through the last few days to even get here, and not the last few days, I should say the last few weeks, the last few months, and they have found themselves here. And to be clear, every single time this is my favorite stat to talk about, John, and I'm sure if you've watched before, you'll have heard this as well, which is that every time they've made it to our online tournaments, they will have made it through a lobby of 100, 120, 150 different teams. Now, remember, 3 to a team. This is one of those things that is hard to explain because we are not in an arena full of people and full of teams that have made their way through, but we are here on our online setup, and it's something that I gotta say I'm very excited. John, I'm curious, coming into this as the pressure builds here, especially for North America, what are some of the highlights you're looking for in terms of those teams to watch, in terms of those players that maybe have the X factor going? Actually, you know what? Hold that thought, John. Ooh. We're getting it live. We're doing things here. While we mention that, maybe a good time to answer that right now is when we talk about our regional schedule. Let's put that up so you can plan your day accordingly here, especially if you are all around the world. See, you heard that? Tell me what you think, John.
That was good. I got to say, that was impressive. Yeah, look, Los Angeles, New York City, London, Stockholm. We don't care where you're watching from as long as you're watching. That's the most important thing.
That's right.
That's, of course, how we're kicking things off today with North America. I love that we're starting with North America, by the way, Kate, because typically we start with EMEA. This time we get to start right away with the hot and heavy, Complexity versus TSM. That's the storyline I'm really looking out for. Obviously, a variety of other teams, but those two teams are in a tier above everyone else. So you asked the question earlier, what are you excited for in terms of teams? It's really that key storyline if I had to boil it down to just one.
Oh, man. And you know what? Luckily for us, we don't have to boil it down to just one. We have not an infinite number, certainly, but certainly enough to keep our satiatedness full. I'm just making up words all over the place here, but obviously we're going to have some fun. Of course, you've got players like Abralele. You've got players all over who are really trying to make a name for themselves. You've got the tradition. You've got those teams like, as you mentioned, TSM, who have been the back-to-back-to-back-to-back. How many back-to-backs is 5, Nicole?
5 in a row for those.
That's
3.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Insane.
You've got these storied franchises, certainly these story players, and then you've also got some players that maybe aren't, or certainly teams that are a little bit newer that have found themselves, and they've gotten in through various means, including our last chance qualifier. You can talk a little bit about that coming into our finals.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, some teams, obviously we have the big names, like you said, TSM, Complexity, Rogue, Sentinels, NRG, and others, but then there's teams that, 2 brains, 1 controller, that you might not have heard of the organization organization in which they play on because they don't represent an org yet. They're a free agent squad in terms of not signed by an org that's trying to grind their way through. Dudes Night Out is another one, by the way, my favorite team name, Duplex, Aves, and Rollers. Farm Boys and SIZ, those are the folks that qualified in their last chance qualifier, and that's what I love about this format. Anyone can grind their way through an online tournament, which every single tournament in Apex is open to anyone to compete in, and we've had 4,000 plus teams competing. It's been great.
We absolutely have, for sure. And hey, you know what? If you would like to know a little bit more about the teams we just mentioned, if you want to know a little bit more about the community that we've been talking about, before we load those drop ships and begin that competition, we've actually got a look back, if you will, seems only fitting, to some of these incredible plays. Here right now are our top performers from each of our Autumn Circuit online tournaments. Take a look.
First, we'll take you to the 5th round of the very first Autumn Online Tournament. It was Rogue, with the excellent positioning, who came out on top. Rogue started the final circle off by landing some devastating thermite grenades, and cruelly meeting those entering their kill zone with a hail of massive shots, finishing off both teams and securing Rogue's second straight win with a 16 kill total. The best play of Online Tournament 2, the final 2 teams, Rogue and Did We Make It, had gathered across the river from the bunker at Kings Canyon. Did We Make It used their Jibby ult to buy themselves some time to heal and get ready for the last push. This small advantage allowed Did We Make It to pick off Rogue one by one and add them to their insane 23 kill total while sealing the win. For our top play from Online Tournament 3, we join NRG and TSM just outside the cage at Kings Canyon. NRG's Gibraltar bombardment damaged TSM's shields, while NRG tried to move into a better position. TSM was able to recover, and a well-placed TSM thermite forced NRG to go into the final skirmish without full shields. TSM's Imperial Hal rained down Mastiff Blasts on NRG as they took the game. For the best play of the 4th online tournament, look no further than the very first round of the day. Things looked bleak for Complexity as they landed at the epicenter on the World's Edge map. As soon as they touched down, Complexity's Raptar and iShiny were knocked by Ice Force Esport, but Complexity's Monsoon wasn't about to go down without a fight. Monsoon picked each opponent off one by one. Complexity recovered and eventually won the game with 14 kills. And our final highlighted play of this Autumn Circuit came from the Game 2 of the Last Chance Qualifier, where Team Liquid found themselves pinched between 2 teams in a silo at Refinery. As the final bell begins to creep in, Liquid makes the decisive move to get into the clearing first with the defensive thermite and protect themselves with a Jibby Dome. This proves crucial, as the remaining teams are forced to come at Liquid through the ring, flames, and gunfire. It doesn't take long for the stragglers to fall, and for Liquid to take the W.
And that is just a sliver of some of the action and the drama that we have been privy to this entire Autumn Circuit, John. I got to ask you, you know, as you mentioned, you've been around here, not just our caster, but you've also been a pro player. I'm curious your thoughts on some of these storylines, specifically for those people who maybe are coming to this finals, not having been with us from our online tournaments in the past.
Yeah, indeed. The storylines are insane. So for those that are just joining, first off, welcome to the ALGS, one of the most hyped tournament series in esports in the world. But we got teams like TSM, you probably heard of them maybe once or twice, that has won 5 straight championships. The first 2 LAN tournaments we had at the X Games and at the Apex Legends preseason invitational in Krakow, well, they won them both. They went on to win 3 tournaments after that, 5 straight championships for TSM, until finally the rest of the competition caught up and kind of leveled off. Now we got teams like Complexity, like Rogue, like Sentinels, like NRG, and like Dudes Night Out and 2 Brains 1 Controller that can compete with the best of them. One team I'm looking out for is Flashpoint, though.
Absolutely. Flashpoint has been sort of on the minds and mouths of a lot of us here. Certainly during a rehearsal, we talked about it for sure. At any rate, I want to make sure that we have apologies here, folks. I want to double check that we're in the right place, that we are going. John, I'm just at this point, I want to talk a little bit about, you mentioned all of these different teams. Let's talk about the points that have really impacted some of their seeding a little bit later on, and we'll get to that in a hot second. But I want to talk about ALGS points because as we've mentioned, this is which were six online tournaments. This is what this is. So let's break down, I should say, through our North American ALGS point overalls.
Indeed, yeah. So 4 online tournaments to qualify, and the last chance qualifier. Points were not awarded at the last chance qualifier. That was simply what it says, like the Dave Matthews Band of naming conventions. It was your last chance to qualify for this tournament. TSM, though, in terms of points in online tournaments 1 through 4 of the autumn circuit, well, they played incredibly well. They were the most consistent team. They got second place in the last tournament. They got first place in online tournament 3. They got fourth place in online tournament number 1, and in online tournament number 2. They just consistently played well, and as a result, well, they got the most points. What that means is, based on your placement, you will get points. Based on your points, you will get ranked. And TSM's on top of that rank, Complexity right behind them. That's why I said Flashpoint, right? Take a look at them. Third place, that's Kubsky and Co., former Godsent squad in third place over teams like NRG and Rogue. Rogue got first and then second, back-to-back top 2 finishes, and still Flashpoint was more consistent. Really, very impressive.
They are, absolutely, and I think we'll get to this in a hot second, which is that not only is today Match Point, which is a different format than our usual online tournaments, but certainly we have some advanced placement points that will help get us, and certainly the top 10 teams, into an even more beneficial placement going into these finals. Can you talk to me about how that's going to work?
Yeah, that's a great call out. I think based on your points, you get seeded. Based on your seed, you get actual match points that go into this match point finals. What that means, TSM is actually going to start the tournament series with 10 points, as you see on screen right now. Complexity will start with 9 points because they are the second seed. That's going to go all the way down to 10th place with Rice Krispies. 1 point for them. Not a whole lot. That's actually just 1 kill point in the grand scheme of things. But that just means that TSM is 10 points closer to that 50-point match threshold, which is crucial here, Kate.
Absolutely. And I will say, while that's absolutely something that can meet a silver bullet, we've seen time and time again with these teams in these scary lobbies, as Tom likes to say, we've seen how many times that a single point, 2 points, 5 points can make the difference. And that is certainly true here today. But to be honest with you, our last summer circuit finals in our EMEA region certainly did remind us that just because you have some advanced seeding points does not mean you are necessarily at the top of our leaderboards at the end of finals. So something to remember, of course, is that this is truly anybody's game. Everybody has, certainly those top 10 teams have more of an advantage, and they've certainly found their way here because they've earned it.
True.
They've been at the top. I'm curious what you're go through for me, John, exactly what you're looking forward to here in our NA region as opposed to our EMEA region. I think NA comes out swinging. It seems to be pretty aggressive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I love what you just said as well. One thing I am looking forward to is exactly what you just said. I mean, CLG in our summer circuit was not a top 2 team in terms of points going into it or seeding. That squad, of course, they won a tournament. They qualified, but they were relatively quiet. Or seeding, that squad, of course, they won a tournament. They qualified, but they were relatively quiet. They were called Skirt back then. Relatively quiet throughout the rest of the summer circuit. And guess what? They came out hot and they won the championship. It was incredibly impressive, the playoffs of the summer circuit. So I'm looking forward to the same thing. I'm looking forward to that same type of storyline. Is there a team that is maybe does not have an org, like Nasky, Strafey, and Dell on the European side, that can come out swinging and dominate here in the North American side? The North American side of what we can expect. Yes, they play more aggressive. Teams like Complexity, a lot more Bloodhound is what we see in terms of Legend comp. We see a little bit more Crypto as well. However, I will say on the EMEA side, we see a lot more strategic tactics style of play, team comps that really play into wombo combos, and a little bit more of tactical strategy in EMEA, a little bit more of run and gun in your face in North America. Absolutely.
Well, let me translate that if you're new to our Apex and certainly coming in for finals. Some crazy good gameplay is afoot, to be sure. And hey, you know what? We'd always like to hear from you, and that means we would like to hear who you think is taking home this Autumn Circuit Finals NA crown. We want to see who's going to be victor, so go ahead and follow us on Twitter at @PlayApex. And hey, use the hashtag ALGS and tweet at us. Let us know who you think, who you're rooting for, what you're doing, how you're seeing us, and more importantly, if we see you on this show, well, we're going to give you 1,000 Apex points, of course.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. It pays to be a part of our community, and we love you so much. So we love you everywhere, and everywhere you want to be is twitch.tv/playapex or youtube.com/playapexcompete. We have all the drama and all the action, and we are just going to be jumping into our game here in mere moments. I know that our dropships are getting ready to go. Is there any last thing you'd like to say to the teams watching, to the fans watching here, John?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the dropship right now. We're chilling. We're excited to just kind of scope over the entire competition and enjoy it. Now, jokes aside, I'm just ready. Let's bring it. Listen, every single one of y'all in the chat right now, you know I got a lot of love for you. I try to get in chat and say hi and kick it with y'all as much as I can because you're amazing. Big shout out to the Apex community. Let's blow it up right now. Let's get ready for what's about to be an amazing North American Finals. We get to start with North America. We get to start with High Octane. Are you kidding me? That's going to be an amazing final. Is it going to be 6 games or is it going to go the distance to 11, 12, or 13 games like it did a year ago in Poland? I love this match point format. It is here. It is time.
It is time indeed. And while this is North America, we are throwing it to the boys over on the UK side, Onset and Gaskin. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo sent to us.
All right then, ladies and gents, Apex family, thank you all for joining us, and what a time to join us it is. We have the privilege of taking you through the first game of the ALGS Finals for North America. Dan Gaskin alongside me. The playoffs are here, my friend.
The playoffs have arrived. There's money on the line. This is what we've been waiting for all season. The best North American teams. I mean, we've got the Giants here, Mark. Everyone we could have asked for. They've arrived, more or less. Of course, there were some who didn't quite make it, and it is a shame. But those who have qualified 100% deserve to be here, and this is going to be spicy chef's kiss.
It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait. Like it's all brought down to this moment. We love these huge moments, the finals, and I like we've been talking about right on the desk. Kate and John have been talking about the match point format. Now, this just gives us that extra layer of excitement, that extra layer of the unknown as well. And I love the fact that we've got the format now where the teams who have performed consistently throughout the online tournaments, they've been rewarded down with some points. They get a little bit of a jump start on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, 10 points for TSM. It means they get closer to that 50 match point threshold. When you look at how they placed on average throughout the season, they got around 8th in their games, and they got around 5 kills per game. If we go off their average, it would take them around 6 games to get to that 50 point threshold. But that's not bearing in mind that they could have a pop-off game where, of course, we've seen them get 25 plus points. They could get to the match point threshold at game 3 if they play at their very best. And of course, it's not just TSM. Plenty of other teams that are here to fight and here to take this
100%. One of those teams, of course, is Complexity. Now, you look at the rankings, you look at the ALGS points, you might be thinking, Complexity have been dominating the Autumn Circuit. Why are they down in second place? We have to remember there was one online tournament where they did have an issue, and one of their players couldn't play for a little bit, so they didn't have the best of performances there. But one thing that always interests me, we like to look back at, historically, we like to look at stats, and we like to look at teams who have actually managed to win games, Dan. Complexity and TSM are two of those teams who you have to say have got one of the highest percentage of winning games here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at North America's 4th online tournament, when we first dropped into World's Edge for all 6 times, Complexity were able to win 3 out of those 6 games, which is unreal with the consistency they were able to provide. So if they can offer something similar here, just to get to that match point threshold, and then bash out a victory, there's no reason why they can't take a title here after 4, maybe even 5 games. But we have to see the same Complexity we saw in those weeks, and considering how consistent they have been across the weeks, there's no reason why they can't.
We'll take a quick look at the map schedule as well, just to remind you all that we're going to be playing World's Edge game 1 to game whenever we finish, because we don't know how many games it's going to take. Dan thinks it's going to be around 6 games until one of our teams hits that match point format, and that is, of course, what we imagine and what it historically has been, that area that we've fallen into before those teams fall onto match point. It's just about teams. Can you get out to that hot start? Can you give yourself a couple of games buffer to get that win under your belt? But Dan, I mean, we've talked so much about TSM, complexity. There's a lot of other talented teams who have fought their way into this lobby who could well come out and perform a little bit like CLG did. John talked about it before, right? They came out of nowhere pretty much in the last playoffs that we had back in the summer circuit. They weren't one of the top teams then. At the end of it, they were the champions.
Yeah, we can't discredit those teams that were able to get in through the last chance qualifier. A team I'm going to be keeping an eye on, of course, is Team Liquid. Albrelelli back in the saddle and going up against his old boys of TSM. Still part of the organization TSM, may I add. What an amazing story it would be for him if he could come back and win this playoff championship. I mean, if he could even outplace TSM, I'm sure he would relish in that. He would love that. And I'm sure that Snipedown would not want that to happen. Whilst they're all, of course, friends and it's only a friendly rivalry, I'm still going to be looking out for Liquid and TSM, see if they bump into each other on their rotations and see who wins.
Yeah, it's
that
been
battle.
fascinating, on social media as well. Follow a lot of the pro players. If you're not, you should go and do that as well. But players like Tech, tweeting out how much work that his team has been putting in, strategies, rotations, how they want to approach this lobby. Every single piece of meticulous preparation has been done by these teams, all for this one tournament. Now, I mean, who do you think is going to take it? I think it's a crazy question to ask this early on, Dan, but historically we've seen TSM and Complexity at the top. Do you think there's a wild card in here that could take home the Autumn Series playoffs?
Yes, I think that there are plenty, and Liquid would be one of those for me, but personally I'll be looking towards Complexity with the consistency they have shown. There is a possibility that Rogue could take it if they play like the Rogue we saw at the start of the season, not the Rogue that we saw at the end of the season. They do have the most victories on World's Edge out of any of the teams across North America and EMEA. So we shall see what Rogue turns up. This game one is going to say a lot to me personally on how Rogue approach things and how they're playing, but I think we can't avoid talking about TSM versus Complexity as the two front runners here in today's competition.
Well, here we go, Apex family. It's time to get into the playoffs. It's time to kick off the action here on World's Edge. You can see us flying through World's Edge, and I'm sure all the players, all the teams who have fought so hard to get here cannot wait for that dropship to get moving and get their feet on the floor and get that loot in their back pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game number one, it's live.
Yeah, heading straight through the middle of the map with the dropship as well, so a very fair drop for everyone. Everyone's going to be able to get comfortably to their locations. Of course, a little bit later for those in the southern side of the circle. And we have seen a lot of different circles throughout this tournament and throughout the qualification process of these playoffs, Mark. And I'd say, on average, we've seen a lot of northern circles. 70% in fact of the circles that have ended in the game have been above the central line. Now that says a lot for the teams that are going to be landing in the south side. Sentinels, for example, are a team that maybe would be punished for this because you're having to traverse quite a lot of the map. Dudes Night Out, HRN, all these teams that are lower, and we see a north circle yet again. So this is going to benefit those teams that are in the northeastern side.
Yeah, an interesting start, like you mentioned, a great statistic as well, and that feeds into the likes of Complexity, the likes of TSM, those two teams who are getting those drop spots in the areas that those circles are finishing for maybe a little bit of a correlation on their success story. But one success story that certainly has been written this season and last season as well was this lineup here. Solar Fide, aim assist. As we know, the Controller boys, they've had some fantastic performances. They've had a tournament win, but it's the playoffs, the next step for them.
Yeah, playoffs is what everyone wants. It's what everyone's been playing for. We lead up to this moment, and if you can walk away and say you are playoff champions, then you can hold that over everyone for time to come. And then when we eventually reach lands again, we will realize that these are the teams that were able to win playoffs in such unprecedented times. As we take a look at Team Liquid, a team that I think do have the potential, Mark, to win. What they showed us in the last chance qualifier was a team with real grit and real determination. They finished in top 2, 4 out of the 6 games, winning one at the same time. If they could do the same in a mammoth lobby like this, there's no reason why they can't win the championship. You can see that circle is moving even further towards Refinery and Epicenter.
The reason that I'm going, oh boy, is because this is the circle that I wanted to see early on. This gives two of our top teams, TSM, Complexity, a chance to get an early rotation. And just looking across there, great job from the observing team. This is going to be where Complexity hold. They'll either hold the top of the Refinery building, or they will hold the top of this ledge here and just trying to hold out all the teams that are going to be moving in towards them. But something we should point out as well, everyone having a safe place to drop here on World's Edge. 20 squads remaining, no contention whatsoever. We thought that there might be a little bit of contention with a few of the spots. However, that doesn't look to be the case here, as we're going to see some shots early on going in from the scout of Imperial Hal.
Yeah, a lot of teams will have got that information of how much this circle is shifting to the northeast side of the map. So we are going to see people rotating early, trying to get into these buildings that they know have a chance of going to be close to a final circle. Once they find a little building, it's just a matter of waiting, biding your time, trying to get a couple of shots off on teams that are rotating in later, get that armor up as high as possible. TSM trying to do their best at blue shields at the moment, sharing all their loot at the same time. You can see, I mean, you've probably heard it. If you've watched TSM stream, one of the things I would say they are best at is communicating to each other what kind of loot they're finding, what do they need, who wants what, and they ensure they share everything and they spread it even.
NRG is sharing bullets at the moment. Some shots being laid down there by Nathan, one of the top performers statistically that we've had in the Autumn Circuit. He's up there for kills, assists, everything that you could possibly imagine. He slides into that top 10, and the team that they're putting some shots into the back off. Rice Krispies here, GS Bird, Stunny, and Sung. They're going to have to be careful here because NRG on their back.
The energy on their back. We've got a knock as well, and that is going to be the elimination. RK Rice Krispies, they get 1 KP on the board. Of course, KP is going to be very important. When I mentioned earlier, just as we got into this game, on average, the likes of TSM, for example, who do have the most ALGS points coming into this tournament, they would achieve around 5 kills per game on average. But it's kind of a difficult stat to look at because you will get those pop-off games, and you also get those games where you get eliminated early and you only get 1 or 2 kills. But the fact it evens out to around 5, that's going to be 5 points. And of course you want to get high up in those placement points as well to achieve as much points as possible, getting closer and closer to that 50-point threshold.
Sentinels involved in a little bit of a battle, and like we mentioned, the first player to go down was actually Tech from 2 Brains 1 Controller. So one of the teams we were talking about to keep your eye on in our playoffs here have already lost 1 member, but a lot of time left, and they might be able to get that banner again back in, or they might have to play as a 2-man. But Sentinels now on the hunt, and speaking of being on the hunt, it's the beast of the hunt being popped here by Xenox, and it's Sarah Tricky who are coming under fire here, and it is their team captain leader namesake, Sarah Tricky, who has been downed.
Yep, he's been down, and it looks like he is going to be left for dead as well. They are sprinting very much away from this battle. They know what a terrible situation it would be in if they were to lose more than 1 in this early stage. You want to get off to a hot start in Game 1. You don't want to be fooling and be the first squad and being able to come back from such a deficit. Team Rockstar, they're on a tear at the moment. The Scout doing some real damage for Crummy, but he has to back off because he does get popped down to no shields. I'm going to cast your mind back, Mark, to the NALCQ, and the only real refinery finish we've seen in North American tournaments on broadcast in the ALGS. It was a victory for Team Liquid. They played it absolutely perfect, rotating from trials, getting into those kind of areas in Refinery where you can watch everyone rotating in, get into one of those silos, and it was honestly flabbergasting at how well they performed. If they could do something similar here, and if it is a similar final circle to Refinery, maybe Liquid are a team we have to keep an eye on.
Complexity now inside of Refinery Station building. Up on the eastern side of it, where they love to hold down, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Reptar or Shiny with a charge rifle in their hands trying to charge up those Evo shields and get some damage down on those teams who are going to be forced to rotate in. TSM is just across from them in the compound, just to the east of where Complexity are. One team who's playing the edge a little bit more is Bottom 20, who are making their way through the tunnel here towards Skyhook. As we have a look at the map overhead as well, you can see that they're going to have a pretty comfortable path through, but there's going to be a lot of teams who are going to be holding them out, of course, with 20 squads still alive. And this is what I love to see in competitive Apex, Dan. 20 teams alive, everybody on tenterhooks here, because Game 1 is the one game you do not want to come out with 0 points.
Yeah, 58 players, so only 2 have been taken out thus far. That is going to be pretty hectic when we get into this next circle. Everyone just kind of giving everyone else a bit of breathing room, sussing everyone out. Is everyone dropping where they're supposed to be dropping? Are they dropping where they said they were going to be dropping during scrims? I'd imagine at this point, with so much practice, very rarely are we going to see people change their drop locations, especially in Game 1. Maybe it's something you might see going towards like Games 4, 5, 6, or where people are desperately trying to pick up points, or whether they've been losing battles here or there. But for Game 1, it's going to be very basic. It's going to be where everyone expects people to be, and the game almost plays itself to, I don't know, maybe circle 3, and then everyone starts to say, okay, well, we need to start getting involved here, we need to be pushing into a safer location, we're gonna have to take a fight here. Speaking of fights, 2 brains, 1 controller, Bowser in a little bit of a scuffle, gets some decent shots, but he does go down.
2 brains, 1 controller. Well, it's 2 brains and 1 player left, and it is the controller in Knocked on the Wraith, who's having to escape. They did manage to get Tex Banner, but the only problem was bottom 20 were on their case there, and I think it was actually Aim Assist Solar Fide who were involved in the fight as well, and a Kraber in the hands early here of Vayne, where we've seen the Kraber be one of those weapons that really can change the outcomes of rotations, of finding those entry frags, those knocks to get positions down. And TSM now, you can see that Howl's going to have to pop some shield cell here, because it looks like they're being put under a little bit of pressure early on here.
A little bit of pressure indeed, but I don't think they'll be too concerned just yet. They do have a spare shield to work with, and they've got decent weapons as well. Beast of the Hunt is available if they need it, and, you know, Snipe Down as a player is always willing to pop it. He wants to be aggressive, he wants to push in, but watching his stream, I did hear something that I was quite surprised from him. He was saying that he could join a team that is equal to his aggression, and they just kind of run around aping everyone, and he said, I realized that playstyle does not work in competitive Apex. You will not find success. You might have like a bit of fun, and you might have some really big pop-off games, but are you going to be able to achieve anything? And in these kind of lobbies, where just everyone is so talented at rotating into the circle, knowing where to push, knowing which areas to hold, it's just so difficult in the highest competitive lobbies.
So just keeping my eye on that kill feed once more. I saw Abralelli was involved there, managed to get a knock. And it is Team Liquid who we're going to be jumping on board with right now. Flank with a charge rifle between his hands. Trying to land a few shots, holding this high ground as they have made that rotation in on the west side of Skyhook and the Trials area. And they're kind of just hedging their bets at the moment where this circle is going to be pulling. I don't think they have the beacon information for the next circle, so they're wondering, is it going to be pulling slightly more towards them to the west side of Refinery? Is it going to be pulling deeper in to where the likes of TSM and Complexity are set up at the moment? Or are they just looking to gatekeep some teams who are going to be rotating in? A couple of players have fallen, like you can see, but no squads wiped. And you can see on the map overhead as well, 3 squads currently outside of where that circle will be closing. So a lot of space still for those teams to work their way in. And as I say that, one team who's playing around Epicenter at the moment and landing some nice shots with the R99 is going to be Solar Fide. And the R9 is in the hands of Gentrifying.
Yeah, the bubble goes down and Solar Fide have to respond with one of their own because of the defensive bombardment that was applied, and just to make sure they weren't going to push up on them and try and take some kills. Elsewhere, Complexity able to have a little scuffle. NRG Rocker has fallen, and excuse me, sorry, that's Lou that's been able to pick up that kill. Not a member of Complexity anymore, but this is Complexity. Reptar, Shiny, and Monsoon still holding down Refinery and just desperately waiting to see where this next circle goes, as are the rest of the lobby.
Monsoon looking for a kidnap there. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite find it on the team that was below him, but I love the fact that they're trying to be proactive. That's something that I think a lot of credit has to go to Complexity. Always looking to be proactive in fights, always looking to be proactive in what they do in every single game. And there's a team who's currently ran out in Cafe, and it looks like Omnu's got caught off guard there as he walked in and absolutely got beamed by 3 different players. So unfortunately for bottom 20, you can take the 0 off for that name because it's bottom 2 right now as they go from a 3 down to a 2.
You can see the reluctancy from all these teams to take a fight on set. They do not want to be the first team to be eliminated. They know how important it could be just to get 1 single point by finishing in the top 15. That's your first aim. Get into the top 15 and then you worry about everything else a little bit later. Otherwise, if you fall this early on, you haven't found any KP, you're going to be clawing at those leaders from game 1. So you need to ensure that you start off hot. Liquid then, they are still holding down this same position. You can see all the pings, they've noticed there are a couple of players still running in the red zone, and it's whether they can pick up a free bit of KP here. As 2 brains, 1 controller, down to just the 1 player now. Tech trying to survive, one of the best cryptos in the game.
Trying to survive, and a few moments ago he was dead, so he managed to get revived, but the only issue is his 2 teammates have fallen doing exactly that. So a little bit of a rough start for them in this game, and now you can see they're going to move in here, Team Liquid, to just loot up the play that they did manage to finish their knock as they make their way in, and they're going to have a very good portal down as well. Nocturnal doing a great job to find a position, and this, of course, the position well, similar position, I should say. They were on the more eastern silo where they did win that game that you were talking about a little bit earlier, but they know how to play these positions and getting in early for Team Liquid, and it's quite surprising to me to see that kind of space available with 20 squads still remaining.
Yeah, it's almost identical actually, being on this kind of western silo, and then they pushed over to the eastern silo when that circle transitioned towards the east side, and they played it perfectly, and I'm sure they'll be hoping for a similar circle now. Other areas it could finish that we saw in, for example, the EMEA matches, there is a slightly northeastern side of Refinery, northwestern side of Refinery, west of that silo that they're currently residing. So maybe they're banking on it being one of those silos, or very close to, as Team Rockstar taking a little bit of fire at the moment. Gibby under some pressure, does have bubble and bombardment if he needs it, but again, reluctancy. No one really wanting to push into a fight.
Talking about that, Kraby, you can see it in the feed as well. Scurry managing to get a knock himself. And we have seen our first squad eliminated, and no surprise to let you all know it was 2 Brains, 1 Controller, unfortunately, who have gone down, as Tech was finally eliminated, I believe, by the Ring. He was the player that Abrolelli was trying to pick off in the distance. Unfortunately, just ran out of meds and couldn't force his way back in to try and rat out some placement point positions. But Dude's Night out here on the edge of zone. Some shots here with the R301 onto the top structure here in Epicenter are going to be landing onto a Flesh player. Unfortunately, can't quite get that finish now as TSM once again under fire. You can see How is now down to Flesh. Night now going to be forced to pop the Beast of the Hunt here, and no surprise to see them trying to force these teams away. TSM want to own as much of this real estate around this compound as they can. They do not want to let any team get close.
Yeah, this is a game for TSM where they knew the circle was going to be near them. They knew they had the chance to get into the circle early, but it's how much KP they pick up. This is going to be their first real engagement, and already Imperial Hal has fallen. Snipe manages to do some insane damage with the R99, though. It's really up to them. They've managed to get the wipe, but is there a third party, or are they going to be okay?
Should be okay by the looks of things. Great flank there coming out from Snipe Down. Something I have been watching for years and years and years. Beaming people up close, getting that cheeky flank and catching those players off guard. Another team who are getting caught off guard at the moment. Well, it seems to be more than one, because all of a sudden the kill feed is lighting up. 18 squads remaining. We can see Rogue's Lou is going to be taking down Matt Pickett as well, and Zeratricky's team, who of course lost Zeratricky early on here, they're going to be involved in a fight. And all of a sudden, the quiet of Kings Canyon has dissipated as bullets are echoing up across the map.
Kings Canyon, I mean, not even in sight, World's Edge, of course, and you know full well there, your brain just did a little bit of 2 brains, 1 fart, and now we're going to see all the teams pushing in, Mark, because this circle has gone exactly where Liquid thought it was going to go. It is up by those silos, it is up by Refinery, and this is going to benefit, of course, Complexity as well, as teams are dropping one by one. I saw Sentinels eliminated earlier by TSM. They, of course, had a very long transition across the map. They dropped in the southern side of it. So that's why they had the real struggle. That's why they were met by the brute force of TSM in the end. As Dude's Night out, this is looking to be a bit of a struggle. Maybe the time when you grab a kebab.
And my apologies there. Don't worry, everybody. It is World's Edge, I promise you. All the way through our playoff finals. We'll not go back to Kings Canyon randomly. As Zeratricky here still manages to stay alive. They're having to play the very edge of zone there on the faster side, so they're going to have a very difficult rotation in. You can see where that pull is, and if you're a TSM fan, well, happy days. They're inside of that compound. They're inside. Liquid are going to be inside as well, as are Complexity as well. A sweet, swings through the air there with the Mastiff to take down Mercy. And he's going to be Zeratricky as well. He's going to go in and be finished off, unfortunately. The finisher coming in from the Wraith, and now it's going to be Duplex. Last player alive here for Dude's Night out. 15 squads now remaining.
He's done his job, though. He's managed to pick up a point, getting into that top 15, and now he can say, all right, well, next job is trying to get towards top 10, of course. Get a little bit closer, see if I can secure some more placement points. TSM, one of the teams who do have the highest kill count total throughout the qualification process of getting here to playoffs. Imperial Hal actually leads in the most kills, 49 in total across ALGS broadcasts in the autumn circuit. Snipe Down not too far behind with 43, and Reps down a little bit lower on 29, but of course playing that supporting Gibby role.
Armshield will be broken. But that damage and that distraction has allowed Solar Fide now to move up behind the team that TSM were shooting at, and they're going to move in with the Vault. They're going to finish off these kills, get the downs. And that's going to be comfortable for them as they now have to slide down to a position where they should be comfortable. Are they in here? Or are they going to be forced to move up even further? They found a little position here, though, behind this blue crate. The question is, can they clear their back out? Are they safe from the southern side of the map? Results are going to be forced to use his bubble as well to pop those meds, but we'll still have 15 squads alive here in our game number 1. This is perfect competitive Apex. This is the kind of appetizer that we wanted for all of the games to come.
This is like 8 appetizers at once. This is awesome because this is a very similar circle to what we saw in one of our last games in North America's LCQ, which Liquid picked up that victory when it was Refinery. This time it's slightly more west, and it is going to have more of Refinery's central building within that circle. So those teams who have managed to take up that space inside are going to be licking their lips. But everyone else, well, they're trying to get to those prime positions, and they are falling one by one right in front of them.
A lot of those kills are going down to the hands of TSM as well. You can see the Resulta went down to snipe down, then Reps became the kill leader in the lobby as well. NRG have managed to find their way into Refinery, though, as we cut the field down from 15 squads to 12, 29 seconds until NRG are going to have to make their rotation in, and with 12 squads still alive in such a small area here, damn, this is going to be a tough job for them.
Yeah, so many teams have to move in, but Complexity right at the heart of it. They are in the prime position right now. All the other teams, though, TSM, for example, they've got to rotate their way in. They need to find a way to get into this circle. Do they believe they have a chance of winning this game, or do they just now push for some KP, get into that top 10, and then see which kills you can pick up?
Well, here comes the push from Rogue. Big shot with the Mastiff coming in from Sweet. He should get the finish as well. Well, unfortunately, it looks like he might have to let the ring do the damage there, as the zone is going to be closing behind them. Blue's going to be popping some meds as well, and they're just going to be falling into the line of sight of Complexity, who are holding down this level 2 structure pretty much for the entirety of this game. Some scans going to be going out to try and find for the entirety of this game. Some scans going to be going out to try and find any stragglers that are around that they can pick up some free KP on, but everyone doing a pretty good job at the moment of staying alive, all considering 2 more squads have fallen as TSM now make their move in. Imperial Hal, though, last player alive, and shots raining down from above is the kind of hailfire you don't want to be coming over, and he goes down. TSM will be eliminated.
Well, on average, TSM did finish in 8th across the board, but they finished in 9th in this game. They just had a difficult rotation when that circle pulled here towards this Refinery central building. But Complexity really are the team who are holding this fort down. They've got armors to work with. They've got plenty of utility as well because they've been waiting patiently. We're down to 7 as Rogue Sweet is taken out of the game. So I assume that is Rogue that have also fallen. But Complexity now under a little bit of pressure, just throwing a couple of grenades down to ensure that no one's going to push up.
I think the Reptar actually got stuck in that as well, so they've had to force the bubble as Monsoon swings out wide there just to make sure that he can hold off that team who might try and push. Complexity are safe for that next circle. Like you can see, Flashpoint. They're up on top. They're on the ultimate high ground at the moment. There is a team just in front of them as well that they're going to have to potentially work their way through. But it looks like at the moment they're kind of in the best position that you can have in this circle, overlooking all of the teams below them, and the majority of those teams will die, of course, as they're forced to fight on their way out.
Funny you say Overlook as well, because Flashpoint, where do they drop? They drop Overlook. This has been a great circle for them. It's been a great swing for them, and they've been able to find that high ground position. But now, 5 seconds, round 6 coming in. And it's about who really is going to win these 3v3 engagements. The high-pressure situation, the communication has to be perfect. You have to be shooting the right targets as well. Target acquisition is everything in these 3v3 battles.
You can see on the team tracker there as well that only 4 of our 7 teams have a full complement of players as well. As we now see the action start to kick off. 6 squads now remaining. Farm Boys, one of our teams from the LCQ, they're going to throw down the bubble, and here comes Flashpoint as well. We talked about the high ground and how devastating it can be, and this is exactly why they rain down fire from the heavens. They take down those kills, but also, speaking of kills, Complexity involved. Monsoon with the Mastiff doing huge things once again.
I just saw Reptar and Shiny fall, and then suddenly it was pop, 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 Monsoon going off yet again. He manages to get his team at least up to a 2, but Flashpoint, they're there, they're waiting, they're healthy, they've got a 3. They have the advantage in this final fight. What can Complexity do as a 2? Mark, you said at some point throughout the ALGS tournaments, Complexity were down to 2. They used to be in this situation. What is going to be the outcome, though? Wait, they got him back up, never mind. I thought I saw a green.
They
I
managed
thought I
to
saw
get
a respawn, but
a
it does
full
not matter.
complement of players back up. So we have a straight gunfight in our game 1 of the ALGS Autumn Circuit Playoffs. It's Complexity versus Flashpoint. And around a minute or so until these two teams will be forced to engage. The difficulty here for Complexity, how do they work their way out of this situation? Is it going to be a portal coming in from Monsoon? Is it going to be a defensive bombardment maybe thrown inside to try and force the team outside into an area they don't want to be? Or are they going to be forced through a dangerous tunnel that they're going to have to fight through? Complexity definitely at the disadvantage here. However, we've seen them do some crazy things. We saw them do some crazy things just a few moments ago. The question is, can they do it once more?
We did. It's going to be tough. They know that they're going to have to go through that portal, so it is going to be an exact position for Flashpoint to watch. Otherwise, if they try and push out through the red, they're going to take far too much damage. So it's a case of just watching these Watson fences, throwing down a couple of nades as soon as that round 7 comes in, and this should be a victory for Flashpoint. But Complexity, they have the Gibby bombardment. They have the chance to try and solidify and push out.
Here it comes. The shots are going to be coming in. Shiny manages to get the bubble down. Can he get the hills down in time? He can't. Shiny goes down. Reptar goes down. It all falls onto the shoulders of Monsoon. It's a 3v1. Surely Monsoon cannot do this. He does everything he can though, but Flashpoint just about hold on in the final moments. But what an effort from Complexity in those final moments to make it as difficult as possible. But game number 1, Flashpoint are your champions.
I thought for a split second Monsoon was about to do it, but Flashpoint, they waited, they timed it perfectly, they knew they had the advantage in that final fight, and they just jumped in. As soon as that bubble came down, they knew there was going to be a couple of healing going off from different players, and they said, look, let's take the advantage now whilst we can. Dived into the fight, got the damage off. Yes, okay, Monsoon almost pulled it off, but Flashpoint, who dropped Overlook, had a very good circle for them, but of course you can say the same about Complexity. They were center of it for so long. Did it hurt them having to take so much of the fight inside Refinery there? Of course, going down to 2, getting that third person back up again to ensure they had the full 3 versus 3, but well, an insane game 1, a circle that a lot of the teams I feel like knew kind of where it was going to be ending up, and it turns out it's going to be a Flashpoint victory. Who would have saw that one
pick up the victory in game number 1, but the interesting story for me is some of the teams that were involved and picking up KP throughout were some of the teams that we were talking about in the build up to our finals here. But for now, that's going to do it all from game 1. We're going to throw it back to the desk as I clear my throat. And of course, Kate and it's going to be John, and I almost said Tom, are going to take you through what happened in game 1.
Hey, no worries. Of course, Tom is always on our minds specifically right now. Hope that guy feels better. But, John, you are here. You are bringing in the noise and spitting that hot fire in the analyst seat. Let's talk about game 1. Game 1 where we come down to we don't have 6. We don't have that sort of at the end of the tunnel light. Talk to me about how important game 1 is here for a competition like this, and then we'll go into a little bit more specifics.
Exactly. Well, first of all, I'm not nearly as good looking as T-Squared, so I'm trying my hardest here to fill his shoes. No, jokes aside, big shout out to Tom. Game 1 was amazing. Great finish. And the best part about it, in my eyes, well, 2 of our top 3 teams, they make it into the top 2. Flashpoint, the team that we called out and said, you got to put respect on their name to, they win the game. They go home with the 12 points in first place and a few of the kill points that they picked up, which I'm excited to see when we get to the standings. Complexity, our number 2 team, well, they get second place and 10 points. So a really, really good showing from the teams that we expected to show up. TSM top 7 with a couple of kill points as well.
Absolutely. So let's talk. We are in game 1. Let's talk a little bit about the beginning, specifically the drop. Now, talk to me a little bit about how this drop is a little different than some of our other competitions, specifically because some of the teams that have been dropping in specific places aren't a part of this match here today.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, in these lobbies, this is the best of the best, right? This is the teams that scrim against each other, the cream of the crop. That's one thing I love about the playoffs. Everyone knows where everyone drops, period. So there's going to be predetermined strategies, predetermined loot paths, and that's why we didn't see many teams get eliminated, because it's not like a last chance qualifier where there's a lot of unknown or amateur or teams that they don't scrim against that often that really shake things up. We get to really determine the best of the best, which I love.
We do, absolutely. Well, speaking of the best, we've got that final moment featuring Flashpoint. John, I want you to take me through exactly how they found themselves at the top of our game 1 number.
Yeah, we'll take a look here. It was a little bit of standoff where you had Complexity as they were kind of just waiting. But really, in the end, Flashpoint had this significant advantage, right? As you see, and you kind of notice the fact that they were able to notice one or two ways that complexity can come means they could do, well, this. It's exactly what you saw as the final game moment came to fruition. Watson fences as well. They're running that traditional Watson, Pathfinder, and Wraith meta that works so incredibly well. And, of course, in this late game, well, everything was fenced off. It was really an easy situation, an easy win for Flashpoint. Not much that Complexity could do, but, of course, they tried doing everything possible, and Monsoon put a valiant effort in, and the defensive bombardment obviously came through. The bubble shield obviously came through. They ran it perfectly, but at the end of the day, Flashpoint was just set up too well, and they're able to take their lead to their advantage.
They did indeed, and of course, as we mentioned, they were on our radar even, you know, the last couple weeks here. Flashpoint. The name was in the air during our rehearsals yesterday. Now, I'm curious, you're a guy that keeps up with the players both in the lobbies as well as online, everywhere they want to be. Can you tell me a little bit about Flashpoint and how maybe they've gotten here, where they've been? Talk to me a little bit about that
question, because I love this squad. This is the former Godsent team that really, it's not just the Autumn Circuit that they've been performing. Godsent was a top performer in Summer Circuit as well. They made it to the Grand Finals, and they consistently were like a top 6 team. So I have to put Godsent in the top 6 or top 10 contention, especially in the Summer Circuit. Now in top 5 contention in my eyes. Yes, they're not, the NRGs, the Rogues, the TSMs that we know, but Kubsky in my eyes is the heart and soul of this team. He is a very vocal young leader, very, very much the glue of this squad. I love listening into this team because they are just so passionate, so much fire. But of course, alongside Rambo and Odd Freestyle as well, that's a whole team of just slayers, really, really good young talent.
Well, we are seeing that young talent certainly on display here today. And in fact, let's take a look at how that translates into our Game 1 results, which are ready to go here for our Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Finals for our NA region. And here we go. Any surprises? I see no double digits, okay? I see no double digits, so I'm not going to scream, I'm not going to yell. But, John, surprise me. Tell me if anybody here seems relatively even keeled.
What's up, Farm Boys? What's up, SIZ? Zach Mazer, stay naughty. I like to see it, man. The Farm Boys is a team that not many people expected to make it to this final. They qualified through the LCQ, I believe, unless it was online tournament before. I think it was the LCQ. But either way, this is one of the lesser-known teams, and they come out really strong with a third-place finish, 4 kills as well. Flashpoint with a 19-point game, though. On top of the 8 points that they came into it, that's going to put them at 27 points. They're over the halfway point. They're almost there at the 50-point match threshold.
They are. In fact, let's take a look at those overall standings. Of course, you'll see this is the top 10 here. Our overall standings give an even broader picture of our top 20 teams, all teams that are finding themselves in this scary, scary lobby. And of course, not so much change there at the top, but we're looking down the line here. Team Liquid. That is an interesting thing for me. Tell me a little bit about, you're looking at Sentinels. What's interesting about this overall to you, John?
Yeah, so you see Team Liquid in 11th place, and unfortunately, as much as I wish I could say that's a surprise, it's not. This Team Liquid squad has just not been performing. However, I do want to give him some kudos, because Albert Lely joining Team Liquid after having actually, decided to step away from Apex. He stepped away from Apex for a whole, week. Came back, joined a really, really good squad, replacing Casper. Our heart goes out to Casper, of course. But I'm excited to see what Team Liquid can do in Game 2 and beyond. They just didn't have a good start. On top of that, Flashpoint on top. They're going to leapfrog over TSM and Complexity. Well, they earned it. They dominated with a good performance right there. Solafide's aim assist as well. They, of course, were in the top 10, so they got some points going into it, but they slayed out with a couple kills. No surprise there. All we know from Solafide is their ability to slay, get some kills.
The ability to slay, folks. That's what we do here at Apex, and we're excited to showcase that and that talent here, as John had mentioned. Well, speaking of showcasing it, we've got some highlights that really showcase exactly how it is that these teams have found themselves in our final circles. John, I want you to take me through, bring me in through all the gory details of this highlight reel from our Game 1.
Oh, I love it. Such good moments. Of course, a lot of early game fights that we saw throughout. We did see a little bit of an engagement between TSM and Solafide that I'm hoping we get in the highlights. I'm sure we will get in the highlights as we take a look right now of early fights. And really, it became the TSM show. So many early game engagements. The fact that TSM was able to survive these early fights, obviously Sentinels versus TSM, we just saw that wrap up. That, of course, was pretty darn impressive. And the fact that TSM made it to top 7 is great. Rogue makes it. And Rogue is able to really be a nuisance throughout, but in the end, it was all Flashpoint. You saw Flashpoint really in what was kind of a king of the hill type of engagement skirmish on the outside of Refinery here, they were the kings of the hill, and as a result, they rewarded themselves with the first place finish, of course, in that final fight against Team Complexity. Very, very impressive across the board from Flashpoint throughout the entirety of that one, and they got quite a few kills as well. That's a huge game for Flashpoint.
Absolutely a huge game, sure. And actually, you make a good point here, John. TSM, we're looking at them going, oh, I remember we saw in our feed, TSM dead, TSM dead. Blah, 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 blah. It's a big deal, obviously. We, keeping track of that team, so we'll see how they do, of course, as well. But we've actually got one more bonus highlight. You heard it right here. This is actually Complexity. John, I want you to show, once we get this up on the screen, I want you to bring me through exactly how Complexity made this happen. They, as we say, popping off in a real way.
Yeah, it was insane what Complexity did. This is a huge fight. So as we talked about, Flashpoint outside is the king of the hill. Outside, it was really the king of the inside. It was Complexity. Beautiful, beautiful plays right here. I love the aggression from this Complexity squad. Such high skill, and of course the portal plays with Wraith. Monsoon, one of the best Wraiths in all of Apex Legends, and it showed right there. Brilliant, brilliant plays from them.
100% true. Now, talk to me a little bit about, so we're in game 1 here. We don't know what game we're going to go to, of course. It's match point. It's the fun of finals. I want to know from that former player in you, from that person who's been around, what does game 1 mean, especially with this lobby that went almost to the end of our 3rd round before eliminating a team?
Yeah, insane. That's one team in itself that is able to make it and survive to the late game and looked very, very good throughout. I really love the way we got started here. I mean, personally, as you saw in the standings, the fact that it was the same exact teams on top, and Complexity top 2, alongside Flashpoint in first place, and TSM obviously snuck into the top 7, goes to show how the skill gap in Apex Legends is so true. And I love this Grand Finals format because not only do we get the best 20 teams in North America competing against one another, but we also get that with match point. Not only does a team get that slight advantage, but they have to earn it. So it doesn't matter if TSM had 10 points coming into this one, because they have to win once they get to 50. If you can't put a stamp on it and really say that you're the best team in this lobby, you're not going to come out as champion, which is what CLG did last time. However, no CLG in this tournament. That was a huge surprise over teams like Farm Boys and SIZ.
For sure, for sure, for sure. And we're just going to get to that gameplay in here in just a minute. But first, if you've got an opinion, tell us who you're rooting for. Who are you a fan of? Who do you want to see at the top of this ALGS Autumn Circuit Finals here for our NA region? Go ahead and follow us at Play Apex. Use that hashtag ALGS. And of course, if we feature you on this show, 1,000 Apex coins to you. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of the action, all the drama, twitch.tv/PlayApex and youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We are everywhere, John. We're everywhere.
I love it. Every single place. This is global. It's the Apex Legends Global Series, my friends. If you're joining us from Europe, if you're joining us from South Africa, I know we got a lot of fans in South Africa. It's part of the Middle East and Asia region. Shout out to you, because I know it's late is the first thing. And, of course, everyone joining us from APAC as well. Thanks so much for tuning in, y'all. Much love to the entire Apex fam worldwide.
And I can't think of a better way to give you that love back by going to some gameplay. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo sent us here right now.
Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Oh boy, oh boy. It is time to get this going. We've had an incredible tournament so far, and it's only been one game in, but we're here to bring you the action for game 2. Back on the mic. I've taken a couple months off, a little involuntarily myself. I didn't want to miss them, but had to take care of my body. But I'm back, Rain Day here, and of course, cast with none other than Girl. Girl, it's great to be on this broadcast with you yet again.
Glad you're back. Glad you're healthy. Super excited for game number 2. Game number 1 was super awesome.
Man.
I'm surprised to see Liquid in the bottom 10, but can't wait to see what they do next game.
So your points on Liquid, that's interesting. We're going to keep tabs on who Girl is watching. You know, if you've been following this broadcast at all, Level Up with Girl is a great series that continually gives you keys on how to improve. And in terms of that, getting your perspective when you're on these casts of why you're looking at certain teams, not only it's about your casting nature, it's about your play nature, the way you understand the teams and players that you know and play ranked with, how they should be performing, how you expect them to perform, and when they're not following those trends, it catches your eyes. So, I mean, to start it off, you said Liquid, they didn't perform in Game 1. Why is that a storyline for you here in Game 2?
Well, to be honest, they did perform, but their placements weren't so high. And the fact that some teams start off with some points and some teams didn't, so Team Liquid, one of the teams that didn't start off with that many points, that is why they are in bottom 10. They had 5 kills, but unfortunately they placed bottom 20, so bottom 20.
That's pretty bad.
16th place, I think.
And you know what's interesting, Girl? I look at it all, and essentially the idea of whether Liquid are improving or whether Liquid are doing what they need to do to be successful, there's a little bit more of an ask for them because they didn't come in with those points that you mentioned earlier. TSMs, we see complexities, we've seen Flashpoint, obviously winning last game, taking advantage of it, but they've already got a lead. So even more so than Liquid maybe not getting the placement points they want, they've actually got to overperform here to stay with the competition heading into round 2, and of course throughout this tournament, which is going to end on this match point system we all love.
Exactly, and there are some teams that, you know, our first place team is half the points they need for match points. So if they do a pop-off game this game, they could be match point next game. Who knows?
Who knows?
But I predict that someone will be in match point within the next 2 to 3 games.
2 to 3 games. That's right on the money for what we've seen in previous tournaments. We had our last playoffs in summer, actually in Europe, end in 5, and we had our last ones in the Americas end in 7. So combine that for 6, and I know that Complexity was, I believe, at match point in Game 4. That means that you were right on the money in terms of betting with the odds, Girl. You seem like a smart person to take to Vegas, so I'm going to trust you there, and we're going to keep moving it along. Over here you see a little northwestern side near Trials, near Skyhook, so the teams like Rogue, who you've been witnessing here in a pretty prime position for where this circle may end, Girl. That means maybe a little bit easier to finish up where they want in these standings.
Yeah, having the top of Trials is definitely an advantage. They have a point where they could scope around, try and get some kill points on the teams coming in. So there are a lot of teams already near this end zone. You can see the pings on where they want to be. So Rogue wants to take this choke point here on the edge of the map. And that's a good idea because there are going to be less teams surrounding them if they take the opposite side on the edge of the zone. They'll be able to defend their right or left side, but they won't have to worry about their backs.
Oh, and that's so important here in this type of scenario. Of course, Battle Royales, so many really unpredictable situations that can come up. But the things that you're trying to do as a player, as a viewer, maybe someone who's learning, is really minimize the elements that can be unpredictable. So the more that you know, hey, at least we're fighting from the front and the side, but we know nobody's at our back. We can eliminate that as a random roll of luck that might either hurt us or help us, and that's, again, what Girl's bringing attention to. But there's still 20 squads left, a lot of room to play, and it's not just the teams who are going to be there, Girl. There's teams who are going to have to rotate now. We're still keeping an eye on some of the names most players and most viewers will be wanting to hear about. TSM as well in that conversation. Imperial Howl, Snipe down. They like what they see. And look, it's SIZ up there in the top. I expect we're going to get a little more action here from the TSM boys sliding into this one. And there's the massive shots. As we say it as well, Girl, the R301 hitting. Big weapon right now in the meta. But Gibraltar on top and on bottom. The shield biding time. Maybe they don't see a push that they want anymore. But I have a feeling TSM are going to pursue this.
They traded so much damage there that nobody wanted to overstep. If you overstep there, one of the teams definitely go down. They were doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately, they took a lot of damage. So maybe another team will be shooting them in their backs. So TSM's going to chill a little bit, find another opening.
Live to fight another day rather than die in glory right now. Always the best choice. in this type of situation. But I mean, when I'm playing, and I know when a lot of players are, it's tempting to finish what you started, especially in an engagement. But the wise kind of momentum here that players at this level continue to build is saying, no, let's just, again, count our blessings. We're alive. Let's play the odds. We staying alive is much more positive for us than losing potentially to SIZ here in a random skirmish we decided to start up. SIZ now backing off and, of course, looking to take the opposite building where TSM had the vantage point of the fight. 19 squads still remaining. Girl, pretty decent lobby so far. And now we're over with Sentinels here towards the middle part of Fragment. How do you feel about Sentinels so far? Maybe hold that thought because they're looking to push. How do you feel about this?
This is going to be really good for Sentinels to pick up some points on the board because right now they're at 1 point. So if they can get a team wipe on Rockstar in a secluded area, Matt Pickett taking in a lot of damage, he's going to have to pop the bat and hope his teammates are able to defend him. And they're doing great shots on Senox. Unfortunately, Senox goes down. That bubble just wasn't good enough to hold his team out. Crust goes down as well to Mercy only. So there's one left on Team Sentinels for now.
Not looking good for Sentinels. Zeratricky in the action. And we've seen so much success from Zeratricky himself and this team in managing those in-game circles. I remember a G7 scout to the head that basically turned the tide of a game and got them the win just a few playoffs ago. And now they have a chance to prove themselves in the ultimate competition. One winner, 50 points, then you got to win once you reach that threshold. They're looking to get there as fast as they can. Bloodhound scanned from Mercy only, and he'll back off. Again, a lot of engagement starting and stopping. It's game 2, but they know how much is on the line here, especially with taking an early death. Only 19 teams, one team dead already. That would not be something that would be easily overcomable here in the stats.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a lot of teams have looked at the leaderboards after the first game and have noticed what the difference between bottom 10 and top 10 are, and maybe they panic. Maybe they're a little bit stressed because that's a huge difference. But if they take it easy, if they take it one game by one game, you know, those 3 kill points that you're risking the game on aren't going to matter if you're just going to die early, die 19th, 20th place. So play it like you're playing ranked at the beginning of the season. Everybody likes those rank points. Everybody plays quite seriously. I've heard a lot of pro players say that the ranked games at the beginning of a split are more intense than the scrims that they have been playing. So play it like you're going for top 10 in the world.
And that seems to be what they're literally trying to do. It's funny, they have to role play a situation that has nothing to do with being top 10 in the world. During the actual moment, they're fighting to be top 10 in at least North America, maybe not the world. I can't wait for Lance to come back, but we all know what's happening in the world, and we want to do these players and their safety justice as well as us. But man, oh man, in terms of global competition, it doesn't get bigger than this. But some good tips there in terms of keeping the focus. And I think these guys, I mean, when you look at the mind state, girl, I was thinking about this a lot earlier as we're kind of settling in to this circle where round 2, about minute and 40 coming in before we start moving, a couple more engagements occur. Round 2, about minute and 40 coming in before we start moving, a couple more engagements occurring. In terms of preparation, because, girl, everybody prepares in a different way. But for me, when I look at preparation in my experience, there's two ways to go about it. And as a player who plays in a lot of situations, played in some tournaments here and there as well, how do you feel these guys benefit most from preparation? It's certainly individual, but do you feel the grind right before play as much as possible is the most beneficial, just literally scrimming ranked or scrims right until you go into your tournament? Or do you feel a couple days of rest, relaxation, get your mind off it, ends up being a better result overall when you're playing in these big types of events?
You know, I think it's different for everyone. I think some of our best players are also rank grinders, so they play day and night every day to gain that RP in the rank games. But also some of our best players do well when they take breaks, like Albrelelli, for example. Sometimes he takes a couple days of break before these tournaments, and he still performs at his best. So it all depends on the player, but as long as you're not too stressed, right? Not too stressed, you're not full of anxiety, because that's what can hurt you the most. You want to play this game, you want to enjoy it while you play it, but you also want to be focused, and you want to play for the win always.
Yeah, great point there. I think these guys know it's all about winning at the end of the day. And complexity, talking about winning, the story for me really is
just the tragedy of what occurred in the last playoffs. There was such a culmination, a crescendo of their performance. Getting to that match point first, having the incredible team comms that I think will go down in history as far as the effectiveness, the excitement, and the potential of getting out of these bad situations, and just for viewers to see how these teams communicated so impressively in these tough moments. To have it all stripped away by a team that's not even here right now, CLG, in terms of winning in Game 7. I wonder if that's weighing on their minds today, girl, in terms of a little bit of vindication looking to happen today to kind of prove that, no, we were in the right spot. We should be winning this thing, and this time we're going to show you that this is ours.
Absolutely. I think, we've seen it before. Some teams winning 2 to 3 games in a row. So anyone can actually come back and swipe the win later on. So these teams, top 3, top 5 teams right now, they want to keep pushing. They want to get to that match point as soon as possible and not have it taken away by other teams. They don't want to focus too much on the other teams. They want to just focus on yourself, focus on doing your best, and focus on winning.
Monsoon into the void, doesn't like what he sees. Back to the safety of the lower ground. Shield batteries as well. Here's a weapon you probably know and love if you're playing ranked or any high level of Apex. Charge rifles as well. We saw some scrims the other day and worked really well as far as Sentinel's approach. Charge rifles, Hemlocks, Mastiffs, really looking at having at least one closer in that engagement. And okay, Complexity. There's a little Prowler that enters the fray, and that is, by far, girl, you could put your own spin on it, but I'd say one of the weapons you definitely wouldn't mind having.
Yeah, Prowler Burst Fire is one of the most, I think it is actually the most dangerous SMG in the game right now. So it's definitely worth having for close engagements. And as you've seen 2 minutes ago, Sentinels are all back up. They're all back in the game, and they did pick up some kill points. So that was a really, really good recovery by them from Fragment.
Sentinels only on 1 point heading into this, so desperately needed. And we'll check in with them as well. Rogue heading back to them. Lou, boy oh boy, if you watch this guy's streams, it's just magic. There's no other way to describe it. Playing Gibraltar, so he's not going to be as fancy as if he was on the Wraith or on the Pathfinder, but Gibraltar in this meta has been so valuable for so many different reasons, girl. And in your eyes, what's the biggest one? Why Gibraltar's really taken that top spot, and a lot of minds of pros just said this is the best character in the game in competitive play.
I think as Noko would say, it's either his shield or his dome. So his dome makes it able for him to pick up his teammates safely without getting shot at from long range, but his gun shield that absorbs 50 damage makes it kind of hard for him to lose a 1v1. Getting that extra health essentially just makes it incredible.
Yeah.
In those 1v1 situations, yeah.
And it really throws players off, too, with the health, especially, as you can see. Flanker and Liquid in a little bit of trouble here. Not too much, but taking some damage and kind of playing it safely, knowing they are at risk of being shot. Long range, albeit, but hey, a headshot could throw things out of whack, especially if someone gets downed out in the open. And so Nocturnal says, better to play safe than sorry. And now there's somebody inside as well, so they're going to have to engage here. Liquid know they're caught between. And a little bit of patience coming through. Sound of a crypto drone as well. That might be Height that is pressuring down below. But we're going to move on over to SIC, who seem to be in engagement as well. 16 squads remaining. And actually 10 points to their name. So SIC, a team to keep an eye on. Zach Mazer and Humed and Stay Naughty. R-Star with the pressure.
Yeah, they've picked up some kill points earlier in this game, then had that scrimmage with TSM, and the 99 with the Arcstar is making him push into the dome, but he took in so much damage, and now the Thermite almost takes him down. Ooh!
I like it, girl. Keep going. Keep the hype up. You got me yelling.
Okay, Complexity coming in for that third party, and actually, Complexity Shiny down, Monsoon getting owned by those massive shots by Stay Naughty, and only Reptar left to defend this whole team. He is going to opt to potentially run away, but there are so many people around him that it's going to be hard for him. He dodges a bunch of shots, and he goes for the battery.
Oh.
He is the last alive on his squad.
My goodness, I say P2020 in a dream, but Reptar is more like a Prowler in a prayer. trying to keep his teammates alive in this game, but it looks like the fact that the banners have to be recovered, he's already failed in one of the assets that was part of his success. And so now he's got to see if he can stay alive and maybe get some recovery. But with how contested this is, with Trials being the location just behind them where they're going to have to end up and where all these teams have moved in, it's looking a bit disparaging here for the hopes of Complexity to take a win with only Reptar in their midst representing. So we'll have to check in with that. But Resulta here pushing into a defensive bombardment. A lot of massive pressure coming through as well, girl. And that's one knock. That's two, potentially, from Gentrifying. Dodging in and out like a Zumba class. He finally finds it, and that's going to find the kill. Great moves there on the side of Gentrifying, and Solafide aim assist. And they're just going to hide behind this rock, reset. They've done everything they need to do so far.
Gentrifying has been hitting every single massive shot that has counted this entire game. How many kills do they have? They must have a lot of kills. They've been really popping off this game.
The pop-off right now is so crucial, Kuro. How much does this moment mean for these teams? Is this the do-or-die aspect? Because it looks like it could be with especially a defensive bombardment and an arc star going the way of Solafide aim assist. Oh, that's a down on to Designful. Patience, though.
And unfortunately, they are almost team wiped. Bottom 20 in a good position right here, getting those finishes on SF. 11 squads still remaining. A lot of fighting has happened in the last 5 minutes. Only 11 squads left. So having a spot inside or above Trials is going to be a little bit safer, and everyone outside are just in a danger zone.
Always a bit interesting here with this circle near Trials. Now, we've seen it end a couple of times. Playoffs have had it in a very unique situation. I believe this is GSD, where they had their win. It might not have been, but I'm recalling one of these playoff moments where it ended on the outside of Trials, and teams were just kind of fish in a barrel here trying to make it out. So holding this could be precarious. It may not work out for them, but they're going to retreat there just in case, because why not? Don't go out in the open with R301s and FPS Vayne shooting at the dome. And so they know that's a dangerous situation no matter whether you're in or out. 8 squads left. TSM still alive. Liquid in the mix on the backside, but they're going to have to make a move. You see they go through Trials, and they've got a minute and 19 to do it. Going on the outskirts faces 4 teams either way you slice it. So this is not an easy path. Akin to really Odysseus and the Odyssey here. He's got a lot to overcome, but he wants to make it home, and it's just going to depend on how determined they are to finish the voyage.
NRG here outside of Trials, and they've got a little ways to go to make it into the end zone here. So a little bit of a rotation, a few teams that they're going to have to get through around the corner. So this is actually quite dangerous, but they've got one path to take.
You know, they say, you ever read Robert Frost, girl?
I have not.
You know, the road less traveled by, that's made all the difference. Unfortunately, they don't really have 2 roads here. And so Robert Frost's poetry won't help. They've got one way to go, and it's just basically steamroll through. And there's dome shields, there's thermites, and there's a G7 scout, and he can't make it happen, but the Volt comes in behind him. Liquid, can they stay alive? No, Flanker. He will fall down, and that is Flanker out thanks to Complexity. Reptar, that Prowler in a prayer, somebody answered it.
Reptar knows what he's doing. He found a nice rat spot on the top of the rocks. He waited for the 2 teams to fight, get to 1 HP, and he joined in at the perfect moment, which opened this rotation up for him specifically. So he's going to stay quiet. He's going to rat it up there. Unfortunately, 2 teams just went out there. There's only 4 squads left remaining.
You know, this is just unbelievable what Reptar has put together, and Complexity is playing like they have a mission just to get those kills, just to get the absolute awareness to know when to push that fight. Means that they are now securing more points than they should have here, and it's going to make them a bigger threat throughout the rest of this game. Tech, he's going to fall thanks to Vayne. NRG on top of the world. The Ivory Tower, as I've called it with Gaskin in my cast, and I'm going to call it today, sitting on top, looking at the peasants down below in their minds. But we all know, Scurry, we know Bowser, he's not going to go down without a fight. He's hiding behind that portal and the rock, and it looks like Bowser will go down. The Eve 8's going to get locked and loaded. They're going to find one onto Vayne. This could be it here. NRG looking to take the win. And game 2 goes to NRG here in the playoffs. Looking good so far to start the day.
Absolutely incredible by Energy. They had the great spot. They jumped down when they needed to, and they picked up that win. I think they had a very far rotation, so they've went through a lot to make this win, and they've definitely earned it.
You know, it's interesting. We talk about, and Mark and Dan, they're so good at bringing this up, and Kate and Fall on the desk as well, where these circles begin and where these teams begin based on where these circles end, And, you know, that journey to travel where a circle maybe isn't necessarily easy for you, where you don't have first dibs at that perfect spot at the end game. If you can overcome a moment like that, it not only shows your ability to adapt, which is, I think, the biggest part of being a Battle Royale player, girl, but it shows your I think, ability to recognize when and how to play in a tournament where everyone is at the peak of their own performance. So it really just says that NRG have come to play today in my eyes. And I think if you're looking at it too, would you say that they've become a team that we really need to watch heading into Game 3?
Absolutely. They've been performing really well in scrims and now in the tournament, right? They've managed to pick up a win that's going to put them in the top of the leaderboards. And of course, let's have all eyes on them.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see what our analysts desk, if they agree with us or they got their eyes on another team here. But for Game 2, that's a wrap for Rain Day and Girl. We'll send it back to Kate and Fallout and see what they have to say.
Thank you, Rain Day. Thank you, girl. Appreciate you for sure. John, I got to say, one of the things that girl said that absolutely floored me that I love so much is this, and I'm going to read it so I get it right. Play it like you play ranked at the beginning of the split. Is that Game 2, and is that how NRG found themselves in our final circle?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that's one piece of advice I always give to players, and probably the one thing I learned the most after playing on like 50 LAN competitions plus in my career is you got to play on LAN or in a live tournament, because obviously we're online only, or basically a championship high-pressure moment the same exact way you play in scrims. You can't play any different. As soon as you start playing nervous, as soon as you start playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win, that's when you're going to fall. So I got to say, shout out to girl. She's been crushing it. Shout out to my man Rain Day. He's in rare form with the Odyssey. My man Odysseus is represented here today. I'm glad to see it.
I was gonna say we heard from Homer, we heard from Robert Frost. I'm feeling really good about the literary aspects of today's tournament.
Great literary aspect.
Excellent work on Evan's part for sure, and certainly more to come. That's what we call a tease. But before we get into NRG, I want to ask you a real quick question, Reptar. The guy basically showed us a masterclass in that third party in ratting. Talk to me about his greatness and how exactly he really brought that to the forefront. I just want you to break that down for me.
Yeah, I think Evan and Girl did it justice and actually perfectly by saying he played perfect. I mean, when we say ratting, a lot of people, maybe some, lower level newer viewers or lower level bronze or gold or silver players think, just hide. That's all you're doing is hiding. No, there is an art and a science to ratting. In fact, the way that Reptar just ratted that fight out, waited for the perfect moment to come, and the fact that there were two teams of three, Team Liquid I think was one of them, and Rogue was the other, and Complexity's Reptar ended up on top, that was perfect. So well played by Reptar. I know the Monsoon's probably coaching him on the back end as well. He's a brilliant player. He does not get enough respect or credit. In my opinion, he's the best Bloodhound in Apex Legends.
I love it, and we'll, of course, get to the entirety of NRG later. But I do want to stay real quick, since we're on this subject, we've got a great little moment here. Bring me through, John, to this pop-off from Reptar.
I'm so glad we get to see it. We didn't get to see it from his perspective live, and now we get to catch it. This is amazing. Look at this positioning from Reptar. A perfect rat spot. So here, let's give you a step-by-step breakdown process. Step 1, find your rat spot and post up. Okay? Step 2, watch and listen and understand what the situation is. Step 3, poke and prod in the same way that he is right there, recognizing that, hey, you could do damage. You could actually impact this fight without having to be in the fight as a rat if you're in a god spot or a good position. Step 4, well, wait and then finish. This is exactly what we saw from Reptar. Brilliant gameplay. Look at the amount of damage that he put off. That's one of the best plays I think we've seen in a long time. And then, of course, he had to close it off overall. Such a solid showing from Reptar right there. That was perfecto. French kiss or chef's kiss, as my man Gaskin would say.
Absolutely. Well, and that's one of the many reasons that complexity has certainly been on our radars and certainly to the fans as well. Hey, you know what? Let's talk NRG, though, because I think ultimately they did win here in Game 2. Talk me through what they did right. Perhaps talk me through what some of the teams did wrong to find ourselves here at the end of Game 2.
Yeah, if that Reptar highlight was a microcosm of what you're supposed to do as a rat and what you're supposed to do holding high ground and the importance of a God spot, from a team, that's from an individual perspective. From a team perspective, that's exactly what you want to do if you're holding a God spot. That's why it's so important to rotate early to identify what is the God spot. When we say God spot, what do we mean? We mean the highest spot on the map, typically of a kind of a God's eye or bird's eye view on the entire map, sitting on top of the Parthenon or the Acropolis, looking down on your peasants, as my man Rain Day said. And 2, you're the first person to get there. That's why early rotations are important. NRG just had the best position in the game. There was like a 2% chance they lost that game. It was very well done.
Excellent. Well, let's take a look at how the Game 2 results have brought out. Now, important to note, once again, we are match point. So, John, take me through match point. What are we looking for in terms of totals here? What are we looking for that's important?
Absolutely. So one important thing to know, this is Game 2 results. Oh, you're freaking out because of bottom 20, huh?
Sorry,
yeah,
12. There's 12. Oh, sorry.
You love to see double-digit. Hey, listen, there's nothing that gets Kate more excited than double-digit kills, which is rightfully so. Kate gets excited by 2 things in life: double-digit kills and good food. Those are the 2 things that gets Kate excited. But no, that action is deserved. 12 kills, well above the second-place team in kills behind them, which was SIZ with 8, and then, of course, Rogue with 6. That is a dominant performance from them. 21 points. Now, what's important to know here is this is the Game 2 results. We're going to take a look at our overall standings, and, of course, with match point, TSM started with 10, Complexity started with 9, Flashpoint started with 8, so I'm excited to see what the overall standings look like.
Exactly, and that magic math, that magic number is 50 points. Whoever gets there first and then wins the next round, that is going to be the champion of NA. And boy, we're already at 31 points for Complexity. Holy interrupt us, Batman. What does this tell us?
Yeah, 30 plus for Complexity. They started with 9. That tells us, well, they're one of the best teams in the game for the reason. When I say one of, I mean because TSM is the other best team in the game. They are in a league of their own, period. Complexity and TSM are in a God tier or an S tier above everyone else. Flashpoint's trying to prove, well, Fallout, we're right there as well. I would put Flashpoint in the A tier alongside NRG and Rogue. And Solifida, Aim Assist, Team Liquid starting to kind of go down to that B tier. The standings show exactly what we're used to seeing, which is the fact that our top teams in Apex are the top teams for a reason. Complexity on top. Right. One thing I love about the standings, Kate, is look how evenly distributed the points are. Complexity with 31 all the way down to SIZ with 20. This is anyone's game here. We might see another scenario where we have 4, 5, or 6 teams at match point.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you something, that's what we as fans certainly love to see, and I'm sure from the player's perspective, what does that translate to? You don't have that magic 6-game number that you have to achieve, the number of points. Is this do or die in is this a sprint every single one, or is this a marathon? Talk to me a little bit about the culture, that sort of player mentality behind that.
Oh, that's a great one. I like the analogy too. Sprint versus the marathon I think is spot on because there's 2 ways to play. If you are a little bit desperate, you start to play like it's more of a sprint. And I don't think anyone has to be desperate yet. I think it's still, we're playing for the long game. We're running the marathon. It's stamina. It's ensuring that we're getting at least a few points and chipping away. So in my eyes right now, they're playing for the marathon. And this continuing with the Greek references here, by the way. I'm very excited about this broadcast as a Greek man, I got to say. But no, the marathon continues, and for now, when the sprint is going to start, Kate, is going to be games 4, games 5, when some teams get towards or at match point. But right now, you have nothing to worry about if you're one of these squads. Make it to late game, play for placement. You don't got a W key. I think we're going to continue to see 10, 12, 14 teams in our late game circles.
Speaking of San, I want to talk real quick about team comps because, of course, you come into the finals like this, you have to know what you're doing. You have to have it all laid out. Any comps that you're seeing, any new comps that you're seeing, or any sort of surprises that you've got here in the first 2 games?
Yeah, no surprises, nothing too new. I can't wait till we start seeing Horizon play a little bit more. I think it's just going to take some time.
Ooh.
I know, I can't wait. I'm surprised we're not seeing Rampart. I have no idea why.
Yeah.
Now, just jokes aside, no
Joking.
Horizon.
Joking.
I think Horizon is competitively viable though. I'm excited to see more and more teams start to play as Horizon. So not a whole lot of new comps necessarily, but we are seeing more of the same. That Bloodhound meta continues to stay true with teams like, of course, Complexity, TSM, and others. I did like the fact that Flashpoint's still running our kind of tried and true and battle tested team comp of Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson, which is the perfect combination of positioning with Path, slaying with Wraith, and then, of course, positioning and defensive setup with Watson being able to use those fences to their advantage. So that is the team comp that we had literally 20 out of 20 teams in our lobby play at the Krakow preseason invitational last year, and we still see some teams representing that kind of old school traditional team comp.
Oh man, yeah, it's definitely a team comp we know well for sure here at the Apex Legends Global Series. Let's talk about highlights, more specifically what we just saw here in Game 2 and how we came out on top. John, weave me a story, would you?
Indeed I will, all right? Maybe it won't be as good as Robert Frost or, the Odyssey, but it'll be good enough because guess what? It's Apex Legends and there's storylines on storylines. Look, one thing I love about competitive Apex is this match point format means, and the gameplay, let's be honest, it's a combination of both. It means that we get these micro stories, right? In each game, yes, there's a story. As we saw SIZ slay out, that is a key story, as they were one of the best teams. Bottom 20 slayed out as well, so as you're seeing on screen. But then we have these macro stories, right? These stories that develop game over game. Complexity versus TSM for the top 1 spot, best team in the game. Teams like Flashpoint who don't necessarily get the credit they deserve. So we really start to see that play out in competitive Apex, and we saw that play out in this game. In the end, though, it was bottom 20 who fragged out, but it was NRG who ended up with the dub. Easy dubs for them because they did have high ground, girl. Or girl, I just called you girl. Kate, sorry.
Don't worry, John, I am a girl. It works out great. And to be honest with you, she is certainly someone I'd love to be compared to, and I can't because she is just the GOAT, and so I'm very excited about that. But hey, something else I'm excited about, John, and I specifically expect those in our chat to be excited, well, because there's a word that everybody loves in gaming. Do you know that word,
Free.
John?
Giveaway. Prizes.
I was going to say skins, and yes,
skins.
all of that is true because we've got one coming to you, especially if you are into that newest legend, Horizon, because she's got a brand new bag. Ooh. Thanks to the people over at Amazon Prime Gaming here.
Oh, yeah.
Go to gaming.amazon.com. Take a look
yeah.
at them apples. That's the business. Gaming.amazon.com/Apex Legends to claim this exclusive skin for Horizon. We call this inverse polarity. Before it's gone, keep an eye out for more rewards coming next year. A huge thank you to, of course, Prime Gaming for that for sure. My goodness.
I like it.
I'll tell you something. I love her. I love her look. I love what she can do. I love the red hair. But boy, does that slays right there. That was nice.
Indeed. Wait, because you have blonde hair, red hair is kind of close enough. Pale skin. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not calling you pale. I'm pasty as well.
Oh, no. I am. That's fair. I live in Southern California.
You
not
feel
sure
a little
how
bit like
happened,
Horizon.
but there
Are you Irish? Are you Irish at all?
I wish. No, sadly not.
Your last name's
So
Jaeger,
much.
so I don't know. You clearly like
Czech,
to drink.
Guys, and German. How we do. I love it. Hey, you know what? Something else I love is gameplay. We want to get right into it here for our game number 3. And to do that, we are going to toss it over to our casters. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo gave us earlier today.
All right, ladies and gents, it's time to get into the next game of the playoffs, and we're pretty much approaching the halfway point as far as what we predict will be that match point format being hit by one of these teams, Dan. Usually you're thinking 6 or so games, so the third game we're going to start to see the lay of the land a little bit more, but look at those leaderboards. I mean, it is looking tight. It is looking juicy. It's looking exactly how we want it to look.
Well, that's the thing, yeah, on average, we're probably going to see it go around Game 6, Game 7, but looking at how tight the leaderboard is, and the fact the top of the leaderboard at the moment is complexity without a victory, it is match point format. You do need to win a game. There is no reason why we can't see some of those teams that are a little bit lower in the leaderboard bide their time, get up to that match point threshold with everyone else when it is achieved, and then just snatch that victory away, as we saw in the summer playoffs as well. But we head into yet another game, of course, game number 3. You saw the map fly over, you saw where that dropship was heading. It was fairly even for most people. You can see Rice Krispies trying trying to move towards their location, get their loot. They've been kind of lit up a little bit though, but thankfully armor is going to be found. And bottom 20 on the other side, well, they are in the bottom 20. They have struggled a little bit, and I think the reason why, Mark, is we've seen Northern Circles yet again. Both have been Northern Circles in the first 2 games, as we saw a high percentage, 70% in fact, in the qualification process up to this tournament in broadcast 1 to 4. So it's whether we can see a circle that favours those teams who are in the southern side a little bit more.
We're going to have to see where that circle does pull. We got a cheeky glimpse of it, didn't quite catch where that beacon had lit up or where that circle will be. I'm sure we'll get to see that in just a few moments. But Rogue involved in that final fight in that last game as well. No surprise to see them dropping over the west side of Skyhook. Obviously very close to where that circle did end. We do see the beacon though, and you can see that guys are heavily involved as well. And Dan, the Geyser Circle is something we've seen a lot of so far in the Autumn Circuit as well.
Yeah, in the Autumn Circuit, Geyser is actually the most common finish in North America. Or if you look across both broadcasts, it is the most common finish in general. But we had 3 in total across all of the broadcasts on World's Edge. So it is likely we are going to see something around Geyser, but of course it can drift ever so slightly in different directions. When I'm looking at the teams that were actually able to pick up victories in Geyser, though, we saw Season pick up a victory in the 3rd broadcast. There's no reason why they couldn't do it again. We saw TSM and Complexity both find victories in Geyser finishes as well in the 4th ALGS Autumn Circuit broadcast. So keep an eye on those teams if it is going to head towards Geyser. Of course, TSM and Complexity both have a relatively simple rotation towards Geyser, so they need to get there quickly, get into those buildings, and then hope they can hold on to that last
circle. Flashpoint, the team that we saw win our first game of the day, they're making their way towards Geyser as well. Looks like they're going to be moving through the choke, and Complexity taking a little bit of a different route here. This is something I love about Complexity, right? They're always happy. If they realise they can't access or they don't have a quick rotation to where that circle is going to be, they will play edge and they will look for teams and they will look for fights and they will look for damage, which is exactly what Reptar is landing here. And Stompy's going to be landing a shot with a Mastiff himself, and you have to say Complexity do have the advantage here. They have the circle side of where this fight is going down. They also have better armor, I believe, than Farm Boys, who are inside of Refinery right here. And I always think if there's one place you don't want to go early game, it is going to be Refinery. Unless that circle is moving that way and multiple teams are going to be going there, Complexity are always thinking about making that rotation out of circle towards the edge to try and take an isolated 3v3.
Yeah, I think this is Complexity noticing a weakness in a potential team, either seeing them running towards Refinery here, potentially getting a couple of shots, noticing grey armor and saying, hey, there is free KP here. I also think it's them showing a little bit of respect to Flashpoint. They're dropping Overlook. It would have been a rotation kind of around or through Overlook if we were going to see Complexity move down towards Geyser. Of course, Fragment is going to be a consideration for them as well when they're coming from their epicenter drop. So I think they're respecting the teams that they were going to have to rotate through, saying that they could be kind of held off, gate kept a little bit. So instead, they've pushed out of the circle and they're going for KP and they're going to play edge.
Yeah, speaking of respect, it looks like Farm Boys are quite rightly showing Complexity some respect as well. However, Complexity not reciprocating with a strong chase and some big shots being landed with the triple take. No knocks though, and no players have fallen so far. One team who are going to be feeling pretty good are, of course, Flashpoint, who are inside of Geyser. They're inside of where that zone will be. And one team, of course, who has the Watson to work with as well. So an early rotation with this comp is classic competitive Apex Legends. It's something we haven't seen for quite a while. It's kind of fallen out of favour a little bit, but I always feel if you're the only team in a lobby playing a certain composition, it does give you an advantage in certain situations.
Well, I mean, this is perfect for Flashpoint, is it not? We saw what happened when they had a circle that was quite close to them in Game 1. They were able to pick up a victory with 7 kills. They find themselves on 28 points, so they're over halfway towards that match point threshold. And they are going to be able to wait comfortably in Geyser with that Watson, and it's going to be difficult for teams to beat them when it gets to that last circle. But it's just whether they can predict comfortably the exact position of that circle. So they need to give themselves a little bit of breathing room as Complexity, they're still searching for KP on the edge of this circle, Mark. They are thinking about those teams that are rotating in from the northern side and maybe even Skyhook, who are looking for a wide rotation to try and avoid as many teams as possible. Teams that are going to be looking for those wide rotations, teams that are going to be wanting to avoid those fights, are probably teams not comfortable in 3v3s at the moment. So Complexity just wanting to prey on some of that weaker side.
I love the fact that Complexity recognize how they want to play different circles as well. They don't have a quick rotation. Therefore, they're thinking we can catch teams on their rotation. We can hold teams out of moving in and having any kind of safe passage to the southern side of the map. And maybe recognizing early on that a win here is pretty difficult for Complexity. It's a lower percentage game for them to try and win. So putting points on the board, moving towards that match point threshold, of course, the most efficient way for them to do that, KP. And then think about a little bit later on those placement points. They've got the first knock, and now they're moving in.
Oh, they're moving in at the eBay, hitting, well, slightly weak, not as much as a Mastiff would, but I think it's enough damage just to keep them at bay. Shiny gets one, and it is RK Rice Krispies who are going to be on the other side of it. Shiny finishes off the remaining players, and Complexity will get that KP they were desperately searching for, Mark. I feel like they made that decision. They wanted the KP. They didn't get it originally at Refinery, so they kept hunting. They knew that they've taken that risk. They had to make it worth that risk. They had to keep pushing to pick up some KP. They're going to, of course, be able to heal up comfortably, get into this next circle. It's going to take them a little bit of time, and they are nowhere near anyone else on the map. You can see the lay of the land there all the way up in survey camp at the moment, so they'll comfortably be able to go back to their original drop spot of Epicenter and walk their way in towards Fragment East. But once they arrive at Fragment East, well, that's when the train might stop, because everyone else has pretty much found themselves in that next circle towards Geyser, and there is not much room for anyone else to squeeze in.
This is where it's always interesting to listen to team comms for me. If we have the opportunity to jump in with Complexity to listen to the in-game leadership of Monsoon, I think that he's really matured as an in-game leader as well. There's a lot that goes through his mind, and his execution on those decisions that are made with his team are followed immediately. They're such a good team at responding and committing to the decisions and the advice that's given by their IGL. You'll hear him, calculating what teams are taking damage, what teams are leaving space, what teams aren't even looking, what teams have two players looking. Any kind of information that Monsoon can put into his brain about how they can move into a safe position, he will do so. So he's going to be having to do exactly that when they move towards the circle. Zypher going to be taken down here by Sweet, though, and that's going to be one member of Solar Fide, who should be finished, but the bubble goes down now, and they might be able to get the res, and some nice shots coming in as well. We're going to hold Sweet as well. The Thermite's going to do some damage, but all of a sudden will look like an easy wipe coming in for Rogue. That's turned on his head.
Great defensive shots just to keep Rogue at bay there. They would have been desperate to jump on that, pick up some KP, but now they're under pressure from several other teams who have been able to spot them from across the map. Lou does get away, will be able to pop off the Phoenix. But realistically, Rogue, they had a chance to get kills there, but it was just good defensive shots to ensure they weren't able to push up on it.
So Rogue and able to fully heal here. They're going to be comfortable for a couple of circles as well. Or at least the next circle, I should say. 3 players have dropped so far in the lobby, and again, very methodical gameplay coming in here from North America. And all of the teams involved, as soon as there's a lot of money on the line, it's amazing how teams who might have got a little bit more aggressive before suddenly put the brakes on a little bit, play a little bit more conservatively. As Rogue now making the decision to get the portal down and maybe look for a different rotation. They want to move back through the choke, maybe play edge a little bit more themselves, try and hold out any teams who might be moving from the northern side of the map. The only problem is, of course, that most of the teams have already moved there. The only one who hadn't is, of course, Complexity.
Yeah, Rogue at the moment sitting in 6th position after the 2 games, finishing in 8th and 6th, and then picking up 5 and 6 kills respectively in those games. They're a team that could quite easily creep up on the leaders, and as a team, as I said at the start of the broadcast, who have found the most victories on World's Edge throughout this season, could be one of those teams to maybe snatch it away if they're playing in form. But NRG are winners of last game. They're up to 4th place, or joint 3rd place, should I say, with bottom 20. 26 points at the moment, so they're halfway there. But they are going to have to try and move towards Geyser a little bit later on.
And there was one team just to the west of Sorting Factory as well, where NRG are currently holding down, and they might have the opportunity to take that isolated fight, but it looks like they're going to concentrate on that rotation instead. Moving through these crates towards the compound, which is, of course, just to the south of Geyser. Complexity now making their move in through Fragment East. And you know what? I think it might be a good time, actually, to jump on board with Complexity. I talked about how Monsoon, Shiny, and Reptar are going to have to formulate their push and how they're going to weave their way inside of this circle. Let's jump into the comms now and see exactly how it's going to go down.
Dude, it looks like nobody's even in tunnel.
For zone anyway.
This is fucking great for us here.
This is. There's totally gonna be a team in the tunnel.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking around. We need to keep an eye on our.
I know. I'm waiting on next scanning now.
Yeah, I got it. I got you. I got Ghost.
Okay, nothing.
Yeah, if there's a team in tunnel, that's what we want, because then we just take an isolated.
It'll be just straight up isolated.
Well, except for the team on the hill that can slide down.
We'll be fast.
Okay. I just don't have shotgun, so I'm in Bolt for that.
I'm massive, fucking.
But I can pop Hound Ult for when we're inside and just shit on everyone.
Yep.
You want to come here for beacon, Shiny?
Yep, I'm coming right now. Sorry, I should have been a little faster.
No, you're chilling.
Alright, we should start looking to work that shit.
We're
Oh
hitting
wait,
beacon.
what?
We're hitting beacon first.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Oh, yeah, this pulse is south. Like
here.
We don't want tunnel.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
We want to work.
We have to work this hill now.
This hill.
This hill, sorry, wrong hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or sorting hill, either one. Dude, there's like a playable spot right there. It's just really hard to get to.
Oh yeah, that singular fucking box.
Yeah, like a little tiny compound of
We
them.
can maybe force this team down the hill,
Yeah,
bro.
we should look to walk up on him at least.
I broke Gibble or Gib Arm Shield.
Yeah. We just have a team on each.
143, 160 on one,
Molting.
30 on another.
Looking.
Got a molly in. They.
Sit 92 on one, 46 on the same one.
70,
They
100
bubbled.
on another.
They bumped.
Yep. Might get thirded. Careful. I'm moving up to this cart here. I'm moving up to this cart. You guys see me?
Yep. They're sliding
They're
down.
running. They're running. They're running. Take their
This
space.
is
I
what
got the
we
drone.
want,
I got
take
the
their
drone.
space.
Yep. Take space. Get these kills, boys. Get these kills. We need to get up on them. Look.
Pound
bottom
on the
left.
right, cracked, almost. Cracked
Yeah,
him.
Jibby. Jibby died.
Okay.
I'm good.
60
We're
on
good.
another. Look
Look
behind
at
us. Behind us.
Clear
We hold her back,
clear
we hold her back.
ASAP.
This spot is fucking Dub City.
We win.
We just need
We
to.
win
Yeah,
here.
yeah. We
Yeah,
literally
that's
fucking
exactly
win.
what we needed.
Behind,
Team coming
behind,
up, walking up, walking up.
14.
72 on Wraith.
Where's the third? I'm moving left
Wraith.
drop.
30
We
on
don't
me.
have to. We do not aggress on this
Watch
one.
the arc. Watch the arc.
Look at my.
We hold our space.
I need to come back. I need to come
Yeah,
back.
Q back, Q back. I cracked Wraith.
The third's really far back. Oh no, there's someone closer. I just got
Yeah,
thrown by
Getting
someone
charged.
We're
close.
getting shit on. We're getting
good
shit on
here.
from east.
We just can't let the same thing happen. I'm batting.
Nades coming. Nades coming. Move, move.
I'm jibbolting them.
Nades, nades, nades. We need.
I'm bubbing. I'm bubbing.
I'm dying. I have no audio.
I'm bubbing.
We need to fight them. We need to force bubble here, I think.
You can also, yeah.
I'm just getting fucking charge
I've got a
rifle.
pretty good spot right here, then flank. Never mind, I'm being shot from really far.
Shoot this Jib, 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 Jib.
I'm pushing
I'm
up on
pushing.
Jim.
I'm inside.
Dude, please help.
Dead. He's dead. Hound cracked. Hound.
Well, Complexity involved in a fight. The comms have been superb from them, but the question is, can they stay alive here? Shiny is the last player alive on the Gibraltar, and he will go down, so Complexity fall. And what a fight that was for them, Dan, because you heard in the comms, if we win this fight, if we hold this position, this is Dub City, boys. We can win this game.
Yeah, they thought it was Dub City. Well, maybe it's going to be Dub City for Solar Fide. They were the team that were able to push up behind, but unfortunately for Complexity, they were just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Everyone had vision on them. It was a big pull towards Geyser. There was a big chance it could have been a no-name pull exactly where they were scanning. We have seen circles finish there, but unfortunately it's gone back to the tried and tested Geyser that we've seen so much throughout this season. And those teams who had positioned themselves in the Geyser buildings will be in such a good spot. But of course, that big hill could be a pull up there. You're going to have the height advantage. You can drop down on those teams that have already resided in those buildings. So Solar Fide, excuse me, in a really good spot.
Liquid in a pretty good spot as well, having to work their way in though, inch by inch, step by step, to try and find themselves a little bit of safe ground. You see Nocturnal's kind of been separated from Albrelelli and Flanker here, and he's doing his best to stay alive, has to queue back, and that was the only pretty much safe position for Liquid to work with. So although they're inching their way forward, there's so many teams still alive and still with lines of sight, that they're finding it extremely difficult to find their way into a safe spot. TSM kind of in a similar position here. You can see that big pull away from where they currently are in this Vault Tunnel. They're going to have to work their way through a couple of teams themselves if they want to be safe for that next zone.
Yeah, a lot of the North American Geyser circles have been the eastern side of Geyser. It's only really the EMEA broadcast where we saw it pull west, but Imperial Hal has fallen. Thankfully, there is a portal, and he should be able to be picked up quickly. And I don't think the team is going to follow through the portal here. You don't really want to chase TSM into a fight. So Imperial Hal, who throughout the autumn season has the most kills, the most damage, third most assists, he has been the front runner. Can he stay alive? Liquid in a little bit of a scuffle. Flanker has gone down, but Albrelli is going to be able to
NRG are winners of game number 2. It's still alive here as well. Safe for that next circle. Frex moving on to the Watson as well. Interesting little composition change here coming in from NRG. And they're going to be safe for now. I'm interested to see the rotation from TSM, how that works out. But for now, there's a fight going down in the bubble. Oh, Abralele just snaps onto the player below. He's looking for blood as well. They get the finish. 14 squads still remaining. Nocturnal doing the damage to get that player down. Swaps coming in for Flanker as well. Liquid have found themselves a safe spot.
Yeah, Liquid in a nice spot. They win the 3v3. They get that player back up that was previously down. As we are going to go into round 5. And that circle's going to close. And that team that is just on the hill above, they're going to be in an alright spot. My worry is for those teams that have to push, like TSM. They're pushing through bombardments. They have
the bubble's going to go, though.
But how are they going to get forward? Oh, everything's going to happen because the crypto comes through. This is going to be really tough for
The difficulty
TSM.
here for TSM as well is they don't have a lot of armor to work with. You saw Snipe Down hasn't been able to charge that Evo, which means they're not going to be able to take a huge amount of damage. Reps is going to fall to the ring, and TSM are falling apart here. That pull towards the eastern side of Geyser has caused them all sorts of trouble. How managed to stay alive, though. And if there's one player on TSM, you want to stay alive, it's How. There's a whole team above him as well.
The trigger patience, excellent. Flashpoint, also can I say, they had a similar push into this circle with TSM, and they have done fantastically to keep themselves as a healthy 3. They stay alive below this building, they pop some shots across the map, but at the moment they can reset, they can think, they can watch carnage unfold in front of them. But it's Solar Fide who have this prime position above everyone else that Complexity was sure was going to be Dub City, as they quoted. But TSM down to just Imperial Hell. I wonder what
he's been eliminated. He has just been taken out, Dan. So TSM are gone. TSM are done with. That's Complexity and TSM out now. Solar Fide, the team who took out Complexity, of course, overlooking all of the carnage that's going on below them, but they will have to move towards that dome building at the western side of Geyser here. So NRG in a pretty good position. 8 squads now remaining. Nathan fully charged. A red Evo shield. He can pop a couple of cells as well. The question is, do they have the meds to get him back up to a full complement of HP?
Flashpoint's still okay. Liquid should be in a comfortable spot as well. They were somewhat central to the circle, so they'll be able to watch everyone else. You can see the team tracker there, Rogue down to just 1 player, but everyone else, we've got a full 3 in this last 8. So this is going to be pretty mental in the next 3 seconds as everyone tries to get in the teeny-weeny circle that is left here.
So the ring starts to move, and that means that the teams are going to have to get their skates on as well. How do they make this rotation? Where is the spot they want to hold down? Solar Fide trying to hold out any teams rotating in. As Albrelele absolutely beams one, absolutely lands a big shot as well onto the second, and Nocturnal tries to move in to finish off, but Albrelele is actually going to be able to finish off Claim there from Season. So kills coming in once again here for Team Liquid, who you have to say are in the safest spot on the map right now. The only issue is there's no doors left on this building, which means they are open to grenades, thermites, and bullets that could be flying through at them.
Yeah, just look how they're checking every single angle, every single doorway, ensure that no one's going to be pushing up on them, trying to scout out where any enemies may be. But even in this next circle, they're in the best spot. Of course, you could be above the building, but right now no one is. NRG, though, they have been able to pick up some KP. You can see already Nathan has 2 for himself, and I saw the rest of the team picking up kills in that last circle rotating in. So with 6 squads left remaining, NRG, our previous winners, and Liquid look like 2 teams who have a chance to win this game. But that crypto ult is going to be so detrimental to so many of these teams when we look to fight here.
Someone pops through the portal to say hello. Nathan's going to send him back and say goodbye. 6 squads now remaining. A few moments of calm here before everyone has to move. 35 seconds until that circle's going to close down.
6 squads left. Rogue still alive. Sweet has found himself behind a tiny little rock, and he is doing really well just to pick up that extra placement points for the team. If he can get to top 5, it'll be job done. If he gets to top 4, he'll be even happier. Liquid, they wait. Solar Fide are down to just 2. And teams are getting a little bit weaker as we get into this next circle, and the rotation is going to be absolutely key here. How much damage can Liquid do, and how much damage do Liquid want to do would be my question mark. Boom! Kraber right through the face.
Kraber to the dome is going to get the knock there. Retsy's going to go down as well. And all sorts of numbers flying up from on your screen, and they're at the hands of Rocker. Now they're going to make their move in onto Liquid as well. That opening for them means they are safe. They've taken the ultimate high ground here. They have the Gibraltar as well, so they will be able to rain down fire, and they will also be protected from any defensive bombardments here. NRG looking to make it back-to-back wins here as they're beaming everybody who's moving in on this position.
This was the spot I was worried about for Liquid. They don't want someone above them, but now Liquid gonna push up. Albrelelli is there, tries to get in the face, but they instantly back off. They notice the Watson fences, and they don't want to take this fight just yet. It's not a sensible fight to take. And Sweet is still alive, crawling through every crevice possible. He's probably gonna get top 3. No, he doesn't. He falls, finally gets spotted out, and we're down to our final 3. Sentinels are gonna be that third squad.
Sentinels are that third squad. NRG, though, as their backs were turned for a few seconds as the distraction came in from Sentinels. Liquid now made their move up and they're doing damage, but the bubble is absolutely huge from NRG just to buy them the time to hold off this push from Albrelelli and co. Liquid trying to make this move in. Nocturnal going to take damage. It's going to be a full reset between the teams. As now, Albrelelli looks to maybe land a few shots himself. There is a knock on the roof, though. It looks like NRG are down to a solo player. Frex is the last man alive.
Yeah, they used their bubble, the bombardment came out, and 2 of them have gone down, but Frex now trying to use the shields to stay alive, hoping that Sentinels can help him out, but it's Liquid who are in the fantastic position of a full, healthy 3. Frex is down to just a slight of HP, he goes down, and now it's just a couple of players, maybe even 1 player on Sentinels in a 3 versus 1. This is Liquid's game in the bag. They played it perfectly, they pushed at the right times, and here comes the final push as Liquid take game number 3.
Liquid stepping up here in our ALGS playoffs. They take game number 3, but NRG, that's the story for me as well, putting up big points in that game. And as I say, they were looking to go back-to-back. They were the winners of our game 2. So that just means the leaderboards are going to look even more tasty after this one, Dan. And we have to say, Complexity and TSM both falling relatively early without too many KP to their name as well, means that those names that are at the top of the leaderboard might be slipping down a little bit further.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for Complexity is they did go for KP in the early stages of the game, so we know they at least picked up a few, so it's not going to be too detrimental, and they were at the top of the leaderboards. For TSM, well, they were a little bit further down. They were in 5th position, so they'll be looking at that saying, okay, is this a missed opportunity because we rotated early, didn't pick up the KP? But you're completely right. NRG, their rotation, taking the top of that building there was perfect. I think Sentinels kind of messed them up a little bit. Sentinels got aggro, Liquid heard that, and then they came from the other side and they pinched them. Liquid, they just waited, they bided their time, they listened, everything was executed absolutely incredible from them, and they will rise up the leaderboards because of this.
They were my pick to be the dark horse to win this before the tournament got underway. Liquid with a big win in game 3. That's going to wrap it up, though. It's time to throw it back to Kate and John on the desk to break it all down.
Yeah, absolutely chomping at the bit. Based on what they just did, it was brilliant. First, I just want to say it's crazy to call Team Liquid a dark horse because they're such a top team. But no, Onset's right. They came from last chance qualifier. They did not qualify by ALGS points or by winning by getting top 2. So Onset's spot on, but they are such a great team. It's insane. So with that in mind, I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about what Team Liquid did there. As Kate's, I'm going to be going solo for a little bit while we get Kate back. I want to talk about how brilliant of a play that was. NRG was so perfectly set up. I'm actually going to get a solo shot while I do it. This is great. I feel so cool right now. NRG was perfectly positioned to win that game. They had high ground. They had a pylon in the hands of their Watson, which meant no defensive bombardment from Gibraltar's could have stopped them, as I think it was Gaskin or Onset so brilliantly called. They also had what we always call the God spot. They had the best position in the game, much like they did in the game that they won previously. However, Team Liquid waited for the perfect moment. I know for a fact that was Alberlelli's call because I know him as a leader. He's brilliant. I wish we had to listen in to hear how they called it and when they called it. But they waited for that perfect moment where all 3 members of NRG were focused on Sentinels. That's what we call aggro. The aggro is focused on the one team that was away from them towards the north side of the map. As a result, Team Liquid was able to jump behind them and flank, get a 1 knock. That was the pressure that was needed, and then all of a sudden, everything poured out from that. Let's take a look at that final moment here. This is where we saw it from Team Liquid. Brilliant decision as aggro is pulled, and then they all 1, 2, 3 get the 1 knock that they needed, and then jump right back down into the hole, and they just wait. They wait, and they wait perfectly patiently. They let Sentinels do the rest for them. All they needed to do was get that first knock, and that was the pressure that was needed for the floodgates to open. Sentinels flies in, and they just get to sit back, watch, and laugh as this late game ends. Brilliant play from Team Liquid. One of the best plays I think I've seen by a team in ALGS, honestly. One of the best single plays. They are in a not ideal situation to win this game. They somehow flip it around on its head, and they get the win. As you see, of course, things played out here. At that point, it was really just cleanup crew. They just knocked out one by one, like shooting fish in a barrel for Team Liquid. And it was this man we're watching right now, the Gibraltar himself, one of the best players in Apex Legends, one of the best players in history. It is Alberlelli. You got to throw him in the Hall of Fame. You got to call him the greatest, one of the greatest to have ever done in Apex Legends. And not just Apex, but he plays a variety of titles as well. I know he's great at games like CSGO and Valorant and the like. So big shout out to Alberlelli. I know that was his call. I wish we got the listen in there. I would have died to have that listen in. At some point, Alberlelli, if you're watching, someone tweet that clip to Alberlelli. I'd love to see his perspective on this. I'd love to get his perspective overall as we take a look at the Game 3 results and see exactly what's going to be shaken up as a result of that one. Of course, Team Liquid with a first place finish. They net themselves 12 points. However, Sentinels right behind them with 10 kills. 19-point game for Sentinels. 12-kill game. That's going to tie first place. It was bottom 40 that got 12, or bottom 20, sorry, that got 12 kills last game. They get 19 points as well. Team Liquid first place with 9 kills, 21 points overall. Also got to give a shout out to Solafide with 8 kills and 12 points. So again, it's our top teams on top. Liquid, Sentinels, NRG, Solafide's aim assist, and then of course HPS Flashpoint behind them. One team we don't see in the top 10, well, that is TSM. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see where TSM does fall in the overall standings, because not the best last 2 games, and not the best overall showing from TSM, as they have not yet to make it into the top 2, and as a result of that, look at that, TSM is in 8th place. So it goes to show, just because you have first place seed and 10 points coming into the game, just like we saw in EMEA last time and in North America last time, or actually the Americas, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the tournament. TSM has a lot of work to do. The work is certainly not cut out for them, as NRG is actually on top with 2 top 2 finishes. 45 points for NRG, 34 points for Flashpoint, 34 for Complexity, 33 for Team Liquid. We are split even. It is so incredibly tight right now in the standings, and that just means we're going to have ourselves a crazy, and I mean absolutely crazy finish. Wow. One team is 5 points away, and we have 2 teams that are 16, 3 teams that are 16 or 17 points away. That's just one pop-off game, as we've seen a few teams get anywhere between 17 to 25 points in one single game. If you're just watching for the first time, first off, welcome to every single one of y'all. I gave a shout-out to South Africa earlier, but I also got to shout out regions and countries like Turkey in the Middle East, and anyone from India in the Middle East as well. And, of course, we have our European players that are hanging out with us, whether you're from Italy, Spain, France, you name it. Thank you so much to the global Apex Legends scene for tuning into the Apex Legends Global Series. This is the North American Finals. We will have our EMEA Finals tomorrow, so set your calendars. Make sure to get ready for that one, because we know how tight the EMEA Finals are as well. I think it's a great time, absolutely, to be an Apex Legends fan with how much competition there is as we take a look at some great competition in the form of highlights. Let's take a look. And there you have it, your champions of that one. That was Team Liquid. Onset's dark horse to win the tournament, which again on paper sounds crazy with how great this roster is. Nocturnal Flanker and of course Albert Lely, one of the GOATs, one of the greatest to ever do it. If you had to punch a ticket for a few players to the Hall of Fame in Apex Legends, Albert Lely's at the top of that list. You can't deny it. Reps, Imperial Hal, well, they're right behind him as that TSM dynasty was so incredibly good. If you're just watching for the first time, let me just explain. TSM, well, they won back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back 5-time champions. The first 5 tournaments in Apex Legends. Albert Lely decides to take a little bit of a break from Apex Legends, comes back a few weeks later, joins Team Liquid, another great team that has won championships in the past, and of course, the rest is history. Well, history's still to be written, that's for sure. We, of course, have such great teams, such great stories. We also have great individuals and great talent in the Apex Legends scene. And one of those individuals is a very close friend, near and dear to my heart. I got to give a lot of love to Evan Rainday Rainier, one of the best casters I've ever had the pleasure, the honor of working with. Well, guess what? He also makes content for y'all every single day. Maybe you've caught some of his videos online where he ranks weapons. Maybe you've caught some of his reaction videos to some of our season updates. If you don't know him, you're living under a rock. Let's go ahead and take a look at a spotlight video of my man, Rainday.
My name is Rainday. You might know me from my YouTube channel or as an esports host for the competitive Play Apex. I've been involved in Apex since the very beginning, the day that it launched, and it's been one of the best years of my life. This one fated day, this new game called Apex Legends went and did this reveal trailer, so I said, let me react to this. And the second I saw it, I just knew, man.
Oh my God, yes.
And it felt like Apex was an answer to my prayers of a type of experience that I liked, which was almost sci-fi fantasy. It ticked every box. It was great movement, it's great gunplay, characters and the lore were something to get behind. It was the first battle royale I could honestly play and enjoy. I was A week later, somebody pulled out of the Poland event for Apex, and Joe called me and he said, listen, man, would you like to go to Poland next week and cast Apex for our first $500,000 tournament? And, you know, from the late nights in Poland to really bonding with everyone who was there at that live event, Apex is all about the community and the family and trying to be the best together. Never give up, never stop gaming. That's how I've ended every show I've ever done on a broadcast. That's how I end all my videos on YouTube. Thanks so much. Never give up, never stop gaming. See y'all next time. And to me, that's what it's about, that perseverance. You know, I consider myself very blessed to be able to work in this game because it's a game I love and it's also a community I love. So, I mean, there's really nothing that could be better as a caster. Yeah, if you guys want to see more of me, you can check me out at most of the Play Apex professional tournaments casting. But if you want to stay with me personally, I'll be doing content almost all the time at Rainday Gaming on YouTube. And you can follow me there. Make sure to subscribe and turn that bell on for notifications.
Wow, absolutely amazing video. One of the best community spotlights I think I've had a chance to see. One, because it's near and dear to my heart. It's a person that deserves all the love in the world. You know, what you sense, that genuine behavior from Rainday, I can confirm 100% is accurate. He is one of the most genuine human beings I know. One of the few individuals in casting that I immediately jumped right into great conversations with, deep conversations about life, and he's a great individual. Make sure to show him some love at Rainday Gaming on Twitter and beyond. Much love to Rainday. I remember he came in as a fill. He was a flex at the Apex tournament in Krakow, Poland, and I was like, this is a travesty because he's so talented. We could throw him wherever we want to. It's amazing that he's now a mainstay in the Apex Legends Global Series. Much love to Rainday, the man himself. Let's go ahead and jump to it, though. Enough of myself, enough of my voice, enough of Rainday, all right? We got Onset and Gaskin. Actually, no, I lied. We got Rainday coming next. Oh, more of Rainday, enough of me. Let's take a look, of course, before we jump and throw it back over to Evan Rainday and Girl. Let's go ahead and make sure that you gotta subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at PlayApex and use the hashtag ALGS. If you tweet out and get featured on stream, you watching right now can be 1,000 Apex coins richer, which you of course can then use to get some in-game skins and all of the like. I am so incredibly excited for this next game. We have 7 or 8 teams that can get to that 50-point threshold. We have 4 teams that are very, very close. NRG is on top. We, of course, have gameplay ready. Let's go ahead and throw it back to our co-casters. It's going to be Girl and Rainday. But first, let's take a look at this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Well, I know Fallout said he was going to get rid of me. We had enough, but unfortunately, I'm casting again. So, the community spotlight timing, it might have been off a little bit. But no, for real, before we get into it, we're getting into Game 4. I mean, it's all about this tournament, but just to quickly mention what an amazing team and family here to put something like that together. It makes me emotional to see that. And also, just it's kind of crazy to look at the journey, girl. Just looking back, like over the year of since this game started and kind of what it's done and changed my life in many ways. So I'm blessed to be here, and I'm blessed to have a guy like Fallout who I consider a very dear friend as well, throwing to me, and great job flexing on the desk as well for that, buddy. Girl, it's enough about me, though. It's Game 4, and we've seen some crazy things, especially that last inning with Liquid, a team you've been looking at starting to perform the way you expect. How did you feel watching that, and what are you expecting here in game number 4?
I felt pretty great about that. They made all of the right plays. They had the best building to play in, but they didn't just sit there and do nothing. They were proactive. They were killing the teams underneath them. They were killing the team above them. They were very proactive, but they still played it safe. They never overstepped, and that's exactly what got them the win.
And as you guys will be able to see on your screen, or might have already seen, the map schedule here, we're going World's Edge, and that's where we're playing this bad boy. I know it's Season 7, and when you load in, you're going to see Olympus, and you're going to have an option to play Kings Canyon. But for this tournament here, to end the year, for the playoffs, before we kick it into 2021, some holiday time, prior to that, we're going to be playing on World's Edge, which means you got to master the Season 3 map, which has, I think, to me, signified the start of Apex into just that next elevation of game where we really got to see more of the characters and their backstories come to life. But it also comes with it a lot of different play styles, girl. And, Kings Canyon being a smaller map, World's Edge, a lot more opportunities for longer range weapons and different engagements to take place.
Absolutely, and there are things that some of the pro players still don't expect, even though we're so many seasons into World's Edge and they've experienced so many different situations. There are still into World's Edge and they've experienced so many different situations. There are still situations that are new to them, and then they're still learning throughout this tournament.
And that is the intention here. Everyone needs to be learning, and everyone needs to be performing. Looking back at it as well, girl, we're now here with NRG, who have won one game, came in third, I believe, in the last game we played, leading the point total. That means they're at 45, which means that they are 5 points away. All they have to do is basically not die for most of this game, and they will be on match point next time. Flashpoint, Complexity, Liquid, they're 34 and 33 respectively in terms of the two, and then the third one I mentioned, they have to do a little more. They've got to get some successive good performances, girl, and that starts with doing what they did last time, because Liquid as well turned it on. They had the right building. What was so right about the way Liquid played that, especially Geyser in the final circle, but in general how they approached that game that was different from maybe game 1 in your eyes?
Yeah, I agree. Like, they definitely need to get those, 2 or 3 kills, top 10 placement. And they got the good armors for it. They don't have the easiest rotation right now. But throughout the game, we've seen them rotate across the map and make a path for themselves.
And so I think, that's really going to be the key. And if you're watching, earlier when you were catching some of the things Girl and I were breaking down, as she has so much expertise in playing at a high level in this game, but also just, me bringing some of the bigger topics and themes that are going to be coming through to this game as we see Flashpoint, the team that was successful in Game 1, who got off to a great start of it. It is about all the little things being done right, the rotations, the approaches to certain fights, the backing off. I love last game, girl. I was just sitting in my chair laughing and basically crying, and also I think really waiting at the edge of my seat listening to Complexity in their comms when they tried to push that team off the hill, because there were so many great dynamics in terms of their decision-making there that really was balancing on a knife's edge, trying to make what they wanted to get done happen, as we see them in a much safer situation over there by Epicenter. And it was passed along to Liquid. But girl, those comms, I mean, that's happening all the time with all these pro teams.
Yeah, no, you're right. Their comms were on point, but I think the crucial mistake that they've done in that situation was play it safe. So they decided to hold the spot that they were in, and that spot that they were in wasn't safe because they were getting shot from other teams from across the map. So once they did that 100, 200 damage on the opposing team, they should have left their spot. They should have pushed forward and eliminated them, because no team from behind them is going to walk up that hill.
Right.
Unless you know they're crazy, because
Right.
every other team is going to have a line of sight on that hill. But here we are with Complexity again. Monsoon, Shiny, and Reptar always looking for those early game kill points.
Well, they really only need 5, remember. So even if this game ends with them getting 5, they can't win. They can get 20 and not win, even though they go over the threshold. You have to win after you've gotten the threshold. So for them, if they could secure 5 right away, this game is almost moot as far as their goals of winning the Ultimate Championship, and we know that they've been trying to do that for so long. Maybe that's why Reptar looks a little slicker on the slides this time around. The EVA 8 still locked and loaded, but down goes Shiny. Monsoon in to help. Kenny save the day. 42 red, and there's 20. No shield. This should be decent cleanup, or wait, maybe not. Reptar in a precarious spot, but he's got 2 shields to play on. Gibraltar must be low as well. Reptar sliding, and he gets the kill! And that's 6 damage, but it's 6. Oh, it's 6 that he needed, and that is Complexity with 3 kills now, staying alive and only 2 away from match point.
Actually,
oh, excuse me.
That's energy.
Yeah.
That's energy that needs 5 points.
My
Complexity
mistake.
still needs about 16 points, but Reptar did amazing there. The decision making to pull off that battery in the split second, knowing he was 40 HP, was incredible. And here we are with TSM, it looks like, in Sorting Factory.
Absolutely great call out, girl. You know, we're casters, we're pairs who work together, but we also keep each other accountable. And I'm looking at these points, watching Complexity, and I switched it around with NRG. But Complexity now definitely still looking much better here in terms of their ability to get to match point. You know they'd love to do it, and if they can, it gives them potentially, and us as viewers, an opportunity to maybe see 2 teams, maybe 3, at match point next game with a chance to clinch this, win the playoffs here to round out the year in Apex. But still a lot more to be done, and a lot of teams standing in the way, not the least of which Flashpoint, who find themselves down 1, down 2, and that's down 3. Flashpoint, they're out, and that is terrible news for them, because being the second place team right now with 34 points, they're going to have to wait a whole nother game just to try to get enough points to be on match point. And then after that, they're going to have to win again. So it has really set them up for a much longer journey than I'm sure they would have hoped for there. Disappointing if you're a Flashpoint fan.
Yeah, it is definitely disappointing, but they have to keep their mentals strong. The game isn't going to be over after this one, and they just have to win the next one. If they win the next one and NRG is on match point, well, they can't win because of this point system. So they're just going to have to reset their mentals and get a good game in next game. Unfortunately for them, they had triple white armor. They got pushed. It's a real tough one.
And that is really sometimes the luck of the draw. In the earlier fights, some of these rotations, you can see that this game is setting up for a little bit of mayhem. 18 squads left. I remember in games 2 and games 1, we had 20 squads alive, nearing maybe round 3. And so it's not quite round 1 finished up yet with 1:20. We still got a lot going on. Complexity, 3 kills to the name. We know they survived that narrow one. And sometimes a little bit of adversity at the start warms you up, girl. You know, it gets you ready for those tough engagements at the end, and especially if you come in cold to a final circle, you haven't fought anybody, but you've been hiding in the bin, or you've been hiding under the truck, or you've been in the box, or wherever you are, and you haven't fought, you know, going up against a team like Complexity, who did survive that narrow encounter, it could be a disadvantage.
There's something about Complexity that strikes me. I think I've seen each and every one of their players have a clutch moment, and that's something to be proud of. I would, if you're so proud of your teammates and you have confidence in them clutching up, that gives you the confidence you really need to push those 3v3 fights, because you have absolute confidence that your other two teammates are going to do the damage and finish up and clean the fights.
That's a great point. I mean, it's like when you're playing with, one superstar, you feel like, yeah, if they perform well, we're off to a good spot. If they don't perform well, he's, our best player, and if he's not doing well, but the complexity is so balanced, really that triad of skill and, of course, trust, given the fact that their individual abilities don't outweigh each other. They really just more synergize, and I think as a result of that, alleviate pressure from anyone having to have the best game all the time. They all pull up and have opportunities to be the hero in the moment. Sentinels as well, looking to get aggressive. Mastiff's out ready to play. 98, that'll do the job. Hits 13, a little less, but it still gets the job done, and Sentinels will push back. Crust just on Red Evo already, which is very far ahead of most of the lobby at this point. 17 squads still remaining. His teammates working on purples, but the engagement isn't over.
It's Rusty trying to get some angles in here. He knows his teammates aren't full health, so he's going to be proactive, looking to get damage, looking to defend his teammates while they heal. And that's one thing that a lot of these pro players do, is they always have one teammate being proactive, being out there, being aggressive, so that they can make space for their teammates. Because if you take too much damage and you allow one team to dominate you, you're easily going to get punished and you're going to die. So what Retzi did there was a pro play.
It's a great point, girl. When you set the tone, you have so many more opportunities than if you sit back and you allow the tone to be set for you. And that is what I think we're seeing across the board today with the abilities from some of these high-level teams. We're focusing on NRG again. Why? Because they're 5 points away. I confused them with complexity earlier, but that won't happen again. And I think Nathan knows, well, I don't want to be confused about whether that defensive bombardment is something I want to stand in. He says absolutely not. In fact, Freck says, let me get in on that decision, and throws up an interception pylon, which will block anything coming from the sky, all ordinances like grenades, arc stars, and thermites, and even block some bullets if you stand behind it, although it cannot last forever. So the goal here is to be a little bit of a chess player while the others are playing checkers in order to set that up for future use. But it's Rice Krispies who decide they don't really need to get into that engagement, and they back off.
Energy is in a great spot. They're going to catch people rotating into the zone. They've got the watts and fences to cover the area that they're in, and they have great armors. Double blue and a purple isn't so bad. They're going to farm them up to purple as they see teams coming on in, and they have enough ammo to do so, to get those Evo shields up. Nathan with 256 spare heavy ammo, so he's going to be able to poke and prod throughout the game, and do what Wraith needs to do and get those entry damage and entry downs.
And that's a great mention of roles, because we don't often talk about it. And in Apex, as a viewer, maybe a player, maybe you played Season 7, maybe you just watch competitive and haven't jumped on in a while, which I highly suggest. Each character has obviously different abilities, but more importantly, the way in competitive play it shapes out is that they have different roles, and they have different kind of, I guess, styles where you have to have them deliver on the expectations of the style. For instance, the Gibraltar being that brawler to allow not only some of these long-range engagements, but also some of these close-range massive fights, especially utilizing his defensive mechanics with the dome shield in those late-game, in-game engagements, which we've been seeing so many of lately. But the Wraith being that entry fragger, and that is, I think, one of the most signifying moments of why you see a lot of great Wraith players, a lot of famous Wraith streamers. You get in there. You start things off. You can get out, unlike some of these other legends. And it's what makes sometimes Reptar, Shiny, and Monsoon's combination of teams so interesting, because you have the Bloodhound who almost fills that potential entry fragger role, but not quite as safe. So he plays more of this support information gathering role, and they just blend so well, still using really two aggressive characters.
Yeah, and for NRG here, they are on the edge of zone. It doesn't seem like there are too many teams around them, and launch site is not the easiest place to rotate into. So this might actually be looking a little rough for NRG. But for complexity here, they're looking like they're in a great spot.
In the middle of sorting factory and launch site, the circle seems to be pulling. So a lot of teams gonna have to move very soon. Right now though, Inhume just moving with the rhythm. Dancing in and out, and he finds the beat, and that's also a couple of kills in the pocket for SIZ. Stay Naughty and Zach Mazer just holding down the angles while they loot up and snipe down TSM. Well, he brings out the Blood Thunder, the axe, the heirloom, the one I don't have, girl, which is, it makes me sad every time I see it. But really a great addition to this team and this roster is Albarelli, who now you find on Liquid. Really stepped down, and really they found different rhythms with different squads, and this has seemed to work for both teams. TSM here, though, really trying to claim that ultimate vindication of the change and say, let's go. This is our first real big playoff win since having those playoffs back what was a year ago.
Complexity here have pinged where they want to be. They know where the zone is going, so they have a little bit of an advantage over a lot of the other teams that don't necessarily have a recon legend or haven't been able to scan. And now they're in a skirmish. They see a team here, they see the spot that they want to take, and they're going to be aggressive and try to push that other team out. Reptar taking in about 75 damage there, so he's going to have to heal up with the battery.
Doesn't want to go push it. He gets the scan, and then he backs off. Bloodhound ult. Not in action, and so he's going to get that scan a little bit quicker, but he's got to put another battery as well, burning the economy of what Complexity have already gathered throughout the game, and that is TSM who they're fighting. I thought it was, and it was Snipe Down who was doing such quick damage to add a point to the story that was already being told, an inflection, so to speak, to the tale. And of course, like all good stories, it's going to have a middle point, and you're not going to get the final answer of how it ends for a little bit later. And we're going to transition into another part of it, which is NRG, who is leading the lobby, girl. And what's just been so special about how they've played today?
They've just played consistently throughout the game. They've got their win, they got their third place finish, but they've managed to also get a lot of kills. They've had a vision this whole game, and they've tried to follow through with that vision or the path that they were taking throughout the game, and they were able to annihilate teams on the way to that win.
And NRG have had a vision for a long time as well with this team competitively. It reminds me of CLG, who, a year ago they had Nicewig, Madness, and No Cocoa Puffs on a squad together. And, a year ago you look at NRG and you look at this team of Asu and Dizzy and you say, okay, well, great streamers, great content creators, individual players, outstanding. But what can they do as a squad together? And it just didn't fit. And they've been almost trying to find the right pieces to complete the puzzle for a long time. And I think it started to kick up in summer. I think it's really started to form here in autumn. And I think in the playoffs, if you just find that win, if they're able to keep doing what they're doing and get past that 50-point threshold, win that game to claim the playoff victory, it would just mean so much, I think, to the entire NRG staff and organization, but to these guys who have stuck it out this entire time, willing to problem solve and not just give up and have that ultimate reward.
Absolutely. The NRG staff have always been picking up great content creators or pro players and very, very skilled individuals. Even Lulu, one of the best female players in Apex Legends, as a content creator, and I'm sure she would be able to compete if she wanted to, of course, but I don't believe that's in her path. But they've been picking up a lot of great and passionate Apex players, and it's really nice to see organizations pick up these gamers that are so passionate and so inspirational and moving to the gaming community.
Yeah. Shout out to Lulu, and your name Lulu as well. So it's so interesting. Lulu, shout out to Lulu. We got Lulu Tulu, and we're excited to have both of you. Both have been a part of the casting team, and girl, you've been a part of pretty much every cast over the last several months. It feels like the entire year. It's just been such a pleasure. But, really, the Lulu earlier as well, part of a cast in January. So everyone kind of finding their way, all the Lulus finding their way into competitive Apex Legends one way or another. And if you ever want to know how to get into the scene, really just change your name to Lulu. No, I'm kidding. That won't make you as good as these girls are. Trust me, they teach me something every time I watch their streams. But back to the action here. We see 14 squads left in bottom 20. A team I had a little bit more, I think, expectations for. Still performing decently, staying in the mix with 27 points, but not quite there, pushing past the threshold, becoming a team that we're looking at as kind of our leaders here in the lobby.
They definitely are. Stunning not looking too good. He did get knocked here, but they are getting the safe res. Doesn't seem like anyone's pushing them. Oh, no. What? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Saucer coming in with the massive shots, absolutely destroying them.
I mean, wow. Talk about abrupt stop. I mean, you don't really have to look at the grammatical term for it. You just saw the visual representation right there. And more so, we now have seen Liquid have a physical representation of movement. And I'm curious how they're going to get out of this. They've lost flanker. Let's listen to Nocturnal and Albrelelli, see how they can survive.
I can't move yet. No shot! I got stuck on this fucking tiny lip.
All you, Brandon.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
You scared him. This is just a placement.
Right now, I'm trying to crawl to you.
I don't think there's a world I get you. Oh.
I'm dead.
I think you just stay here.
Couldn't do anything.
Well, I think if we needed an abrupt stop to anything, to bring back the earlier point, we saw it right there. Rakanishu puts a period to Liquid Nocturnal and the rest of their dreams for this game at least. He called it a placement. It certainly was. 33 points starting the lobby. Won't be enough, girl, to finish off on match point threshold. So they will have to wait another game to see if they can cross that 50 points. But NRG, they're looking real good right now. 7 squads remaining. They might just, with placement, be able to cross, be the first team in the tournament to get past that 50-point threshold and have a chance to win.
It's looking real good for NRG, and it's actually looking real good for any Jibby team. Because of this zone is so open, bubbles and defensive bombardments are going to be the play here.
NRG looks like they went down. Frex falls, and so does Rocker, and so does Nathan. That's it. NRG are out, and guess who did it? It's Complexity. But now, Matt Pickett taking down TSM. Complexity still involved, taking down Zeratricky. 3 squads left. They're dropping like flies. It is a death zone. And Rogue, they try to stay out of it. They're in quarantine up top on the grass, but I'm sorry, buddy. Nobody's enforcing this one. I think somebody's coming through and going to get a little closer than 6 feet in just a moment, but Complexity, nothing complex about it right now. They're in the little hut, that truck, staying safe for the time being. Rockstar, the team with Crummy, Matt Pickett, and Rakanishu facing on their southern side. So 3 teams here, girl, and a huge engagement that could put Rogue or Complexity past match point coming up.
You said it exactly right. Rogue or Complexity. If either or of the teams win this game, pick up the 12 placement points, and get some kill points, we already know Complexity has picked up kill points. So they might be contesting NRG for match point next game. This is huge.
Rogue has 9 kill points. 9. So if they win, plus the 12, that's a guaranteed 21. That would put them 1 point away in my book so far, and if they win, they're going to get some more kills. So this is looking real good.
It's looking real good for Rogue. They have the high ground, and they are in the zone. So as long as they don't get contested here, they should have the advantage and the overlook on both of the teams. But if Complexity pushes Rogue here, then it's not looking good. But it looks like they're going for the other team.
They are, and there's no reason not to, because this is the only team you can do safely without pushing uphill to people who have hemlocks and a clear sight. onto where you are. Defensive bombardment now right after the dome shield. You gotta hate it, but you gotta love it if you're Rogue. Complexity going down. Reptar falls. It will be Rogue pushing in after the chaos to clean up. And with Mastis in hand, no dream but a plan. Rogue will be your champion in Game 4. And most likely, almost assuredly, they will move into match point. And if they win again, be crowned champions of North America.
That was a really big game from Rogue there. They had the high ground, they had the kill points, they played it big like they have been this whole season long, and they've proven themselves to be one of the best teams in NA here in the playoffs.
Girl, I mean, this is exciting because, I mean, I look at the way Rogue are playing, and I see this team could take it all. And I look at the way NRG are playing, and I literally think this team could take it all. And then I look at Liquid at times, and I say, well, the way that they just performed, they could take it all. And I feel like we have more than enough here, more than I'm usually seeing in North America. Maybe in Europe there's a little bit more, I think, consistency amongst a variety of teams who have a chance to really steal this. But North America is shaping up today, in my eyes, I don't know about yours, to be anybody's ball game pretty soon.
Absolutely. No, I agree. I can feel the fire in these teams, in these top 5, top 10 teams. You can really feel the passion and the hard work that they've put in throughout the autumn circuit into these playoffs. And I'm super excited to see next game.
Well, I don't know if I can feel the fire. I can feel the heat, though, because the lights in my face and my jacket right now in my house is hot. My dad turned off the air conditioning, and I'm going to have a talk with him in a minute. But, you know, before we catch all that on camera, let's send it back to the desk with Kate and Fallout, I believe, to break it down and get us ready for Game 5.
Well, thank you, Evan, and thank you, girl. And hey, Evan, thank you so much for keeping us up to speed on the thermostat in your home. It's definitely something that is going to be a storyline throughout our entire ALGS Autumn Circuit NA Finals. Speaking of storylines, Holy Interruptus Batman. This is a new leader, a new winner, a new person, a new team on top of our Game 4. I mean, first reactions, Fallout.
Complexity, baby. Complexity all day in terms of their ability to slay. I think they will be within the 50-point threshold. I think that NRG got enough. They got 2 kills on top of their top 8 finish. I think that will be enough to get them there as well. I can't wait to see the standings here. That's my reaction. What a storyline it has been, and I cannot believe that Evan is wearing that jacket in that temperature.
Well, you know what? That is something that is certainly going to continue on throughout our entire coverage. So if you want to keep it here the entire time, well,
he looks like a Power Ranger, by the way. You see my tweet?
He is a Power Ranger.
He looks like the Black Power Ranger. Girl's the Blue Power Ranger. It's a good jacket. I see why he's wearing it because it's a nice jacket. I just tweeted that out a little bit ago. It's a nice jacket. I gotta admit. I wish I had that jacket.
There it is from Fallout, spitting that hot fire. Speaking of hot fire, let's talk about the Game 4 results. Let's see what happened. Let's bring out the magic math, as I like to say, and see where we are. Are we going to see some match point eligible teams? Only time will tell, but not that much time. Here we go. You know we love to see it. Rogue coming at you with not just double-digit numbers, Fallout.
That's insane.
Those are insane numbers.
You're spot on, Kate. We said 12 was the record, and Rogue blows it out with 14 kills. That's the most amount of kills we've seen in a single game here. That means with 26 points, that might be enough. I can't remember what Rogue was at in the standings. I wonder if that's enough for Rogue. I don't think that'll be enough for Complexity, though, so I actually was mistaken. Then, of course, Team Rockstar. That's another one that needed a big game to work their way up in the leaderboards. Team Rockstar with a huge game.
Well, let's take a look at what that means for our overall. See which if any of our teams are match point eligible. Of course, that means they've made it to 50, which means if they win a game after they've made that match point, they are our winners. We'll find out who they are. Dibbity boop boop. We got 2 on the board, Fallout.
Bibbity boop boop.
2 on the board.
Bibbity boop boop indeed. That's the sound effect.
There we
That's
go.
the sound effect I want from you every time a team gets to match point eligible. Can you promise that?
I got
Good.
you.
Just fantastic.
Done.
That's insane. Rogue with 54, a 26-point game. Well, yeah, that'll do it for them. What a performance from Rogue. This team is so skilled. There was a lot. Listen, amongst the talent and pro player community, there was a bit of criticism going against Rogue coming into this tournament. You know, they kind of trolled online tournament number 4, at least it felt like it, in their performance. They got 20th or 19th or 18th place. They hadn't been scrimming, supposedly. I don't know if this is confirmed. They hadn't been scrimming as much. Well, if you had any doubt for these 3 players, Sweet dropped in Lou. That is certainly certainly done for. 54 points. NRG sneaks in as well. 2 teams are match point eligible.
Absolutely, and not to be outdone, let's talk about, as you mentioned earlier, complexity, but 3 points away. So listen, actually, this is a great question for you there, Fallout, because I think this is where the rubber has met the road. We so often see one team making match points and then the others follow. We've got two teams. What does that mean in terms of, are these teams that others have in their crosshairs, get them down, get them down, get them down, so we have our chance of potential match point and then the final win? Tell me about the culture behind this kind of a league.
I love it. Yeah, no, you're spot on. That's why I love this match point format, because now that those 2 teams are within the top 2, absolutely. And you say that, Kate, because you remember our summer circuit finals where we saw that any team that is at match point becomes a target, because if that team wins the game, the tournament is over. If that team does not win the game, we could literally get to all 20 teams at match point and then have a winner. Obviously, I don't think it'll get there. Almost every tournament ended in 7 games. Europe ended in 5 or 6, I think, with Nasky, Strafey, and Dell, another Hall of Fame team in my eyes, dominating that one. So those teams in the top 2, NRG and Rogue, will have a target on their back. Absolutely, Kate.
100%. Okay, let's take a look at the final moment, how Rogue really showed us how Apex was meant to be played. And John, walk me through this final moment here.
Yeah, indeed. It was crazy. Complexity in a situation where you thought they were in a spot to potentially win it. But again, God spot, the importance of it. We talk about it often. This positioning was just too good. Positioning on fleek for this Rogue squad, and it certainly showed as you saw them just wait and watch and listen and learn as they had to just keep an eye on the opponents below them. Like the analogy earlier, they were the aristocrats on top of the Parthenon as they were just looking down at all of Athens and watching. This actually looks like Athens IRL, I'm not going to lie. As they were watching everyone get taken out, and then they just kind of swept right in, clean up crew, clean up on Owl 5, price check on Prune Juice Bob, Rogue is your champion.
They are. Oh God!
If you know that movie reference, I'll love you forever, Kate. It's a '90s movie, but
I'll be honest with you, I don't. But I was about to make a poop joke, so I'm gonna go ahead and downshift into gameplay talk instead. I want to say also, is it surprising to you at all? We've had Flashpoint, NRG, Team Liquid, and now Rogue. Is it surprising to you that we've got 4 teams having been at the top of that final circle? 4 different teams, and not, as we've so seen in other finals, that one team. The Nasky Strafendell's a great example. They came out swinging, and they had multiple wins.
Yeah, I think what surprises me the most, Kate, are the 2 teams that are at match point. I made a statement earlier. It was a bit of a bold statement, all right? I'm the Skip Bayless of Apex Legends here. I got to make some bold statements, but
sure.
I thought it'd be TSM and Complexity. I think we all agreed, the entire talent team. I was talking to Onset, Gaskin quite a bit before this tournament, and Rain Day and Girl I think would have agreed. TSM and Complexity are kind of in an S tier on their own. That was kind of the title fight, if you will, between these 2 teams. That TSM plays top 4 at every single tournament leading up into this one. Online tournaments 1 through 4. Complexity won the last one. Complexity got top 3, top 4, and quite a few of them as well. But it's Rogue and NRG, and it goes to show Rogue started the autumn circuit hot with a first place finish and a second place finish. It looks like they're now in a position to end hot as well.
They are indeed, and they are definitely on a hot moment right now. Let's talk about what you've been saying, not just what we've been saying. That means it's time for tweets. And I know I was going to say, John, you've been real bit active on the socials the last few hours. So excited to see all of the excitement, all of the hype, everybody rooting on everybody else. So let's take a look at what we've got here. What we got? This is so cute. They got married, now expecting, addicted to Apex. See, you know what? The couple that watches Apex together stays together.
Hey, I know that guy.
That's how we do.
I do. He's the front desk manager at the hotel I'm staying at. I swear to God. I know he's a big fan of Apex. I didn't know he was tweeting. That's awesome. Big shout out to Joseph and his I think it's Jalen, I can't remember. I might be getting them. Jamin. I can't remember. I might be getting her name wrong, but that's awesome. I love it. He is a big fan of Apex Legends. I know she's been grinding and playing as well. He's done so much to take care of me while I'm staying at a Marriott here for the last 2 months as my house is being built. So big shout out to Joseph. That's amazing. Congratulations, man. On the wedding, on the baby on the way, and of course for the 1,000 Apex coins.
There it is, exactly. And hey, they're going for TSM, but hey, no worries here. Ooh, look at the setup. Look at it, finally not working to watch ALGS play Apex. Here we go, commentary from home. Let's go, Complexity. Okay, There you go. You got a Complexity fan, you got a TSM fan, we got people watching all over the world. They're doing the thing, and they have small dogs to boot. Is that a Corgi that I see?
Yeah, I think it's a Corgi.
I think.
Yeah, are you Corgi fan, Kate?
First of all, if you're not a Corgi fan, I am
not a Corgi
concerned
fan.
with your soul.
I'm not a Corgi fan.
Oh,
I'm more of a big
John.
dog type of guy. I like medium-sized dogs. Give me like a Samoyed, a golden retriever, and not like the gargantuan dogs, but I'm more of like a middle dog type of guy.
I was about to make a terrible segue. Hey, dog! Who let the dogs out? These two! Just kidding. 4th game, match point. 7 total games.
Onset.
Mark my words. There it is. Onset, Gaskin. Bringing it in for the real thing. What kind of a PC do they have here?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Fine-looking PC, I'll tell you
It's a
what.
pretty one. I gotta say,
Nice.
custom built,
Sounds
do it
great.
yourself. Shot to Jay.
Look at
That's
that.
awesome.
Oh, here we go. We got some more. Slightly busy with Limit RWF production. My goodness, putting the event on, but that doesn't stop us here. What the
I love
French?
it.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
This is master control,
Right?
man. Holy
And
gosh.
at the top left there, they
Well
got
done.
the
Thank you
Apex
so much for
broadcast.
watching.
That's sweet.
They do. You know what? My boyfriend's over helping to direct some NFL stuff, and I'm kind of wondering why it is he doesn't have us up there. Okay, calling you out, babe. Calling you out. But look at this. We got some absolute great fans here. Oh my gosh. And we've got some people look. I mean, really, we've got Rogue, we got TSM, we've got, who was the other fan? I completely forgot just now. But anyway, we got fans from all over the world, certainly fans of all of our teams. And again, our teams have grind their way through the season, the series, to make it here to do what they do best, which is showcase incredible gameplay. And that means that it's time for me to tell you that if you want to continue to showcase gameplay, if you want to continue to watch everything you see here, twitch.tv/playapex. Of course, we're on the YouTubes, youtube.com/playapexcompete. And as these people did, as you just saw, they go ahead and follow us at PlayApex and use that hashtag ALGS if you see yourself on this very place, on these very screens. Well, 1,000 Apex coins
Hey,
to
look,
you.
I gotta say real quick, Kate, we are almost at 40,000 viewers in the stream right now, which is awesome. Big shout to every single one of y'all. All 40,000 of you. Tweet out right now using hashtag ALGS.
Do it!
You can get 1,000 Apex coins. Make sure to tweet at us as well, at Fallout with 2 T's here and at Kate Yeager. I'll be keeping an eye on Twitter and on the timeline and responding to any tweet I possibly can, retweeting as many of them as possible. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Look, we're not the only analysts. You all know a lot about Apex. We'd love to hear your thoughts on meta, team comps, your favorite teams. Who do you want to win? Blow it up in the chat right now. TSM, Team Liquid, Complexity, Rogue, NRG. I love to hear the dialogue. It's what makes it fun for me. So.
Absolutely. Well, you know what makes it fun for me is listen to our casters as well as yourself, John. And to do that, we're going to jump on over to gameplay right meow. Everybody, take it away.
Thank you, John. And it is, of course, time to get the business done because two of our teams have now crossed that match point threshold. Dan, we have Rogue and NRG primed in position to potentially become our playoff champion of the autumn circuit. But the chasing back is still very much within striking distance.
Yeah, and good news if you're a Rogue fan, because they have won the most matches on World's Edge throughout the Autumn Circuit season, totaling up to 5 after that victory. And they're just setting records left, right, and center. That 14 kills they just dropped in that game is just insane. That is the highest match point total we've seen in North America playoffs with 26. That is just an insane amount. They are popping off, and there is no reason why they cannot win this game, Mark. But I do feel like it's all going to come down to Circle, and I will go further into that once I see where this Circle is going to be.
We'll get straight into the game and no messing about whatsoever. We want to see if either Rogue or NRG could close it out in a pretty quick time as well. Usually we see this match point format go the distance. We see game 9, 10, 11. It goes a little bit crazy sometimes. But for now, we have two teams who could potentially wrap up the tournament right now. For the rest of the teams, points still very much the main target to get onto that match point threshold. But for Rogue and NRG, one simple job, and that is to win the game. And I tell you what, for NRG, who dropped around Thermal Station, well, I'll tell you what, this might be a nice little circle for them.
We have not seen that many Southern Circles throughout the North American ALGS Autumn Series. I was going to say, if it was a Central Circle, it would be fantastic for Rogue. the victories that they've seen throughout this season have been around staging, Lava City, Harvester twice, and the no-name location above Geyser. Now, of course, that Lava City location is kind of close towards this circle. Their rotation from up in Skyhook has been unreal. The fact they've been able to transfer down through Train Yard, get themselves around staging, around Harvester. They've just been able to pick off teams on their way to getting into that central circle. They've got the most victories so far. It's definitely, they are the favourites for this when you just look at pure victories and how many times they've been able to win this season. But I think you're completely right. We have to keep an eye on NRG. They just got to the match point threshold with 50 points. The 2 kills they picked up in the last game solidified their match point. So we'll see whether they can pick up the victory here. You can see Farm Boys trying to work their way in. A lot of teams are moving very quickly. Because this is such a harsh southern pool, I imagine a lot of teams are going to get there quickly and fast. Because if they don't, then they are going to find themselves in a tricky situation where they'll be on the edge of circle and potentially get picked off. Flashpoint also diving in, of course, dropping at Overlook and one of our victors from earlier on today. They dropped off a little bit after their victory with 7 kills. They're still only on 34 points, so 16 points off of securing that match point. But if they can have a game like they had game 1 today, no reason why they can't, of course, get to that match point threshold as well. But for me, it's going to be a question of whether anyone can take out Rogue and NRG. And if you do notice that Rogue and NRG are going to be there and on your kill feed, do you approach them? Do you try and take them down fast as well? But honestly, for me, Rogue and NRG, it's very simple for them. They rotate, they play this safe, they don't overextend, they don't look for any stupid fights, because if they do find stupid fights, then of course they could find themselves out and have to worry about trying to achieve that victory in the next game. Rogue are rotating through Train Yard, as we've seen throughout the previous games. It is going to be a nice rotation for them. Everyone's rotated very early, so they don't really have to worry. Get rid of a couple of Watson fences, so they will be... see, this is clever. They don't want to alert anyone, but unfortunately they have to. They tried to go for a little climb, a ninja climb over the wall, but didn't work so well. It's whether anyone's going to be on the other side of this tunnel. Because if they are, then Rogue are going to find themselves in a tricky situation. But because of this southern circle, I would imagine that they should be able to traverse into Harvester somewhat comfortably. And it's whether they've got the information yet. We, of course, as observers, we can see the scan, and we can see that it is a very southern pool. They may only have the white circle information, which is going to be less achievable for them to get into that circle. But TSM are on the way down. TSM, and speaking of way down, they are quite far down the leaderboard. 32 points at the moment. They need 18 to get up to that match point threshold. We haven't heard much from them so far this tournament, so I'd love to get a little listening and see what the comms are like with TSM.
We should go into the tunnel, I think, together. Because I saw a team already, guys are like straight ahead south. Like past us. They're already ahead of us. Checking these bins.
Optics here.
There's down one back here, I think.
Really bad. They down 2.
Let's play up top here. If we can.
Is anyone down on that team? No.
No.
I forced those 2 bets.
Same.
I'm dropping 2 cells. I'm looking at lava. I don't see anybody lava.
Energy ammo here.
They just
gotta
again.
Yeah, listen. We need to we need to watch lava and just sit here and hold out.
Okay,
Hold
team
people
just
out.
going into lava. They're crafting as well on top lava. They might fight. They jumped. Look at this.
Yeah, I see that.
Let's check out this way.
We definitely look for this.
If they trade, we should look for this for sure.
I agree. I'm down to fucking farm edge and get killed.
I don't think they're. I think they're not fighting.
There's 3 teams there. 3 teams. Gibby's cracked.
He's gone. He's gone.
Shoot that guy through the door.
Shoot the window.
Wait, he left. He's not there. He's not there anymore. They're pushing them. They're pushing up on them though. Listen, we have to play here and wipe our edge. We need to walk in from here.
Yeah.
We can't like move in. We play balloon. We're just gonna get pinched.
Oh my
I have
God,
a Phoenix.
got
You need a
fucking
Phoenix?
shit on. I'm popping mine. I'm popping mine. Holy fuck. I'm gonna stroke.
Is there a guy in there?
Is this guy alone? This is a solo, I think.
He's running towards us. I cracked him. This is solo, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, from the fighter,
yeah. He's all far left. Bloodhound. Fuck that spot. We should kill this guy.
Following side.
100% this is him. I hear him still?
There's a blue armor right here, Jordan.
Okay.
He's in here. I'm pretty sure he's in here.
It's broken.
He's not?
He kept going. He was.
I don't know where he went.
He went this way. He went this way.
You're alone right now. We don't want to over-chase right now.
I hear him snipe, I think.
I got sent on him. He's in the back here, I think. I think he's all the way back here.
Go kill him.
Is anyone with me?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
He's on you, how?
29 on him. I cracked him. Right here. He's getting shot in the back, man. Don't jump off the map, please.
Dead,
Nice.
got it.
Nice.
There's a team over here we can bully, bro. We should try to bully these guys.
Okay, we can try.
Can you scan this?
I just lit a lot of light on this guy. Stella's on that guy too.
I'm moving up to bully these guys. When do you watch our back, please?
Okay, I'll watch our back.
Did you get the cells on this guy?
There's a crypto team behind us. Crypto team behind us scanning us with drone.
I'm moving up to force these guys away from us. At 136 on this right there.
That can make you because this crypto team might be pulling up.
Fuck, just stay there, stay there. Just stay there.
Okay, holding it.
Fuck, dude.
You're scanning again, the crypto.
Still safe at this dome area. I don't think this crypto team can actually push us.
So a little bit of a lull in the comms of TSM after the ongoing internal battle that Snipe Down has of, yep, let's just go for kills, I want a farm edge, and they did chase a kill quite far across the map. Unfortunately for poor Matt Pickett, he couldn't get away from the oncoming TSM, and they were able to wipe out the first squad of this game. As Liquid look to move across and get into this circle, Beast of the Hunt has been activated just to get enough scans to see if anyone is going to be nearby here at Tree. Once they are at Tree, they'll be safe for now, but it's where they move after Tree. Liquid team are on 35 points, need 15 to get to that match point threshold, but as a reminder, both Rogue and NRG are the two teams who have found themselves at that match point already. And Rogue, well, they're just sitting pretty. They are waiting, and they are on the other side of Tree. So we just saw Liquid moving in, and maybe Liquid might move in on Rogue as well. And if they get a little whiff of Rogue being that team that they're coming into, maybe, just maybe, they'll push in and try and take them away from having the chance of winning the playoffs here of the Autumn Circuit in North America. NRG are also in this radius as well. So NRG and Rogue very close together. And once that circle moves potentially even further south, southeast, they're all going to have to move together. And it's whether one of them can get to a safe spot before the other does. Because if they can't, then they might both find themselves in a tricky situation. And we could find ourselves in a spot where both of the teams harm each other. There is a very likely scenario where they end up fighting one another as that circle goes slightly towards launch site. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams have already found themselves in that launch site area. They're going to be sitting nice and pretty. And we have seen one launch site finish already throughout the Autumn Circuit in North America. Unfortunately, it was won by Loose Moose, who we don't have to worry about them in the finals. As Liquid under a little bit of fire. Abralili is going to have to drop the bubble here defensively. Use his bat, and Rogue are on the other side. They're going to have to bat up as well. Damage has been done, but neither team wanting to push up just yet. Defensive bombardment comes out, and Rogue, thankfully, are in this little trailer, but the grenades could come at any point, so they have to be very careful. They need to pick their moment successfully. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a tough situation. Dropped goes down yet again to just a slither of health. As Lou, a man who has overtaken the rest of the lobby with the most kills so far in this tournament, looks on to try and do some damage as from behind Team Liquid come in. Nocturnal picks up one. It's whether they look for more. Remember, Liquid, they did find a victory in Game 3 today. And if they can find a victory here in Game 5, they can get closer to that match point threshold. But it's a bit of a waiting game for a lot of these teams, waiting to see where that circle comes. And where they have to rotate through is Complexity in a little spot of bother. You saw what Reptar did earlier in a 1 versus 3. Well, he's got both comrades with him now. And he has to hide behind this rock, and unfortunately they're being griefed from every single direction. As a reminder, they are 3 points off match point threshold. All they have to do is get into that top kind of 8 scenario, maybe pick up a couple of kills, and they'll be alright. But across the board, Monsoon doesn't have any at the moment. And he is one of those players who does pick up kills left, right, and center usually, and he's getting involved yet again here. Reptar from distance trying to support him as Shiny has fallen. And Complexity are a squad that will always know what to do to get to that match point threshold, where to push, where to rotate, when to get into a fight or not. And in this scenario, they are getting out of this fight. They don't want anything to do with it. They know how close they are to the match point. So they try and get away. Reptar should be able to heal. Monsoon has managed to find himself a little hidey hole. And Complexity down to 2, but they've managed to just survive. And they can take a breath of fresh air. Because if they were to go down there, they would have been so close. They would have been in touching distance of that match point threshold. And it's so frustrating. We've seen it happen historically through ALGS broadcast teams that are 1-2 points away, not able to find those points, struggling in that game, and then other teams taking advantage of it. You can see the pings there from Complexity as well, just saying that where other teams could be, where they should be pushing. As the rotations are coming through, I can see in the kill feed, Albrelelli just got knocked. Flashpoint Kubsky taking him down as NRG are on the move now, rotating in. They're getting involved in a fight. Rocker doing the damage with the R99. Lou has been taken down for Complexity as well, so there are big names falling. But most importantly, NRG are still healthy. They're still looking to march towards a potential victory. Rogue, though, they are not healthy whatsoever. Dropped has gone down. Lou, of course, taken out earlier on the kill feed. It's all down to Sweet. Can he get dropped back up? Baits the res just to see if anyone is taking a little whiff. Has the Prowler in the back pocket, and the Prowler is amazing. Can do damage. For Sweet, we've already seen him try and rat to the late game, but it's not going to happen here, and we are not going to see Rogue win playoffs in this game. They are down, they are out. And NRG, our focus turns to them. Can they achieve a victory here? Is this going to be the circle? Is this going to be the moment for them? Or are we going to be looking at potentially another game? NRG slowly creeping into the circle and surprisingly not being met by much fire. I would have thought there would have been a few more bullets flying in on them as 2 Brains, 1 Controller in a little bit of a battle, and on the other side was Complexity. Reptar getting a knock. Bowser going down. 2 Brains, 1 Controller are under pressure here, and oh, here's a lot of pressure coming from the other side. Dude's night out. Sweeping it, taking the KP. Look at this spot from NRG. And they've got a drop. Oh, this... I tell you what, the stars are lining. Prowler in the back pocket. Imperial Hell has managed to rat his way in. So TSM not down and out. I thought that all 3 of them had been eliminated. However, that's not the case. And the plan, well, 10 squads left. NRG being one of them. The chance to beat the playoff champions here in North America. You can see a little brief view there of who's in the game. Flashpoint are going to try and push in at some point. At the moment, just eating a little bit of red damage, looting up, ensuring that they are healthy. They've got utility. Very important when you get to late game that you have grenades to work with. Grenades can be so effective to try and force out a Gibby bubble. If you can get that Gibby bubble down earlier, then that Gibby bombardment can be huge in the late game. Could potentially even be a game-winning ultimate. As Flashpoint are looking to Grief right now. Grief they shall. Triple take, one of the better weapons to Grief in Apex Legends. Of course, the spread means that even if you miss, you still hit shots. Rice Krispies are pushing in, Mastiff in hand. And can you do the damage, Stunny? He manages to hit one, it's a 66, and the R99 comes out. But they're under a little bit of pressure, and that is a big nade coming in. Rice Krispies in a very sticky situation, and Stunny's going to do what he can to try and survive here, but I don't think it's going to last. And now Flashpoint, they sense blood, they dive in, they want some of this KP, they want to get closer towards that match point threshold. As I can take a breather, and I think I've got Girl alongside me now. Girl, I mean, this game is getting closer and closer to looking like NRG having a chance to potentially take playoffs.
Absolutely. They took this game into their own hands. There was only 2 teams on match point, and they were able to take out Rogue here. So maximizing their chances of winning this game. There's only 8 squads left. So the teams that are alive right now, what they have to focus on is basically griefing NRG so that they have the chance of winning. It's not really griefing at that point. It's basically making it so that they're able to have a chance of winning. So if no one takes out NRG right now in these next final moments, they have a high chance of winning the playoffs of the Autumn Circuit for NA.
And a lot of these teams are very good, Girl, at just kind of focusing and realizing what teams they're going up against. They'll know the compositions, they'll know the rotations, they'll know where NRG are if they've been able to spot them. But it's such a risk to try and take them out. As we get the team tracker up, we can see who is still left alive. Liquid down to 1, TSM down to 1, but then a full total squad for Flashpoint, HPS, and then of course the rest of those squads as well. One of those being NRG on match point. I mean, you're looking at this circle, you see the lay of the land, Girl. How do you see this one panning out? Flashpoint seems to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Flashpoint certainly does have a good spot, but as you've seen on the map, NRG are in the far side. So if they come in after everyone else, they're going to be able to third party all of the teams ahead of them. Sentinels also in a rough spot. They're going to have to rotate in as well. So if there's a team gatekeeping NRG right now, that is actually good for the rest of the lobby. But we've seen NRG do this time and time again, where that they've made a path for themselves into the final circle. So it's going to come down to Nathan probably putting in a Wraith portal, getting them closer and closer into the next zone.
They're going to push in late. They have the bombardment, they have a prowler in the back pocket. All the tools are there, the recipe for success, but it's whether they can cook it successfully. Sentinel's another team that could cause a little bit of problem. They start to move in. They are doing a little bit of damage. They've spotted out maybe a little rat here that they can try and pick up some free KP. They managed to get the crack. It's whether they can get the finish and put that KP on the board. NRG start to make their way into the circle, and they have found their way into the circle here, Girl. This could be a great spot for them, and they can wait behind this Watson fence as well. The stars are starting to line up.
They have found themselves a spot in the circle, and that is absolutely great and all, but it's the low ground. So when it comes down to it, unless another team oversteps on them, they're in a rough spot here.
Ooh,
Nathan going down.
The res will come in, the bombardment will be there just to stop anyone pushing in, but does anyone notice that Nathan's fallen? Will they take the initiative? No one does. Cracks come in, and NRG should be able to get back up, but they are going to be without the bubble, thankfully. Though they do have a little bit of cover from above, and look at these Watson fences being placed around them. NRG so close to taking the Autumn Circuit playoffs here, but everyone is starting to realize where NRG are, and just look at the shots coming in from every direction. Grenades also falling down, they're burning them to a crisp. NRG slowly and surely, their health depleting, but they are holding on, Girl.
That was about 10 grenades thrown at them, and they were able to survive. If they're able to survive to top 3, I'm going to be very surprised, because they're in a rough position. But all of the other team's throwables may have depleted, so that actually is really good for them right now.
HRN are above them, and they could be that team that could really be a thorn in the side. Nathan makes his portal towards the center of the circle, and of course we'll go back and wait to use that in a little bit. 7 seconds, and it's the calm before the storm right now, but actually NRG have been under a constant state of, wow, just a massacre from everyone else in the lobby, throwing grenades, throwing all bullets. As this circle begins to close, Flashpoint, well, they are on the nice edge of it right now. The bubble will come down for their oppositions, but NRG start to plod towards, and they've got themselves into the circle, but it is still low ground here, girl. And the bombardment comes through. The Gibby bubble is still up at the moment. A team drops on them, but what can NRG do in this fight? One falls. Nathan will be the last remaining player. Can he somehow clutch this up and go absolutely nuts? He goes into the void. He's still alive. There's 4 squads remaining, but surely Nathan can't do this. He dives, he dips, he dodges. He's still alive, but he falls, and NRG will not be winning the game. Flashpoint have the advantage. They have the high ground. They're getting the kills. We're definitely going to another game here. But are Flashpoint going to pick up the victory, or is it going to be Sentinels? It's a straight 3v3 fight here, girl.
Certainly they do have a chance to make it to match point if they're able to win this 3v3. The massive shots coming out, all of their shots hitting. They put the other team into a corner and were able to finish it out. I would assume Flashpoint, if they had a few kill points, that they're going to be up there in the top 5 now, maybe at match point.
Yeah, they were on 34 points going into that game, so of course 12 points from the victory and then the KP that you would have assumed they picked up at the latter stages. Yeah, we're going to see a couple more teams, I think, transitioning to that match point as well, but NRG, they gave it a good go, girl. However, I think it kind of went downhill for them when they got knocked and everyone else in the lobby realized where they were and they became a target. How difficult is it when kind of teams and everyone else in the lobby realized where they were and they became a target? How difficult is it when kind of teams start to focus you and you're in that situation where all utility is flying towards you from every direction?
It is super difficult. As I was saying earlier, every team is going to focus them, and that's what they did. The team above them threw nades at them, Sentinels threw nades at them, everyone. I think they even realized that NRG was underneath them, and they're like, well, we jump here, we go in, we either wipe them out or we die, but at least there's another game coming for us, and that's just exactly what happened. They gave it a valiant effort, but another factor for that game was they were on the low ground. The low ground, it was just almost impossible to win there.
Yeah, really difficult for them to do so. They, of course, tried their best, and they had, like, everything was there. Like, they had the weapons, they had the utility, they'd got into the right position, they'd got into that circle, but then unfortunately it just didn't fall into place. And really, did we expect it to finish in this match when we know that there's so many incredible teams? It's a very competitive lobby, and now we're going to see more teams transitioning into match point. It's going to be a chance for Flashpoint in this next game. Girl, do you think that they've got what it takes? They've already found 2 victories so far in this playoff stage. Do you think maybe they could take this tournament?
Absolutely. They know how to win. That's something that not a lot of teams are able to perform in the playoffs or in a very stressful environment, is focusing on the win. Some people lose sight of that, and they make small mistakes, and they're never able to finish it out on a win. But Flashpoint have proven themselves today to be able to get those wins. NRG also, I actually had high hopes for them. They were slaying out. They were top 8, top 5 in their match point game. That's actually very impressive for a team that's getting focused all day long, you know? So It'll be interesting to see more teams on match point, because then there's less focusing and more focus, you know, on yourself and winning your own game.
I mean, I can confirm that Flashpoint do join the other 2 teams of NRG and Rogue on match point, but Complexity miss out by 1 point, girl. They were so close. They were just a few points off going into that, and then the fact they're in touching distance and they have to play another game. How detrimental do you think that is to, like, the mentality of Complexity, knowing that they have another game just to get that 1 point?
It's definitely a feels bad, man, in the chat for them, but at the same time, it's like putting the game into your own hands. If you win this next one, don't focus on getting 1 point. Focus on winning. You know how to win. Focus on winning, and then it doesn't matter if you're 1 point or 20 points away. If you win this next one, you still have a chance just like the rest of them. So we're gonna see some good plays from Complexity this next game too.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to try and push themselves in, but that's enough for us, and that was a very entertaining match. But NRG don't quite get there, and it means we are going to get more Apex Legends. And who else but, of course, Fallout to talk us through what happened in that game. John, what are your thoughts?
Gaskin, girl, thanks so much. We got G squared over here, both killing it. T squared, unfortunately, not here on the desk with me. Much love to my man Tom Taylor, who has the tips to have you fragging like a pro. If you get that reference, you're a legend. Fallout here, ready for another solo segment. We're going to go rescue the death box of Kate, trying to get her figured out, get her respawned so she can jump back on the desk with me. But I'm going to break down the action for y'all solo for now. First off, big shout out to every single one of y'all in the chat. Big thank you to every single one of y'all that's joining us around the world. I've been getting tweets, people from South Africa, people from the UK, 2 in the morning. Big shout out to Aaron, who I know is working an overnight shift right now in the UK. A lot of amazing individuals. But look, it's not just about the players, not just about the fans, not just about us as casters. Most importantly, it's about this tournament. Let's take a look at the results from game number 5 so you can see exactly where things shook out. What a finish it was. And as a result of this one, dominant performance, Flashpoint with 26 kills, Sentinels with what honestly was a must-win type of situation, or a must-perform at least type of situation. Before, Sentinels did not have a whole lot going for them. They were kind of lingering in the 28 to 33 point threshold. Well, a 14-point game is going to be great for them. 5 kills, but it was really all Flashpoint. Kubsky, Rambo, and Odd Freestyle. I have been so impressed by this team. I talked to them at the top of the show. I said that is actually one of the top 3 teams that I'm looking out for alongside TSM and Complexity. And in the end, it's actually Flashpoint, NRG, and Rogue that are in match point. So big shout to Flashpoint being the only one of the 3 that have kind of lived up to that expectation of being at match point. Complexity certainly has as well. TSM, well, they still got some work to do. We do have the overall standings. Let's take a look where TSM falls and the like. TSM has been consistently solid, top 7 finishes, but not necessarily getting the results that they need. And as a result, guess what? We got Flashpoint, we got NRG, and we have Rogue on match point. Well, what does that mean if you're just watching ALGS for the first time? This is the championship finals of the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit. Teams have been competing all season long for a chance to make it to this spot, the finals, the top 20 teams in the world. We had 4,500 teams, tons and tons of players competing, over 10,000 players trying to make it to the spot, professional players, of course, and semi-pros and amateurs alike. All of you that are watching right now, if you think you got what it takes, you can compete as well, by the way. So a big shout out to every single one of our competitors. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Kate back to the desk here. Kate, I missed you. Good to have you back.
Missed you too, and I'll tell you something. I left for a few minutes, and all of a sudden, we've got a 3-way match points. I love it. I love it so much. And hey, listen, look at Complexity. We're still just 1 point away, just 7 from Sentinels. I'll tell you what, right now, Fallout, this is where the cookie crumbles. You got 3 chances past that 50-point mark. 3 chances in our teams that have already proven themselves day in and day out on this circuit. I mean, if you're coaching these 3 teams, if you're coaching these teams, Fallout, what are you telling them going into this next game?
I'm telling them to pray to the RNGesus because you got to guarantee that you get the circle that ends up where you're at. I mean, if one of these 3 teams, and I'm trying to think, the 3 squads we have, Flashpoint, NRG, and Rogue, if the circle drops, and they all drop in different spots on the map, right? So if the circle ends or the zone ends where they drop, that's exactly what they want. What I'm telling them is play for positioning, play for late game, and play for a scenario where ring ends on you. Maybe play Watson. I mean, honestly, maybe just roll the dice a little bit. Go back to that traditional Pathfinder, Wraith, and Watson team comp, because it means if you're the first to rotate, set up with Watson fences, post up, you can get a dub. I mean, you got to play for position, you got to play for placement here, Kate.
Play smarter, not harder, as I would like to say. Well, let's take a look at how that happened in our last game. We got some highlights and Fallout. I'll apologize here. I've been doing some stuff with technical difficulties, so I need you to bring us through. I need you, of course, to have that Fallout perspective on this Game 5 showcases.
You know, when I got my job full-time, I work for Microsoft, Kate, as you know. You do as well.
I do.
Yeah. When I got my job at Microsoft, someone told me, you know what, always have a perspective. Always have an opinion. You better believe the Fallout perspective is one that is a strong perspective. And that perspective was Flashpoint, man. All game long, they dominated. NRG obviously did a great job, made it where they could, did everything they possibly can in the grand scheme of things. And of course, Sentinels got second. NRG got fourth. It was almost enough, but it was really the Sentinels and Flashpoint show, Kate, as they just continue to dominate. And just take a look at how great they were. Such great shots being put in. A great amount of kills as well from Flashpoint. And as a result, Kate, they are your #1 team, as you saw a nice crack right there for a headshot. Look at this. Freestyle is literally shooting fish in a barrel. He's just sitting on top of the Mastiff, dominating as the kill leader with 4 kills. What a showing it was for Freestyle, Rambo, and Kupski. And then, of course, the last 3 versus 3 against Sentinels, it just continued. This Mastiff play was brilliant. I loved the shots out of Freestyle. I don't know if Freestyle plays on controller, but he made it look like he did. We all know controller players, anything SMG, R99, or Mastiff and Peacekeeper, they are significantly strong on controller. You got those thumbs, those gold stabilizers, as Snipedown likes to call them.
Gold stabilizers, that's right. I appreciate that perspective. To be sure. Now, I also want to say, reminder that Flashpoint is the only team so far, the one and only team that has won 2. I said 2 of our matches so far. And I'm going to ask for an audible here. Are they one of our 3? Are they one of our top 3? Please say yes.
They are, yeah. They're one of the top 3.
Good.
Yeah, you know, you just get kind of caught up. They are one of our top 3. And not only that, I want to pull out a little knowledge bomb for y'all, okay?
Bring it.
They are the best surviving team in the Autumn circuit. What do we mean by that? Well, we got some stats here as we pulled some stats in preparation for this tournament. Yeah. And in terms of survival rate, who survived the longest, who was alive for the most amount of minutes throughout the Autumn circuit, well, it was clearly all 3 members of Flashpoint on top, Kupski, Rambo, and Odd Freestyle. So what does that mean? That means they survive. That means they make it to late game. If you make it to late game, if you survive, you're more likely to win the match. And of course, in this match point, now that they crossed the 50-point threshold, they are now on match point. They have to win a game to call themselves the champion. If any team can do it, Kate, I think it's going to be Flashpoint.
Well, and I will say I appreciate that all 3 of these teams that are on match point are actually all of these teams, every single one of these teams has really shown and come through in various places and throughout this entire circuit. And one of the things we like to do, speaking of coming through, is come alongside some of these players. As I say, go behind the controller, go behind the mouse and keyboard, find out who these players are, what makes them tick, exactly how they stack up to the rest of the competition. And we have one of those profiles right now. Take a look.
I'm always very mindful of what my teammates might need, and I always look out for them.
I got the other, All dead.
My name is Rafael Canidas. I go by Bowser in-game, and I play Apex Legends for 2 brains, 1 controller.
Oh no, I'm dead.
The legend in competitive I main is Watson. One reason why I like to play Watson is because I feel like she is one of the best support characters in the game. Her abilities, the fence, and the generator are pretty powerful when they're used correctly. So basically right here, I put my fences in spots where you can't see them from doorways. And you want to do the same with generators because it buys a lot more time for your team if someone decides to push your building. I'm very efficient with all my fences. I try to make sure that every fence is linked to each other and they all serve a particular purpose. If you set up your fences really well, usually it can buy you enough time to pop a battery or a Phoenix kit for your teammates, so it can definitely make all the difference. If I had to pick only one gun, my favorite gun would be the Sentinel, because the Sentinel is just one of the coolest guns in the game. Bolt action sniper rifle with high damage, high bullet velocity, so you don't have to lead your shots as hard. I'm personally a pretty nasty Sentinel player myself. There's nothing better than hitting headshots with the Sentinel in competitive lobbies.
I headshot him, headshot 112.
Playing Apex Legends in the ALGS circuit can be pretty stressful. One of the key differences is, as a team, you need to be on the same page constantly. Compared to any other kind of environment in Apex, whether it's a public match or a ranked match, your team has to be working together. The littlest mistake can cost you the game.
Last team. Yep. One shot. Nice!
Winning the Autumn Circuit playoffs would be huge for me. I feel like I'm always kind of considered as an underdog in the Apex scene. There would be no better feeling for me when it comes to Apex tournaments if I could win the playoffs. It would just be a huge highlight in my Apex career.
Oh my god!
Okay, Fallout, I gotta ask, as a guy who's in the know, what are your thoughts? Is Bowser gonna make it? Is certainly he's an incredible player, to be sure. Is this one of those things that you can see looking into the Fallout crystal ball?
Yeah, I could see it clearly. And the answer to that, you said to have a perspective earlier. Darn, no, he's not going to make it. He's currently struggling a little bit. 2 brains and 1 controller. As much as I got to give love to Bowser. Bowser, of course, had a chance to compete with an Australian team in the Apex Legends Krakow preseason invitational. He substituted in for that team and really impressed me, and has been since a staple in the ALGS. But right now, 2 brains, 1 controller. Despite Tech paying the or having, I don't know if he paid him or not, doing a cameo with the crypto voice actor to give them some energy, some juju. If you didn't see that video, go check it out. 2 brains, 1 controller needs a little more help than that. Maybe they need crypto to start actually playing and hacking the system.
They do, perhaps indeed. Well, hey, you've been hacking our systems for a while. How's that for a segue to our tweets? I got nothing. Either way, let's
okay.
take a look.
I expect better, Kate. No, I'm just kidding. Your segues are always great. No.
I appreciate it. Nope, that's fair. And so let's take a look. Watching ALGS with my bunny and my beer. Oh my gosh, it's an actual bunny. That is an actual bunny for sure. That's brilliant. Well
this is the
done.
best tweet I've ever seen. First off, this guy's mullet is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous.
Oh.
Second, he's petting a bunny. Third, he's drinking a beer. This is my favorite human being in the world. Professor Frags, more like Professor Fallout's favorite person. You're awesome, dude. Christian, shout to you.
Absolutely. Well done for sure. That is, the hair game is on point. We've got the nice setup, and we've got a cute animal. All of my favorite things. Speaking of favorite things, one picture. Apex, Packer football on Christmas. Okay, everybody, watch out. John is from Chicago, y'all, so he is going to be upset.
Get rid of Kelsey.
Gonna be upset for all of this. That's just the way it is. Everybody loves each other. JK, sorry about that. Anyway.
No, I don't love Packer fans. No, listen, duh Bears, all right? I'm just going to say duh Bears. That's all I got to say to that one. But Kelsey, I like the Apex Legends. I like Christmas. I don't like the Packers, so I don't like you. No, I'm just kidding. I like you, Kelsey. Thank you so much for the tweet, and thank you for watching and having us on the big screen there. That's awesome. And even though you're a Packers fan, we can, listen, gaming is the great equalizer. Esports is the great equalizer. Apex is a great equalizer. Even a Packers fan and a Bears fan can play together. Maybe we can play some Apex someday, Kelsey.
Wow. Coming together like two people who come together. And hey, guess what? Regardless of what team you're affiliated with in the NFL, you got yourself 1,000 Apex coins despite John's desire to enjoy some more.
Not if I can say something about it, right? Not if I can say anything about it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, give her the Apex coin. She deserves it.
No, that's exactly. Yeah, exactly. We love it. We love it. We absolutely love it. Okay, so John, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I want to crystal ball it for a hot second here. I want you to look in and tell me who is coming out on top. We got 3 people, 3 teams, 3 possibilities. Is it going to be one of those, or is it going to be a 4th or a 5th?
I got two answers. I just did 2 fingers. Each finger is magic. One finger's telling me. One finger's telling me it's going to be Flashpoint, all right? I'm a fan of the Cinderella story. Sure. Flashpoint's a squad that has not gotten the respect that they deserve. We got to put some respect on their name because they've been performing. They're your number 3 team in ALGS points coming into this one. I really do believe that this squad, led by Kubsky, the young Cub himself, young talent and leader, I'm really, really impressed by him. I think they can do it. The second finger? Hold on, give me a second. This one's a little crazier. It's taking some time. Complexity, baby. 49 points. I don't even care that Complexity isn't match point right now. I make bold statements, and the bold statement is Complexity is going to get at least 1 point this next game. They're going to win the game right after that. Complexity is winning this tournament.
Fantastic.
According to my left hand.
I love it. I'm here for it. I love it all. Let's see what Onset and Girl have to say about it for our next game coming at you right now.
All right, then. Thank you very much. And, yeah, I like John's bold prediction, Girl, I have to say, of Complexity getting 1 point. But then he kind of backed it up. He said, no, not just the 1 point. He said, they're going to go on and win the next game and win the tournament. What are your views, though? Because we have Rogue, NRG, and now, of course, Flashpoint on match point. Who do you think is taking it? Do you think it's going to be this game? Do you think we're going a bit longer?
Honestly, I have no idea. I just want to see some good Apex.
I think it's certainly going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to getting into this next game. I think every game at the moment, it just seems to be getting more and more exciting. That's why we love match point, right? That's what gets the juices flowing. That's what gets the energy going in the room. And we had NRG so close in that last game, involved in those final circles, involved in those final battles, just couldn't get it done. But now maybe it is their time. We're into our next game now. 3 teams, like I mentioned, on match point. It's time to get going.
Hot zone countdown, so the countdown team is going to be real happy about this one, but we're still not sure where that zone is going. And I don't think anyone's really going to switch up their drop spot locations because everyone seems to be happy with it, I would say. Otherwise, they would have switched during scrim time, right? So we have a few teams to look at for their match point, Flashpoint, NRG, and Rogue. Maybe they're gonna get contested here early game. Maybe they're gonna get a little bit pushed. Okay, so we're getting a Harvester Sorting Factory. They've already predicted where they want to go. So they've pinged the building. This is what every team does. They look at the path they want to take, and then they make the rotations for it. Every Apex player does this. They ping where they want to be, and they go. But unfortunately for Flashpoint, the loot is not in their favor on this one.
No, not as yet. Good news, though, for Sentinels. They're currently around 7 points behind that match point threshold. And, of course, Sorting Factory heavily involved in where that circle will be going, and that's good news for them, of course, dropping over at Sorting Factory. But these are the teams we need to focus on. And, hey, you were talking about Bad Armor, say there's a little purple one popping its head up through that bin and saying, hello, come and grab me. I'm here to help you on your way towards a potential playoff victory. But I think back to your point on drop spots, I think we've had no contention so far, and I think it's a testament to teams realizing, you know, the magnitude of the playoffs and the fact that the last thing you want to be doing is going into Game 3 with 0 points on the board because, you know, you let your ego get in the way and contesting on a drop spot. One team who's also very close to being in contention to match point is, of course, Liquid, working their way through trials once more to loot up, but much like we've seen so far, the pattern of play very similar. A lot of teams taking their time to loot, working out their rotations, and then working from there.
Absolutely, and I do want to give a shout out to Sentinels. They had a rough start, and they've made their way up to, I believe top 5. They made their way up to top 5, so they've really made a comeback in this tournament, and you never know. They could be up to match point after this game if nobody sweeps up the victory.
And I think we have to keep in mind, for all these teams at the moment who have managed to do a lot of the hard work, right, to get to that match point threshold, the pressure on their shoulders is immense. And I feel like for a lot of the teams who are kind of in that chasing pack now, the pressure kind of is off their shoulders a little bit because they know that the game, the tournament's kind of out of their hands until they manage to reach that point themselves. One of those teams, of course, is TSM, who are watching right now. Now that they know there's a few teams on match point, they know that they can creep their way up and then maybe steal away a victory. But what are your views on it? Do you think there's more pressure on the teams right now who are on match point in comparison to the chasing pack?
I actually think there's less pressure on the teams that are in match point. I think they're feeling confident, they're feeling at ease, they're feeling at home, they're feeling like, you know, this is the game they've been playing for the past year or so, right? So they're feeling confident. I don't feel like they're stressed or anxious. Whereas I think all of the other teams, they're worried. They're worried that a team could sweep up the victory at any second. Rogue just been informed that this is a really good circle for them. They've won multiple zones, Harvester ending zones throughout this season, and they've won at staging already today. So it seems like we should keep an eye on Rogue here.
They're certainly going to be putting in the work. As we say, one of our teams who is on match point, another one of those teams is NRG. And you have to wonder, the more times that you're on match point, you get to those final few teams, and you don't manage to close out the tournament, it's got to start playing on your emotions a little bit. And I'm sure that NRG, if things don't go their way, are going to be thinking back to what just happened in our previous game. But season, unfortunately for them, it looks like this game might be over pretty quickly. But no, Klein actually comes in and decides that he's not ready to give this game up quite yet. He's going to get the portal down after hitting the big, massive shots. Gets his teammates away, and that's going to be a comfortable res. Big play coming in from Klein.
It is definitely a comfortable res, and they are in a good position zone-wise. So if they can recover from this, but oh no, a team is coming through the portal. Lion at 1 HP goes down. Klein has to defend for himself. The nice 112 massive shot, but he won't be able to recover. These nades are good, but not good enough. They get swept up by 2 brains, 1 controller. They're in it to win it. They're coming for the comeback. They heard the desks say, you know what, maybe they might not win, and they were just like, I'm going to prove you wrong today.
That's what teams love to do, right? As soon as the commentator, you say something, you predict something, it's like teams have comms. They have a direct link. They prove you wrong every single time. And we thought it was going to be a comfortable res, but no. Someone taking the brave decision to jump through that portal and come in to sweep up those remaining kills. We've now lost 2 of our teams, but Rogue making their way through this choke here just to the east of Harvester, just outside of Sorting Factory. And you can see where they're moving at the moment on our map overhead as well. They're going to be very comfortable for that second zone. So going to the form book a little bit. Gaskin was saying in our ears, saying that this is one of the most comfortable zones, one of the most successful zones for Rogue to try and hold down. And you can see exactly why. A comfortable rotation for them here.
The choke is a really good spot to hold for Rogue, but unfortunately for them, they don't have a Caustic. They don't have a Watson. Will they be able to defend this choke safely? And another thing is that they're double white, one blue. So this, compared to other teams, isn't looking too great for them. But we'll see. Maybe they'll be able to farm their Evo shields.
We're seeing a battle go down here outside of Harvester between Solar Fide and Liquid, exchanging shots from distance. It looked like Liquid just decided to back up a little bit. Didn't want to get too heavily involved in that fight and take too much damage and potentially get a knock to allow Aim Assist to move up on their position. But you can see Gentrifying now holding down this high ground with the Hemlock in hand as well. He's got the 3 times on it to be able to do a lot of damage. And now it looks like that wide wrap from Liquid that's been forced from Aim Assist means that Solar Fide and Aim Assist can make their way towards the circle a little bit more comfortably.
Yeah, and Solar Fide did have a good start. I mean, their placement wasn't that great on their first game, but they did have a lot of kills. They managed to maintain top 10, so they're not too far behind all of the other teams. So if they could pull off a really good game here, they could just catch right back up.
So Rogue then managing to pick up some kills, and we were saying a minute ago about how their armor wasn't looking too good. It's looking a little bit better now as we see the drone in the air. And that's, of course, the drone of Tech on 2 Brains, 1 Controller. So we could potentially see a little battle going down between Rogue and 2 Brains, 1 Controller. But it looks like Tech's decided to try and scout a different route for them to make their rotation. Complexity taking their sweet time here, as they sometimes do on these Centrals and Southern Circles. They don't try and rotate quickly, girl. They make sure they're fully looted, and they make sure that when they take those isolated 3v3 fights, that they've got the most HP and the best weaponry to do so.
I know I've said this before, but I've been in a tournament with Complexity in my pool, and oh, how it was scary. We landed Refinery, and I honestly still have nightmares to this day.
I say, there's one place you don't want to drop, probably Refinery, knowing that Complexity are there. And we know that they like to wrap back if anyone drops there as well, Complexity, and let them know that, you know, even though we don't loot here a lot of the time, we'll let you know. We'll make sure that you can't loot here. But Flashpoint, one of our teams on match point, inside the zone, inside those blue bins as well, where we do sometimes see that end circle finish. But Rogue playing a little bit of a different approach here. We saw them in that choke. They've backed up now to the snake just outside of Sorting Factory. Maybe recognizing, like you were saying, they didn't have the armor or maybe the composition to hold down that position too early.
Yeah, it's really rough holding those corners, because if some team wants that position and they notice you have 2 whites, you're gonna get pushed. Any team that sees a team with 2 white armors, no defense, no real good defense, is going to get pushed. So, not surprised that they decided to take a little bit different approach to things. Ooh, Sentinels, like we were talking about earlier. They made a comeback, and they're looking like they're in a great spot for this zone here.
Well, NRG taking a very wide rotation here, all the way through staging, all the way towards tree.
Oh.
But, oh no, Rocket didn't get the mid off! Oh, it's a little bit of a mistake. It shouldn't cost him too much. It's only zone 2. But little mistakes like that slow down your rotation by a few seconds. You never know. A team could be ahead of them now and take the spot they might have been looking for.
And now people might be looking at the edge of the zone, looking for teams coming in late. If a team manages to gatekeep them outside of the zone, it's going to look really bad for NRG. You know what? I just thought of something. What if someone went down in the zone, that there was a ping on everyone's map as to where they went down?
I tell you exactly what would happen. Complexity would be running at you immediately is what would happen. Regardless of where you're on the map, they would beeline through the zone to finish off those easy kill points. But it certainly would be an interesting dynamic, and certainly give a little bit of an indication to teams some free KP maybe hovering over the horizon. It's like having, you know, a free meal given to you, right? You never say no.
That's true. Oh, and the zone is moving in a few seconds, but they don't have too far to go. They're about like 10 meters away from the zone for the next zone. So they do seem to be looking okay, but they are on the low ground. And 2 brains, 1 controller, we've seen them do the little third party earlier, and they're in a little skirmish, knock the last player alive on his team. He's popping that med kit. He's not far away from zone, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to pull off a win here in the playoffs by himself, unless, you know, his middle name's Hardeki, then maybe.
You never know. You never know. We can't confirm, we can't deny. But what we can confirm is that NRG were the team who took those 2 players down. So that's a couple of kill points for them. But as we know, points don't really matter too much here. Well, they don't matter at all for NRG. It's all about the placement. It's all about closing out the Autumn Circuit playoffs with a victory to call themselves the champions. Flashpoint also in that position as well. And we can see NRG just holding the edge of zone here. And the interesting thing for me is I believe the snake that's just below them, just to the left of where Frex was looking there, that's where Rogue were holding down. So that's 2 of our teams who are on match point, pretty close to each other right now. Maybe there could be an engagement go down soon.
I definitely like their game plan. They're looking around. They're seeing where they want to go. They do want to go in that tunnel, but if they go too early, they might get flanked. So it seems like they might try and take that spot as the zone goes in, perhaps. That'll give them a better chance of not getting third-partied. As for Rogue, it seems like there's a team quite nearby them, so they're looking around, perhaps getting shot. And NRG trying to go for that spot a little early, and they're getting shot.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate.
By Dude's
They're trying to rotate ahead of Dude's Night Out here, and they're going to do so. The only problem is they took a little bit of damage, but that does mean they should be able to hold out this team unless they rotate back the other way. So NRG at the moment actually pretty much shadowing what Rogue are doing. So I was saying before that Rogue were in that snake below. They actually moved into Sorting Factory, and now you can see NRG just hovering behind them at the moment. And this is an interesting kind of situation. A couple of the pieces of the puzzle not going to be quite in place yet, but Rogue and NRG very, very close to each other. 2 of our teams on match point. We could see a little battle go down.
I want to touch on the fact that NRG, you know, they are shadowing Rogue, but they also have the edge of the zone, which means that when the zone closes, they could easily make a portal to the tunnel if they wanted to. So they have options, right? And I think that's what they were going for. They're getting a safe spot. They don't want to risk anything by fighting early for the tunnel. So they're going to take the edge of the zone and later on decide whether they want a third party in Sorting Factory or go back through the tunnel with a portal, because it's a very viable decision.
Well, we saw a quick glimpse there of Team Liquid, who were holding down that choke that Rogue were holding down a little bit earlier on. The armor situation a lot better, as you expect at this time in the game as well. A lot of players managed to get some shots off with those long-range weapons, get a bit of damage down to level up those Evo shields, and NRG still on the prowl on edge of zone. This is a big moment for them in this game, girl. 10 seconds to go. What decisions do they make? Are they going to go through Central Sorting Factory here? Are they going to go for a wide wrap? We'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it looks like they, as you said, they were going for a little wide wrap in Sorting Factory. They're planning on playing Sorting Factory as they notice a team flies above their heads. There's 18 squads left, so getting in a fight right now doesn't seem like the best play here.
It's just a solo up
But
top.
it is a wrap.
It's okay. And they're not going to be too bothered by that wrap. They're going to be able to rotate. Well, as I say that, Rocker has to quickly ADS and make sure that he snaps onto the target as a little bit of damage was done to his back. But this should be a position for them to maybe pick up a kill point on this wrap, should he push into where NRG are currently holding down. But NRG just creeping forward step by step. Very deliberate, very careful. But speaking of careful, Sweet's going to be careful here, and Rogue got to be careful because they're under fire. The rest is going to have to come in.
Lou's res was so fast that he didn't even get off the quick res, so he got a regular res off. The other team is pushing, and he is throwing as many nades as he can to push them off, but they're getting multiple different angles, and unfortunately he goes down. Sweet, last one alive. He's trying to wraith out but he is going to get chased down.
Sweet somehow manages to stay alive for a few seconds. He only has a tiny little bit of HP to work with, but Sweet has managed to stay alive for now. His teammates will be finished off by the team that was pushing. I believe it might have been a combination of Sentinels and another team that did that damage. But Sweet staying alive here, keeping Rogue's match point chances alive. Has to pop those meds, of course, and has to make his way in towards zone. But no, Sweet comes under fire once more. But again, survivability from the Wraith.
Absolutely, but it's going to be really hard. 18 squads alive. He's on his lonesome. It's going to be a tough rotation. There are Bloodhounds in the play, scanning him left and right, and he's just getting shot from everywhere. So he's going to have to find himself the best rat spot he's ever found. Maybe he knows one from previous games, but Flanker doing a lot of damage with the Eva 8, and he's going for the revive as soon as possible.
All of a sudden, things are starting to pick up here as that circle is closing. Solafide getting involved in a fight themselves, and Sweet was taken down. So Rogue out, eliminated in this game. That leaves NRG and Flashpoint as our two match point teams, still in with a chance of closing things out here in the Autumn Circuit playoffs.
Energy has pinged themselves a spot that they want to go, but there are two teams nearby, so this is going to be a really tough rotation. Whether they go for the low ground or the middle ground of this building, they're going to get in a fight, and if any of them go down, they're going to get pushed as soon as anyone sees their name. So this, for Energy, this isn't looking so good.
It is looking pretty good though for Flashpoint. Look at that circle. They are dead center and they are on match point. Plus, they have the Watson as well, so they can get some fences up. They're going to be able to be protected from those defensive bombardments from all the Gibraltars in the lobby. If they can get the interception pylon down as well. TSM making their rotation in under the dome, but coming under fire for the triple take of Zeratricky. How will fall? It hasn't been finished quite yet, but his teammates haven't managed to get across to him as well. So Zeratricky will finish off How. TSM down to a two-man, as are NRG now, one of our other teams on match point. Things looking sticky here for Nathan and Co.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I said, there's just too many teams around them. Even if they were able to get one fight through, there's just so many teams around them that would have came in third party. So maybe the better play would have been to try and portal to a different or safer area, but that's for the next game, and so many teams going out. Albrelelli goes down, Inhume goes down, Stay Naughty goes down, 11 squads left. Flashpoint, as you said, we're in a great spot. They're still in a safe spot regardless, and this is just going to come down to late game decision making.
They are the only team in the lobby right now who is on match point. They are match point eligible, and they could win it all here. Solafide trying to get involved as well. All these other teams, of course, chasing that 50-point threshold to put themselves on match point as well. So points still so valuable. KP, placement points, add them all up, put them all together. And as soon as they get to that 50-point mark, then they can stop worrying about that right now. But Solafide, well, they're on the hunt. Monsoon in the feed as well. Another team, Complexity, who need to cross that threshold. They're very close. Well, the good game here, they should join those teams on that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, I believe Monsoon just got himself a kill point, and if that's the case, then that's all he really needed. Actually, with placement points alone, they're already going to be in match point in the next game. Monsoon goes down to Storm, 4 seconds left. He is going to fall. It's all up to the rest of his team here.
HPS on top of the dome building as well. It's going to finish just outside of that dome, so they're in a great position to overlook all these other teams who are moving in. Pandas is going to take the portal here, maybe look to get some shots down himself. Or are they looking to take early position themselves? Flashpoint, though, underneath the dome, but Freestyle's gone down. And now it's up to Kupski and Rambo to hold the fort down, try and maybe get a res, try and pick up some KP. But this is looking all of a sudden a very different game. They're going to be taken out. We will not have a winner in this game. The other teams now have a chance to cross that 50-point threshold and catch up and put themselves onto match point.
Solafide looking in a really good spot. They have the high ground on every other team. 4 teams left alive. Sauce goes down. Gentrifying, finishing Sauce right now in the kill feed. And Zeratricky in a rough spot here, in a very rough spot. Solafide looking really good here. They have the advantage on everyone. They have vision on both of the other teams, and they have the high ground position. So them winning the game is quite likely right here.
You can see the Zeinfeld just waiting, begging for that bubble to fall so that he could beam the 2 players inside. He did manage to get that one knock. Resulta came in and finished it off as well. So Solafide really controlling things at the moment. 3 squads left, knocked from 2 brains, 1 controller, as the solo player as well is still involved with this. Somehow, from the awful position that he was in, about halfway through the game, has made it towards the end game, but he's been spotted out as well. The question is, can he survive long enough for the other 2 teams to engage, for him to come in and pull off a miraculous third-part performance at the end of the...
Zeratricky might try and focus him, knowing that they have a little bit of a disadvantage, but if they play really close to the building that Solafide's on, they might have a chance of winning, because Solafide would have to put themselves in a position to be seen to shoot down on them. So honestly, it still could be Zera's game here.
So Noct, he's going to go into the skies, and this is going to buy him just a little bit of time while the fighting goes down. Here's Noct. He says hello, but he will be taken out immediately. Resulta removes the only solo player left in the lobby. It's a straight 3v3 fight now between Zeratricky and Solafide. Gentrifying, trying to land some shots from the high ground. You have to fancy Solafide in this position, girl.
Absolutely. You most likely fancy them right now, but at the same time, they have to jump up and peek over, which puts them at kind of like a disadvantage. So it's really hard to say who's going to win here. Is Solafide going to do damage? Maybe they should jump down, but no, Designful takes so much damage they can't jump down. This is really tricky. Oh, they got a knock. They're going
They
to
force
push.
the bubble as well. Here comes the push. Big, massive shots coming in from Resulta. 1 player alive. It's the Gibby, and he can't get the job done. So Solafide, with a couple of extra bullets to the death box, will take home this game, and they will move themselves, surely, to within striking distance of that 50-point threshold. But I mean, the bigger story there was the fact that Rogue, NRG, Flashpoint, 3 of our teams who had the chance to close it out, girl, they did not get the job done.
That's just going to make this next game even more exciting, more teams to cheer for on match point in this next game. It's going to be a hectic one, because now people are going to be focused less on which team to eliminate and rather win the game themselves, because there's going to be quite a few people on match point.
We're going to have to find out how many of those teams, of course, are on match point, girl. Always a pleasure to cast the game with you, but for now, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to throw it over to Kate and John to break it down and set us up for what will be a fantastic next game.
Well, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right, Onset and Girl. And John, normally this is the moment in our online tournaments where we're like, peace, enjoy yourself, have a great day. But no, we are still going strong, because as Onset mentioned, our top 3 teams did not find themselves in the final circle the way that a match point eligible team should.
Yeah, that's right. And one thing that was interesting was Flashpoint posted up in those crates for like 8 to 9 straight minutes. Shout out to our director JD, who kind of has been watching with the bird's eye view. But they wanted the patient win. They wanted to take advantage of that statistic I mentioned earlier, which is they are the best surviving team in competitive Apex. And unfortunately, they could not get a top finish there. Instead, it was Solafide aim assist. That's a big game. That's kind of a must-win, just based on where they're at in the grand scheme of things. They are, I think, going to be over the threshold now in the overall points, so they should be punching their ticket. I think Complexity did as well. So my prediction of one of 2 things: Complexity next game, Game 7. Okay. By the way, 3 out of 4 of our ALGS Summer Circuit match points, or match point finals, ended in Game 7. So I think that we might see Complexity win it, or Flashpoint. I'm sticking to my predictions.
Okay. Okay, I got that. I appreciate that. And by the way, if Complexity brings this out and you just like a few minutes ago predicted it, I will bow to the king of the prediction fortune-telling moment here at the Apex Legends Global Series. Just to confirm, well, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to confirm, because I'm looking at the potential of what we have as point eligible, but I want to see our stats. We'll wait for those game results. And you know, you're absolutely right, Follow. Now, let me ask you this question. I mean, talk me through how it is. Around round 5, I think it was, all of a sudden everybody started dropping like flies. That rotation was just crazy. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. We're going to go back to that in a second. But first, let's talk about the game results. We want to see how this magic math comes through, and then I'll pick your brain here for some rotation questions, because it's all about timing here. Ooh! Oh, look at them double digits. And Sentinels, let's be clear, that 9 is nothing to shake a stick at.
I definitely wouldn't shake a stick at it. I agree. 9 kills, 13 points, but that's an unlucky number, so I think it's actually bad. No, I'm just kidding. Big shot to Sentinels. Congratulations to them. A really, really solid showing. That will put Sentinels at match point as well. We know Complexity's going to be there. I think Solifide will be there as well. I can't wait for the overall standings. A 22-point game for Solifide. Should have done the trick.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is when, I mean, this is so interesting because this is the kind of dynamic that I appreciate seeing the LCQs. It's a very sort of like match point party here. Let's take a look at who is invited to that match point party with our overall results. Drum roll, please. Shibidi burp burp. Burp. I'm just going to keep doing this until yes, there we go. Wow. Oh my gosh, we have 6 teams there, Fallout. 3 alone that made it here in this last game. Holy Interruptus Batman!
Complexity does it. Rogue does it. Oh, sorry, Rogue was already there. Solifide, aim assist, and Sentinel. So we had 3. We doubled the amount of our match point teams. It is absolute madness here as we have 6 teams that are match point eligible. What does that mean? If any of those 6 teams win a game, the next game, they are your champions. Complexity is the one I called to do it. Now the question is, can they do it? Because Complexity is very, very good at winning. We know that. But now with 6 teams total, there's going to be a target not as much on their back as if there would have been, or as there was. I think they were one of the first teams to get match point eligible in the Summer Circuit playoffs.
Now, see, this is where I get to ask some questions that I'm very curious about, because this is not often something that we see, where we see so many teams vying for this chance to be our top dog. I see a lot of, as we mentioned, the Summer Circuit, we saw right away, we saw a clear, incredible winner, or certainly a force. I'm curious, what does this match point party look like? What, more importantly, you put your coach hat back on, do you tell those people, those teams, those players that aren't match point eligible, what are you telling them here going into this next game? It's got to be out of control.
I'm looking to see if I can find a hat, but I found a mask. I'm going to put my... All right, here we go. Looks like a yarmulke. All right.
I love it.
Happy Hanukkah, by the way, to anyone out there celebrating. So
exactly.
Here's the thing. Listen, what I would say to these teams, personally, what I would say is change your team comp. Like, I don't understand why coaches aren't a little bit more vocal about this topic. And the topic is, when you get to match point eligible, or when you get to a certain scenario, if you are one of the bottom 5 teams in 15th through 20th place, I want to see you play with Bloodhound. Play a more aggressive team comp. If you are a top 6 team, play Watson and play for a defensive early rotation path, or maybe you could keep a Bloodhound, maybe you can go Watson, and then maybe you can go a Wraith, of course, if you need one, or maybe even a Gibraltar for a little more defense, because you just need to make it to late game. You need to survive. You need to place. First place is all that matters.
Exactly. I really appreciate this Hail Mary move that you're talking about here. The let's go for it. You can't hurt where you are. Try to disrupt these top 5, top 6 teams that are already at match point. And hey, I think that totally makes sense. In fact, let's take a look at how these teams have found their way through this last game to be at the top with our highlights and Fallout, you've been taking a look, you've been dissecting everything. Let's bring in the scalpel once again and show me what these teams did right and what they did wrong.
Yeah, well, I want to say big shout to Gasket in the chat from our co-commentators. Intel Tempest switched from Crypto to Bloodhound. So there you go. Some teams are actually doing this. Switching to Bloodhound to get a little more aggressive because their squad, of course, is one of the bottom squads. Lion switched from Watson to Gibraltar, so that's a little bit more of a kill-heavy type of comp because you're not playing as defensive. Sun Nugent switched from Caustic to Bloodhound, a little more aggressive. And Pander switched from Watson to Gibraltar. So you see our bottom teams making that adjustment to get a little more aggressive. I want to see our top teams doing the same thing.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what we've got and what we really just saw roll down. And honestly, if you're the top 3 teams going into this last game, you're probably looking at these highlights going, "Doh!"
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Zeratricky was a squad that made it to late game. and had a pop-off type of moment. In the end, Solafide obviously did it as well. It was a crazy finish there. Solafide and a few others that were able to really work their way up the standings, right? Zeratricky, 2 brains, 1 controller. I kind of called out 2 brains, 1 controller a little candidly last segment, saying, yeah, it's not looking good for them. And they heard me. They said, Fallout, hold my beer, watch what I'm about to do here. And they perform in a really big way. Congratulations and shot to 2 brains, 1 controller, and Zeratricky.
Well, and if there's going to be a time and a place to pop off, it's now and here in this lobby. A crazy, scary lobby, to be sure. At this point, my goodness, I mean, what are we... More importantly, let's ask this question. We've talked about the teams that aren't in match point eligible. Keep that coach hat on. What are you telling the teams that have just one game to win to find themselves on top? What is their strat?
Yeah. Same kind of topic for them, right? Represent a little bit more of that traditional passive defensive meta in terms of team composition. I want to see a Watson Pathfinder Wraith, or crazy enough, stop using Wraith. Like, every team uses Wraith. That's the one legend that everyone uses. But if you're trying to play for placement by getting first, you need a Wraith for late game portals. Actually, I take that back. So stick with Wraith. But go instead for more of a Watson team comp, and I think that could do the trick.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Well, is there anything that you would like to say? I mean, we've talked about the teams, talked about the players, certainly. If you're looking at this from the perspective of a player who's, in game is just going for it from the get-go to the end, what are you looking in terms of like drops all the way through to that late game? You mentioned keep it patient, keep it consistent. Play harder, play smarter, not harder. I mean, just give me all of the anecdotes here. We're going to keep your coach hat on for a bit, Fallout. Hope you don't mind, because we enjoy talking about the game right here, right now.
Yeah, I'll put it back on. Yeah, no, I like this. I like talking about the game, too. I think a couple things. One, keep dropping where you're dropping. If it's working for you, keep dropping. If you're dropping and you're losing a 50-50, I don't think we're having 50-50s here, because these 20 teams know where everyone else drops, and people are respecting drop spots. The map is big enough, especially on World's Edge. So keep dropping where you're dropping, but don't change your strat up necessarily in terms of drop spot, but maybe loot a little quicker, rotate faster, and make sure you play a recon class. When I say a recon class, what do I mean? I mean Bloodhound, I mean Crypto, or I mean Pathfinder, because they can scan beacons, they can figure out where the next zone is going to be.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question, because you got the pulse, you have your finger on the pulse of the community, and for both pro and also fans. You just mentioned they respect the drops, and I think that's really incredible. I think that's really great, and it certainly sounds like something that is a cultural move here for our Apex Pro players. What does this say? Would the drama in me feels like, what if you change that up here in this last game, or certainly the second to last game? What does that do to you, to your team? Is that allowed? Bring me through that concept.
Oh, 100% allowed. That's fair game, baby. I'm a big fan of that, right? The reason I'm a big fan is because if you are a team that is not match point, you have to drop on the teams that are match point. TSM and the like. You don't see TSM in that list. That's a big surprise. You don't see Team Liquid in the list. Not as much of a surprise. But still, I want to see teams like TSM and Team Liquid who are not in that match point spot maybe even consider dropping on another team to intentionally grief them. Why? Not because you're rude, but because that is called a strategy to guarantee at least one of the 6 teams taken out, and you can get to match point eligible and get one more game to play.
Man, I'll tell you what, if I am on match point, I am excited and I am nervous AF, especially for things like that, because the crosshairs are on their back. Though at this point, there's so many teams that are on match point. As we mentioned, 6 teams that could take this next game and therefore the finals. And I should mention a cool first place $45,000 out of the $619,000 prize. Well, we keep forgetting that part. It's kind of a big deal.
It is, yeah, $300,000 plus in America alone, which is insane. It is a massive prize pool that's going out throughout this entirety of this tournament. A lot at stake here.
Oh, exactly. That's fantastic. Well, hey, listen, you keep up with us, we'll keep up with you, and that means we're going to talk about going to Twitter @PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS if you see yourself on this program. Well, we'll give you 1,000 Apex coins. Guess what else? We're on Twitch. Who knew? Twitch.tv/PlayApex. And, of course, we're also on the YouTubes, as I like to say, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We are everywhere because you're everywhere, and we're so excited that you joined us here for our ALGS Autumn Circuit North American Finals. My goodness, it's time. It is the place, and it is the moment that we get to talk about our casters, particularly those that are going to be bringing us in the drama that comes with this next game. Could it be our final game, Fallout? Could it be?
Complexity. I think we got it. I'm going to stick with my prediction, Complexity or Flashpoint.
You heard it here first, or possibly 10th or 11th. Doesn't matter, but it's over to you guys now in-game.
We are on... And things have still not been decided. You would probably have guessed that, the fact that you're seeing our beautiful faces on your screen once more. But things have changed now, Dan. Things have got a little bit messy in the lobby. We've got 6 teams now on match point. That is over a quarter of the lobby. My maths is on point today. I'm sure you'd absolutely love that one. But the thing to point out here is there's no longer a chance to really solo out teams that are on match point. You can't see NRG and Rogue and think we need to take them out of the lobby because they're on match point. Now there's so many teams on match point, it goes back to almost a reset, right? Where everyone's just trying to win that game.
Mark, I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't hear a word that you just said.
I was muted, Dan, so I apologise.
Maybe there you go. But you looked great whilst you said it, and I'm sure you said something absolutely fantastic. But we're here. We're in match 7, and I presume you said something, the lay of the land. We've got 6 teams on match point. Well, surely we're going to get a winner here now, Mark, in match 7, or does it keep going? This is the beauty of the match.
Well, what I did say, Dan, just to keep you entertained, is the fact that we now have over a quarter of the lobby on match point. I did a little bit of quick math because I know you love my maths, and you know I'm all about that kind of like numbers guy. You know, I'm a numbers guy. But the fact now is that you can't solo out those teams, right, who are on match point. You can no longer think, oh, NRG are there, Rogue are there, 18 other teams in the lobby thinking we need to take these teams out because of the fact that they could take the tournament away from us. Now it's kind of almost a reset where everyone's just thinking we need to just focus on winning this game because there's so many teams now on match point. It becomes almost impossible to solo out those teams because they are almost, getting into that point now where the majority of the lobby will be hitting that margin.
Yeah, it was a question that was asked right at the start of like Battle Royales when you got this situation of should we change our drop spot and drop on other people to try and stop them from getting a win in the game? And the answer really is probably no, because you don't want to drop, lose that fight, get 0 points, and then have no chance of winning the tournament in the next game. Yes, okay, you might be able to eliminate one team from the lobby and stop them winning, but there's 5 other teams. Like, you can't take that risk. You just got to focus on your own game. Sure, later on, if you see a knock and you can take a team out, go for it, but you need to drop where you're dropping, rotate accordingly, focus on getting a W yourself. That is the best way to stop anyone winning this tournament, is by winning the game. It is simple as that. Sounds simple, not necessarily as simple when it comes to the practice, because this lobby is so competitive, Mark. The fact we've had teams already on match point have those chances. NRG, they had it within their grasp, but then they got absolutely peppered by everyone in match number 5. So it's going to be a real question of who can clutch up. Is it going to be game 7? Is it going to be game 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? How far?
We could go as long as we want. We'll go until we find a winner, Dan. It's as simple as that. We'll just have a little bit of a wait until we get the lobby up and ready and everyone's in there for this game, number 7. But let's talk about the teams. Remind you of who is on match point now. You have Rogue and NRG, of course, the first teams to get there. Flashpoint joined them. They had a chance in that last game to maybe close things out. And then you've just had Sentinels, Solar Fide, and of course, Complexity join them on match point. You can see the leaderboard right now in front of your very eyes at home. And just behind them now, you've got Team Liquid. They're 8 points off. HPS, 5 points off. TSM, 10 points off. I mean, all of these teams still in with a shot of winning this tournament with one good game to put them onto match point. But the biggest thing for all of the other 14 teams in the lobby is you can't let those teams take home match point. If you see the chance still to take out Complexity, Rogue, Aim Assist, Sentinels, NRG or Flashpoint, you've got to take it.
I mean, when we look at summer playoffs, the fact that we saw Complexity have such a lead and then it was snatched away from them by CLG. I know it's a long time ago now, Polon Krakow, when we saw the match point format first introduced. TSM were late to join the party there as well and then went on to win. There's no reason why these teams can't get onto that match point format and then pick up that victory afterwards. What will really throw a spanner in the works is if we see one of the teams at the bottom of the table pick up a victory, get some of that KP quickly on the board, get up on the leaderboards, make everyone else kind of sweat a bit, saying, actually, maybe this lobby isn't as heavily top-ended as we thought, because why can't we see one of these teams who showed up through the last chance qualifier, for example, why can't they turn up and get a victory? But we will be focusing on those 6 teams that you mentioned, and of course, if any of them even get close, or if they get a circle that is perfect for them, we'll try and follow them as best as we can. As here we go, match number 7, Mark. Now, historically, match number 7 on average, that is just about when we usually find our winner. I wonder whether history is going to repeat
We'll have
itself.
to find out. Match number 7 is loading. You can see us flying once again through World's Edge as the players are in the dropship. I'm excited to see where this circle pulls, because we've had numerous different winners. We haven't had a repeat winner yet in the lobby as well, which shows how stacked the North American lobby is. We've got a beautiful flight path, though, for all of the teams straight down the middle of World's Edge, meaning they can all get there nice and quickly, loot up as quickly as possible. Even better for the teams, of course, on the west-hand side of this map. Teams like NRG going to be able to land very, very quickly, get looted, and get moving.
Yeah, I will correct you slightly. We have had 1 repeat winner. It was NRG. They've managed to find victories. Sorry, Flashpoint have managed to find 2 victories, not NRG. Excuse me. I will correct you, then correct myself. Yeah, Flashpoint have found 2 after that round 5 victory. So, in theory, they are one of the favourites with how many victories they've found. Rogue have the most victories across the season, so they are still one of the favourites as well in this tournament. But now we've got Complexity in the mix. They've yet to find a win here in this tournament, though, Mark. They may find themselves on match point, but we haven't seen a first place from them. So we need to see a big performance if they're going to snatch this away. And, I mean, how good would it be for Complexity after what happened to them in the summer playoffs if they were to come from the death here and snatch it away from the other
Here
teams?
is a zone we haven't seen in a while. Fragment West, Fragment East, and Epicenter all involved. I wonder if it's going to pull just outside of Fragment towards Epicenter, or if it will be in the open just south of the little train station above Fragment West. This is a very interesting circle. Of course, you've got Complexity dropping over at Epicenter. You've got TSM over at Fragment East. And then you've got our other teams on match point who are going to have to make a little bit of a wider rotation in, maybe playing edge and trying to fight their way in. But I love these circles, Dan, because as we know, Fragment, so many layers in the buildings that are available for teams to find a spot to hold down. It usually means we have around 20 teams in that circle towards the end game, and that just makes things hella exciting.
It's chaos, to be honest, and I blummin' bathe in that stuff. I cannot wait for this final circle if it is going to be around these buildings. Another team, Flashpoint, dropping at Overlook. This is a good rotation from them to get into a nice position. They can loot up, they can move on in. They've just got to be careful of those teams who are dropping in Fragment, of course, the TSM that you talk of. This is a real chance for TSM to get back in this game, get back in this tournament. If they could pick up a victory, they would get enough points to be match point eligible, and of course would stop everyone else from winning in the tournament as well. So we'll see where this zone pulls when it gets a little bit further, but for now, everyone's just on a looting mission. No squads eliminated early on, we've got no 50-50s, everyone in the lobby knows who's dropping where, and they will respect those drops, because you want to focus on getting your loot. You want to make sure you are as healthy as possible when you get to that late game. You may choose to rotate earlier than some other teams, but as long as you've got some weapons, you've got some armor, then you're sorted.
Now we see the classic strategy from Complexity. A lot of teams might have been thinking about holding down a building, getting into center zone. Complexity make their way out of zone. They try and find that early game isolated 3v3, whereas Rogue, who have made a rotation here very, very, very quickly from Skyhook, have already found themselves into Fragment West on top of the quad tier building. They're going to be overlooking everybody who's trying to move in.
There are no composition changes coming into this game. We have seen a few throughout this tournament. We've seen like some aggression. We've seen Watson change to Gibby, for example. We've seen Caustic change over to a Watson. We've seen all sorts of changes coming in. We've even seen a Crypto changing to a Bloodhound for teams, just trying to figure out whether they want to be a little bit more aggressive or whether they want to play a little bit more passive, play for that end circle. But you can see all those red arrows already situating themselves in Fragment East and Fragment West, Mark. I mean, what kind of zone are you feeling?
This is a tough one. I mean, any Ali G fans are probably showing my age a little bit. Would know that is East side the best, is West side the best. It's an ongoing decision, right? And that might be a little bit of a niche you know, a niche reference for some of the people who might be up watching at the moment, because it's getting a little bit late over here in the UK, which is where most people might get that one. But Rogue have found themselves inside of Fragment West, inside of Market. We can also see the Flashpoint have found themselves inside a train station. Their rotation from Overlook looking pretty healthy at the moment. But I'm expecting, as we said previously, most of these teams will find somewhere to play inside this second and potentially third zone as well. This is where IGLs are huge. This is where decision-making is huge. This is where any opening and opportunity to move up, to make a decision, to try and find a fight is absolutely huge.
I think what's interesting about this Flashpoint squad is it's Rambo who's got the most kills out of the three of them. He's got 9 kills so far this tournament, 3,200 damage to his name, averaging out about 1.5 kills per match at the moment, which a lot of players are. About 1.5 kills, upward of 2 kills. At the moment, leading the lobby is actually Sentinel's Retzi. He's got 14 kills so far in this tournament, averaging out about 2.3 in each game. So those are the kind of players you want to look out for. You need your leading fragger, but the fact it was a Watson on the side of Flashpoint does surprise me. But I mean, you know, Watson's nimble, she's quick.
Defensive bombardment's going to be coming down here. NRG just poking and prodding at the top of the construction building. A couple of shots going to be hit to try and level up that Evo shield. Season on the bottom of the construction building as well, and actually going to be controlling all of it at the moment, different levels. And you want to hold down as much space as possible, as we always know. Show as much presence as you can. Force teams off of your building. Force teams into each other to fight, to scrap. As Nathan takes a little bit of damage as he tries to poke himself. He's only looking for around 100 damage or so to level up that Evo shield. We might see him change that one out for the fresh Evo shield that's on the floor. The only problem is, of course, and that might need a little bit more damage to actually level up. But it's going to be a smart decision for them. Dropping that shield, making sure that they don't take too much damage from the EMP. Put the best shield on your Watson. Get the gen down. Get the shields back up as Complexity survey the land in front of them.
If I'm NRG, I'd probably give the lower shield to Nathan at the moment because he is the third highest damage dealer in this lobby. 5,260 is how much he's been able to achieve thus far. Just behind Retzi, and actually Albrelelli is leading in terms of damage in this tournament. So he's doing some big things for Liquid, and I'm sure he'll want to get Liquid ever closer to that match point threshold. For Complexity, it does worry me a little bit, if I'm going to be honest with you, Mark, that they haven't found a win yet. They've got 2nd place, 4th, 16th, 3rd, 14th, and 8th. They can get into that top 3, they can get into that late game, but there's just no win in sight. And I'm wondering, what do they need? Because they are one of these teams that does search for kills. They do play on the edge. Is it just now they've got to match point? Are we going to see a slightly more reserved Complexity? A team that is more than happy to wait a little bit, not necessarily look for that KP, and perhaps it will just be that little bit of magic that gets them to the playoffs and win this autumn circuit.
Well, a really wide rotation coming from Solar Fide here. We know they like to play the edge of zone. We know that. We'll repeat it until the cows go home. But at the moment, they're just making their way through train yard. They're going to have a pretty clear move into maybe one of these chokes. You can see that they're pinging at the moment. Outside and overlooking fragment where they can survey what teams are going to be fighting each other. They can look to pick their opening to move in. Complexity now, though. Up at the top of Epicenter, chilling.
Let's go here.
Saying 8, we'll have a free scan, and it's going to be perfect for us to see where this next circle is going to be as soon as Reptar shoves his little disk drive in. Is that a floppy disk? I don't know, that's probably, that's a generation even further behind, but yeah, got to be completely right there. Fragment West is where it's starting to head towards, so those who had banked on Fragment East are going to have a little sigh of disappointment. Those already in Fragment West, though, are going to be saying, oh yeah, licking the lips.
This looks like it might actually pull just to the north of Fragment West. We've seen the zones out in the open, and where Complexity are set up right now is perfect. They are going to be overlooking all of these teams inside of Fragment who are going to be forced to move through each other, forced to fight each other, and they can potentially not only level up those Evo shields, but pick up a lot of kill points along the way. A reminder, our teams that are on match point right now, Rogue, NRG, Flashpoint, Sentinels, Solar Fide, and Complexity. If you see any of them with a champion banner at the end of this game, they will be our champions.
And just looking across the final circle finishes from this season, across really both North America and EMEA, we've seen very little Fragment West pulls. We've seen a slightly west side of Epicenter be a finish a couple of times in the little compound near Outskirts Station. The little lava bridge between Fragment East and Fragment West is another common circle as well, which some people might be thinking about just on the edge of the current circle. But because it's random where this circle can pull, of course, it is just a guessing game. It's about trying to remember where possible final circles can be. There's not really a pattern that you can follow at this point, so it's just about trying to situate yourself in the best possible place where you can move accordingly as soon as you see where that zone's going to be.
Well, Flashpoint still in the train station, still very safe, and no surprise to see them not trying to take too many risks at this point. 20 squads still alive as we're about to see Zone 2 close in around 45 seconds or so. I'm pretty sure that everyone has made their way into the zone at the moment. As I say that, there's one team just hovering on the outside of it. We're involved in a battle just in this little compound, as the shots from the R9 are going to hit pretty hard, and the headshots aren't going to come in, but the body shots are going to come in as well, and the wingman shots are looking pretty tasty as well. But that's going to be a grenade on the floor. That's going to cause a few problems, but it looks like Dudes Night Out are going to be able to get out of dodge here. The portal will go down as they're trying to hold off this team, trying to push on them.
Yeah, trying to hold, desperately get away. The bubble goes down. At least you can get the bat off at this point, and Dude's Night Out should be able to just scamper away. But the trouble is, when you start running away from a fight, you've got the potential of running into yet another team. And Solar Fide are on the edge of this circle at the moment, but pinging directions where they could head towards. Trying to find maybe a safe place, a rock they can stand behind, some sort of vantage point they can work with. They'll know that a lot of the buildings in this area are already going to have residents, so they're not going to go knocking and singing any Christmas carols at this point, because they're going to be met with, well, not such a nice response.
It's not going to be a jolly Christmas, much like it's not going to be in the UK, unfortunately. Tier 4, what's up? As another team says, what's up at the moment inside of this building. We see our first team eliminated. We're down to 19 squads now. Liquid starting to get busy in the kill feed as well. Complexity now having to overlook the area that they vacated a few moments ago, the top of that central structure inside of Epicenter, but they're very comfortable with this position. They're holding their backs. They have the high ground. The team in front of them, they're the ones who have to show their cards.
And when we had the listening a few games ago, when Complexity had been able to find a little vantage point, some high ground, and they were saying like Dub City was available to them, I wonder whether they're thinking the same thing. Do they think that this is a potential victory? Could this be the Autumn Circuit playoffs right within their grasp? Or is someone else going to snatch it away from them? Or are we going to move on to another game? Because even though we've got 6 teams on match point, there are still plenty of teams outside of that top 6 that could find a victory here. Liquid and TSM being 2 of the main contenders that I would say that haven't been able to find match point. And HBS still only 5 points off as well. But out of those 3, Liquid are the only team that has actually found a victory in this tournament thus far. So they surely would be one of the favourites to achieve match point if we do get there and one of these top 6 don't actually find it.
So just got a quick look at Solar Fide here. Here comes the move from Flashpoint. They're making the zip line across to the broken building just outside of Market in Fragment West. So transitioning from east side to west side. They're going to get that gen down as well. And once again, just playing a minimal risk game at the moment. Not trying to make too much progress at once. Shot's going to come in from the longbow as well. And one of those is going to be a headshot that hits for 99.
Elsewhere, Albrelelli picks up a knock, so Team Liquid doing some damage on the other side of the map. Rogue are bang on center of this circle, and center's not always perfect. We have seen some heavy shifts either side, but I'm sure they're going to be in a pretty comfortable spot in the moment. All blue armor, so they're looking out the windows to try and level up those Evo shields. And TSM, who of course do land in this area, well, they found themselves in a bit of a scuffle. Some good damage coming out from Imperial Hell, but it's not going to be any kills just
that
yet.
portal just to try and see if they can get a knock, create an opening. As Reps is now going to be peeking through the bars of a window like a caged animal, just looking for an opportunity to take down some prey with that G7 Scout. Nice shots as well onto the broken building team, and that's Flashpoint, remember, who are holding down that position. So difficult to hold down that area as well. You can see so many openings for players with those scouts, with the charge rifles, longbows, to do damage. Oh, Reptar! Squeaky bottom time for him. Manages to get around the corner. He will be able to get that Phoenix kit off, but Complexity have to be careful with it.
Just showing a little bit too much as Reptar. Maybe a bit too confident. Just waving at those who are a little bit lower down in Epicenter. And they have to be very careful. They know there is a team just below them. Solar Fide in some trouble. The bubble will come down, just a defensive mechanism here to allow them to heal up, but that means they're vulnerable to some bombardments, to bullets, to grenades. And the bombardment comes down, but it's not going to hit Solar Fide. They've dodged that one. And not just dodging a bullet, they are dodging everything raining from the sky.
Still 19 squads remaining. You can see the flank has just been taken down and finished as well by Duplex. So Liquid losing a member. Rogue still right slap bang in the center of the zone. And Sweet just looking for the opportunity to hit one bullet with that Hemlock to get that blue up to a purple as well. Teams will be rotating in. There will be the opportunity for him to hit some shots. As we see Tech in the kill feed as well for 2 brains, 1 controller. Monsoon now, peering like a peregrine falcon, looking for prey. Hitting some shots, but can't quite get the knock. But doing a lot of damage in the process.
Circle moves the east side of Fragment West, and it has moved towards that kind of lava bridge that I was talking about earlier. I wonder whether any teams are going to bank on that. You can see one team is in that southeast side, right by that lava bridge. Yeah, it is a huge shift, and those teams who are in the northwest side of this Fragment West are probably going to be pretty bummed out about that one, but Solar Fide doing some damage. Rice Krispies will have a member knocked, but Designful needs to be a little bit careful here. Otherwise, they might find themselves also losing a man, but it looks like Gentrifying has been able to pick that one up, so that's some KP on the board. But of course, doesn't matter for Solar Fide. They are one of the teams on match point. They just need the victory.
So the team who is now all of a sudden in control of the circle is Flashpoint, taking control of that broken building. Their slap bang center, TSM, are also inside. Complexity though, things have changed a little bit for them. They now need to make their way into Fragment with 19 squads alive. Leaving it this late, it's very, very difficult as NRG are finding now. They've been holding down the west side of Fragment, and now they're going to be holding that res button as well to try and get Nathan back up. As they lose one player, this is of course NRG who are on match point, down to a 2-man. Can Nathan get away? All shots coming in from behind Frex now. NRG, risky plays from them.
Oh, and just as Rocker goes for the res out of nowhere, a stone cold stunner, and it's down to just Frex. He does manage to do the job, he gets the kill, but at what cost? Can he stay alive? Can he potentially get revives here? Nathan and Rocker still healthy. We will get some fences put up. And he does have a gold backpack too, so they will be revived to a healthy total if he can get them back
Solar
up.
Fide now making their way in, creeping their way in, but they've only got 9 seconds before that ring does start closing as well. And they've still got a little bit of land to cover before they can find themselves a hiding spot, a home, whatever you want to call it, to progress in this game. NRG back up to a full complement, but only for a few moments. As Nathan now put some big shots down with the flatline to try and buy his teammates time to get the res, and all of a sudden, what has been an incredibly quiet Game 7, you can hear the noise echoing around Fragment.
It's just down to Frex yet again. Can he get the armor swap? Manages to pick up the banner, but the armor, where is it? He gets a blue. He's still alive. He's still fighting. He's still kicking, but the circle is starting to close in. He's going to get the banners, but of course, it's going to be very difficult to get anyone up at this point as Complexity elsewhere. Also in a spot of bother. Gibby Bombardment is doing some real damage. Reptar trying to get away from it. They manage to stay healthy. They stay alive.
Rogue now involved in a fight themselves. It's all coming down to drop to Sweet. 1 HP. Rogue are eliminated. One of our teams on match point out of there. And the team at the moment who are controlling the lobby is Flashpoint. Dead center zone. Holding down and hitting headshots as well.
Complexity's still alive here, Mark. They've been under so much pressure. A lot of teams know where they are, and their cutesy toes are being shot by everyone else. They're trying to get away. The bubble has to come down, so you imagine that the push is going to follow because they know they're going to be without that bubble, without that cover. Reptile will be the first to fall. Shiny and Monsoon now need to try and escape, but they're going to be down to just 2. And we've seen Monsoon do crazy things, Mark, but I'm not sure he can win a game when there's 10 squads left. He's just trying to survive.
He might be able to get a res. He might be able to get a res here. The team have backed off. That have initially put that pressure on. Solar Fide down to just 1 player, but Designful still alive. But Flashpoint at the moment have just been able to look at all of the carnage that's been going on around them. Hit shots, level up those evos, and hold down this position. TSM still involved as well. And you can see in the kill feed as well, Zach Mazer taking down Lion.
So Complexity's still in it, but down to just 2. Flashpoint are the fullest and healthiest out of our match points, and Solar Fide down to just 1. So unless we see Complexity or Solar Fide clutch up, it's probably going to be down to Flashpoint.
Oh,
Complexity,
it's TSM!
They get absolutely run down by TSM and sniped down Shaquille.
TSM making moves, and it's about time. They've been quiet so far in this tournament, but they eliminate Complexity, and if they can eliminate Flashpoint as well, this might open up an opportunity for them to join some teams on match point. There is a team below Flashpoint at the moment. As you would imagine, 8 squads now remaining. There's hardly any room to play with, but somehow we have 8 squads alive. As I say that, the kill feed starts lighting up in front of us as Klein from Season becomes the kill leader with 5 kills to his name.
Down to 5 squads. Flashpoint have height advantage. They do need to move into this next circle, but so does everyone else in the lobby. It's dead center of everyone, where everyone is right now. HPS, they're 5 points off of match point, but this is the kidnapped attempt. Do they manage to achieve it? That's the real question. Doesn't look like they did. They will back off for now, but at what cost? Are they going to be using these resources a little bit early? It looks like they're okay for now. But boy, Mark, if we do not see Flashpoint win this game, HPS and TSM should be on match point as well.
Flashpoint, this is your chance. You have to grab it with both hands. You don't get these opportunities very often. But they have been the standout team so far today, in my opinion, winning multiple games so far in the Autumn Circuit Playoff Finals. Can they get the job done, though? TSM are below them. There's a couple of teams inside the market. What is their next move? They've been able to creep into this position. They haven't come under too much pressure so far in this game, but now things are different.
TSM just wait on the edge. As we get the calm before the storm. Everyone just trying to size each other up at this point. Work out who's going to be pushing in from where. How they're going to get into this circle. What's the plan of action? Flashpoint, the first team to move. The portal being created by Kubski. It's not going to be central circle. Instead, they reposition. He manages to get some gold armor. And he's going for the fast heals in this late game scenario.
Smart play. I like that swap. Get those fast heals, get the opportunity to do so. Here comes the move then. Team's going to be forced to move. Flashpoint, all eyes on them. The shot's coming in from Kubski. It's an absolute bloodbath in the middle of these bubbles. His teammates will fall. Kubski, last member alive, who could potentially close the tournament out right now. What a story this would be. He's behind pretty much the entire lobby, but Kubski's down. Flashpoint are out, and TSM are coming in and looking to wipe the lobby away.
TSM take the victory. They've done their job. They get to match point, and we're going to a game 8. HPS also did enough. We're going to have at least 8 teams on the match point threshold going into this next game. It was so close from Flashpoint, but unfortunately, the circle just didn't end up well for them. And TSM, they were on a destruction path that game. The circle was perfect for them. Finally, they get one that favors their drop, and look what they did.
And when TSM have success in tournaments, it usually comes the longer the tournament goes. They just have a way of all of a sudden catching fire, all of a sudden finding that spark and putting themselves in a position, like they've just done, to win a tournament. Unbelievable stuff from TSM, but I just look at that game and I'm thinking, Flashpoint, are you going to want that one back? Because what an opportunity they had to close it out there in Game 7. But good news, everybody. It means that we've got a Game 8 on our hands. But for now, we're going to go back to Kate and John. What a Game 7 it was. Set us up for Game 8.
Well, my goodness, that absolutely helped us set us up for our analysis in between Game 7 and 8. John, I know you were gunning for complexity. I know you even looked at Flashpoint. You've had a lot of names and numbers on your roster, on your radar. How did this happen?
Yeah, absolutely I did. You know, it's interesting. In my eyes, Flashpoint had an opportunity of a lifetime right there. Best spot in the game. You know, I wouldn't call it God's spot necessarily because it wasn't a perfect spot, but certainly a great position. They followed the kind of the advice, the recipe, the formula that I had recommended. Watson as that team comp, and of course they've been playing Watson all game long alongside that traditional Pathfinder and Wraith combo, but they're set up perfectly. I'm not sure why Kubski felt like he had to do something miraculous. I'm not sure why the decision, almost over-engineered, to place that portal far left, split from your teammates, and then all of a sudden both your teammates fall, leaving your teammates in a 2 versus 3. I think that was a mistake and an error from Kubski and Flashpoint, but again, we didn't have their comms. In the end, it was TSM that ended up on top.
Indeed, they did. And I think in this case, there had to be, it's almost like the idea is like there had to be so many teams that went wrong in order for TSM to go right. Speaking of course, they come in, bring in the W for that game. Talk to me about what TSM did right here. Are they the team that comes in late game or certainly late into a tournament and just cleans up like they did just now?
Yeah, you know, while I'm glad we had Cubsky's POV because he could have made a miraculous play, we didn't necessarily have TSM's POV, so I'd like to hopefully see in the highlights if we do have a chance to see their POV at the end there. As TSM, I believe, as the team to the far right or the east or north side of the map, they were just kind of slowly playing that circle in. And the way that you do an NEBR, they slowly played it in. They let all of the teams over towards Market fight. They crept up on the team that was either below Cubsky's team or Cubsky's team themselves in Flashpoint. They won their 3 versus 2s, and in the end, just kind of like a shark in the water, was able to just chomp up their opponents and get the win.
They were just like a shark, like chum in the water. At any rate, let's take a look at what that chum has resulted with our game results here at the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit North American Finals. And of course, ooh, T-Shay! Oh, you did it! I love it, John. You're on board with my double-digit joy. Exactly. TSM showing exactly who TSM is by doing TSM tings, as the kids say. John, talk to me about any of the surprises here. I'm looking at HPS and going, Mer?
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember where HPS was in terms of points, but Onset said it, and I think he was right. HPS might be in match point alongside TSM. Season and Farm Boys. I like to see it. Farm Boys, one of our teams that qualified through last chance qualifiers. Props to them. And SIZ is another one. You see them a little further down, and they're up there in the grand scheme of things. I hope that Farm Boys, which in my eyes, that's the team that was right below Cubsky and Flashpoint. I'm hoping that that's enough for them to kind of get close to that match point spot. I really have been impressed with this Farm Boys squad. It's a Cinderella story in its own right.
Fantastic. Well, let's not make you wait any longer. We've got those overall standings where we're going to see which teams have made it to match point now, going out of game number 7, coming in to game number 8, and bam! Boy, do I love a good graphic. Look at that. Oh, and just a casual number 3 slot coming in. They weren't match point before this, but boy, did that trajectory just bolt them up to number 3, up to the top. And of course, HPS also coming in with 56 points.
Brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant from HPS. Saucer Hill and Panders. Panders is a little fun fact for everyone here. I've been really, really impressed by Panders' gameplay. He actually had the most average damage dealt per match throughout the entirety of the Autumn Circuit. Hill was right behind him. So you got to give kudos and respect to HPS. Saucer, former team captain of the Flying Saucers. Yes, he's very humble. They're always been a very, very top performing team. Big shout to them. They have now secured themselves alongside TSM as match point eligible. 8 teams now. 8 teams, Kate.
Okay, 8 teams. It feels to me, now call me nuts, because me and math don't really ever get along. But it feels like we're at that magic moment where this next game, game number 8, and as we've been mentioning time and time again, game number 7 is usually the silver bullet. No. Game number 8 seems like the right move. Now, with the fortune teller hat on there, my friend, talk to me what you're going to see. What can we expect as viewers, as fans, from a lobby that has so many teams that are ready to go? So many teams that could genuinely find themselves at the top.
Well, you said math, statistically speaking. I'll give you just facts of what we're going to see. All right? I studied AP Calculus at Glenmard West High School in the Chicago suburbs, and I can tell you that 8 teams out of 20, well, that's 40% of our lobby. That means there's a 40% chance. Kind of. That's probably not very true because some teams are more likely to win than others. But still, you understand what I'm saying here.
I do.
There's a high likelihood that a team's going to win it. There's a high likelihood that this is our last game. But guess what? If the Krakow tournament, where we had our last ever LAN tournament, all the teams around the world, Korea, Japan, Australia, Europe, North America, South America, if that was any indication, 40% means nothing. We had 11 games then. I think we're going to see a potential game number 9 here. I'm excited.
Fantastic. Well, as Onset says, those were his kind of maths, and he's from the UK, so they can call them maths, and it's not grammatically incorrect. At any rate, yeah, we've got some highlights. If you want to see the way that TSM made their way to the final finish, to the W here for our last game, number 7, well, we've got some highlights for that, and John's going to tell you exactly how they ruled the day.
Yeah, they also say lift instead of elevator, so I don't know if anything that Onset says, I take, too seriously. Big shot to my man Onset. I got a lot of love from Mark. I've been casting with him for a long time since the Gears of War and Halo days. He did say correct. All right, he agrees with me. Fantastic. He's like, yes, don't agree with anything that comes out of my mouth. But more importantly, Onset, Gaskin, they casted that one brilliantly. Was it Onset? Was it Gaskin? We've been doing some mixing and matching here. I can't remember here. But they did cast it brilliantly. This end game was where TSM, again, just kind of cleaned up the lobby. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Clean up on aisle 5, clean up in Fragment East. I actually think it's Fragment West, but a really good job overall by TSM. Team Solo Mid, if you're a TSM fan, let me hear it in the chat right now, all right? I saw so many of y'all haters, all right, just going off on TSM earlier, saying, where's TSM at? Where's TSM? TSM's not a match point. TSM sucks. Well, they hate us because they ain't us, all right? Because TSM is now a match point. TSM is the winningest team in Apex history. TSM is now in position to win this tournament.
I'll tell you what, there is a momentum that cannot be ignored at all here. Well, I'm not sure how to segue from some TSM love to some girl love. We all have it. She's amazing. She's been on our casting squads for a while here, but she also has a great series for those of you who may be newer to the Apex Legends gameplay, the newer to the Apex Legends scene. This is Level Up with Girl. More importantly, this is going to give you a little bit of that foundational tips from the pro herself. Take a look.
We love you, girl.
As a pro streamer, caster, and Apex Predator, I know what it takes to make it to the final circle. My name is Girl, and if you want to become a pro like me, here are some tips to get you started. Today we're talking about the ring. You might recognize it as the circle on the map. As the game progresses, the ring gets smaller and smaller. The ring can be pretty random. It takes a trained eye to see where it could be going, and that is something you gain with experience. But in the meantime, a great way to keep on top of the rotation is to rely on a recon legend. Any recon legend can scan a survey beacon, showing their team where the next round's circle will be. Legends like Bloodhound, Pathfinder, and Crypto are perfect for this. Although she isn't a recon legend, Wraith is also used because she's really good at rotating from one spot to another with the use of her portal. If you see a big circle like this, and then a small circle pulling right, then you probably want to be near the X. This strategy is great, especially when the zone is pulling hard like this one. Once the zone reduces to that small circle, consider playing the edge. Playing around teams that are more center of the zone will help with your chances to make it to the end zone. One mistake I see a lot of teams make is that they don't rotate early enough. If you rotate too late, there's a higher chance of you dying to the ring. Every game of Apex Legends is unique, so you have to be ready for everything when you get to the final zone. It may be better to stay in a heavily fortified position, or it may be better to stand guard at the edge of the ring. Stay flexible and learn from each rotation.
And that is exactly how you level up. Thank you, Girl, for bringing in those pro tips, for showcasing exactly why you are the pro that you are, and for, of course, gracing us with your lovely presence and your analyst mindset. John, I feel like we're just the Girl fan club, and I will continue to be.
I'm actually the captain. You can be my co-captain if you like. I'm the president. Sorry, but you can be the vice president of the Girl Fan Club. If anyone wants to join the Girl Fan Club, applications are open. Just tweet at me, at Fallout with 2 T's. Let us know, at Kate Yeager. We'd love to hear your thoughts. No, but jokes aside, Level Up with Girls has been a great series. I've loved it. And this is where I also pay homage with an H, to T Squared, who's sick right now. I'm sitting in his spot, otherwise I'd be casting. But he did a little G4 video way back in the day. It was T Squared has the tips that have you fragging like a pro. Listen, T Squared, you got some competition now because Girls got the tips that has me fragging like a pro and also fanboying like a pro.
Like a pro indeed. Well, hey, speaking of pros, we've got the pro herself coming up here. Rain Day and Girl, take it away, folks. It's game number 8. Woo!
Yerp.
All right. We are here. It is game number 8. We are on match point. Not once, not twice, not thrice, But ice! No, I'm kidding. 8. Not I tried to go for it, girl, but I don't think I've leveled up in terms of being able to kind of continue that streak. You certainly have, though. That video was fantastic, and I think it goes to show a lot of stuff you're talking about having an impact in the games that we've been watching today.
Yeah, honestly, they're just simple basics, but it helps a lot. So the rotations, a lot of early gamers that just start, they don't realize the time and rotating early enough. So that's just some small tips for me to you.
You should have like a Twitch channel where people can, sub to girl at twitch.tv/girl or something like that. Consider making it, all right? Or a YouTube channel as well. She has those guys and gals, so go check it out. More tips and great plays from her. But right now, we are in the middle of some intensity. It's no longer the kiddie pool. We've stepped into the deep ocean, and that just means that there are monsters lurking out there you may not be aware of if you've stepped in shallower shores. And right now, that just means that TSM, after that win, has found themselves on match point. HPS, Complexity, Sentinels, Rogue, Solafide, Aim Assist, NRG, and Flashpoint. They are the ones who have a chance to win it. And right now, girl, it is really anybody's game, and there's so many teams who can win. How do you think that's going to impact what we see here?
Now I think the pressure's on everyone. Honestly, everyone's feeling pressure, anxiety, stress. I would believe so. I know I would personally, because this is tough, Your hands are probably sweating at this point.
Spaghetti.
You just played 7 games in a row. We're used to it as gamers, to be honest. For anyone out there watching, a lot of us gamers, we play, 8 hours a day. Don't try and make it an unhealthy habit. Make sure you stretch in between games and stuff, and drink lots of water, of course, because you could get into an unhealthy addiction. But these pro players, they know how to take care of themselves, and they know how to win games. 8 teams, at match point here. So really looking forward to this one. It's getting more exciting and exciting.
It is, and I'm going to add a third exciting, because I just feel like every single time we add more teams to match point, we even out the ability for every team to perform and really show what they're made of. I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of you watched it when NRG was on match point. I think it was maybe game 4 or 5. It was a little bit like, it felt like a bit of a competitive teaming there. With the purpose of not going out in the tournament. And it's all fair, but I don't think NRG, looking at them now as they're rotating out with blue shields on both, Frex still working with a white, so he's got to level that up or find something quickly. I still feel like now they have a chance to evenly play against these teams without being the odd man out, without being the one everyone knows we have to kill. There's TSM in the lobby. There's NRG. There's Rogue. There's Sentinels. There's HP. There's Complexity still. And there's Flashpoint. You can't focus on any one team. You have to focus on yourself at this moment. And it's really going to free up, I think, a lot of those situations where maybe someone said, yeah, let's just dive NRG. Let's throw all our thermites on them, even though it doesn't help us, just to make sure we can live another day. Not this game.
I absolutely agree. Playing in competitive Apex, there's already so much on your mind. Where to rotate, who could shoot at you, where to watch, your back, your front, your meds, your ammo. There's just so much to focus on. So focusing on 8 other teams in the kill feed and where they're at is a lot on your mind.
And it probably won't work out in your favor. Last game. Game 7 trended towards a lot of teams alive late. Now we have 20 teams, but it's still early in round 1 before the circle is moved. But you can see it's going to be that eastern side. And that is going to spell a bit of trepidation for some teams who have to make it all the way across. But if you are near Lava Fisher, if you are near Trials, you're going to be happy, because this is going to be a little similar to some of the rings that you've seen. Maybe not exactly on that Trials Skyhook ring that we saw, but it's going to be potentially close, and definitely on that side of the map. Rogue, however, trying to get around this moment as they've got a little pressure from down below.
I'm honestly really liking Rogue's position right now. They've got a great position. Unfortunately, not the greatest armors or attachments on their guns, but they have a great position. And it looks like they're going to opt to take an even better spot. They're going for the house. Has a couple armor swaps, so keep in mind armor swaps are very important. If you get pushed, you have that, you know, extra 50 HP to swap to if you have enough time. But NRG, Rocker with the scout shots, doing a lot of damage and downs Intel Hill in the kill feed.
Gonna be a big play if he can get the finish there. Points not mattering to these guys, though, and I think that's where you're going to see maybe some potentialities and shifting strategies and ways they approach fights. The kills, they don't really mean anything for these top 8 teams. Nearly half the lobby is on game point, and if you're just joining us, match point, excuse me, what that means is now they have the ability to, with their next win, seal the deal in the tournament, break everybody's backs here. Of course, figuratively, but maybe shed a few tears from their opponents if they do close it out, because that would be done and dusted. And Sentinels are one of those teams. Looking strong throughout the entirety of today, girl. I feel like right now, as far as taking a look at some of the teams and their rotations and their economy, Gold Shield 2 Blues on Retzi and Crust, this is not too bad from Sentinels, even though they're under pressure right now.
It's definitely not too bad, but yeah, like you said, they're under pressure. They're in the open field. They are getting a rotation in, and it seems like that building right in front of them could possibly be empty if they could make it to it. Crust taking a lot of damage, but fortunately for him, he has the bubble. Retzi nearly goes down from a distance, and they're taking damage.
Yeah, tons. And you see how clutch the Gibraltar Dome Shield is there, and that's just why. I mean, you sometimes get in these situations, you just have no idea how to navigate. You've got to rotate. There's no wall there. There's no building. Well, let's put a little mini building on the route to the building we're going to. And that's why Gibraltar has just been the best legend and competitive for so many teams. That's why you're seeing so many Gibraltars played. And it's shifted from metas over the course of the seasons Apex has dropped. And right now it just seems to be Big Gibby's time. And so I'm going to let the brother rock with it. He's doing a good job of keeping these teams alive. I don't see why he would be out or left out of these rosters anytime soon. Sarah Tricky, though, he's not left out of anything. He's getting involved. R99. Iron Sights do the job. They find one. That's 6 down. And a kill for Zara Tricky as they now have pressure at the bottom of Harvester.
Fortunately for them, they do have armor swaps that they can grab easily, but they are getting arc starred and naded to bits here. Zara Tricky, Mr. Hakulo going for the portal out, so they're going to take it and they're going to try and get in a safe spot, but it looks like they're taking a lot of damage on this hill. They're going to need a bubble to be able to survive from this and regroup.
Zara Tricky in a pretty decent spot as far as looking to climb up the ladder. They are the ones where points matter. 17 points, and they find themselves with a chance to win potentially next game, but they've got to secure a good placement here. So Lafayette aim assist. One of the big changes to Bloodhound throughout the season, and throughout these last 2 seasons, 6 and 7 specifically, just being able to scan and figure out where the ring is, being a recon legend, classified in the realm as Pathfinder, but now finally getting that Pathfinder beacon scan. It just made such a big difference for him. Crypto, another kind of honorable mention, being able to scan it with the drone. There's just opened up a lot of play styles, and Bloodhound's been really the one in charge of defining the meta outside of Gibraltar. And you see it here on Designful. It's defining a lot of plays as well, as this team has just been so good over these last few games in this tournament.
Sniper ammo here.
Not sure how good of a spot that they found is because it's on the low ground, but it seems like they're chilling for the time being. One of our top 8 teams on match point, Flashpoint, they're looking a little bit good, but they had a couple white armors there, and TSM, they're looking great on armors, although they're not in the best spot for the zone. So getting into the zone, getting into that lava fissure zone is going to be tough because it's going to be held from within, and you're going to have to push through some teams to get in there. So they're going to have to wait for the perfect time of other teams fighting, or they, you know, they're going to have a rough time rotating.
Yeah, I mean, they got to force the issue, basically what you're saying. And that's not easy to do, especially when you're trying to win a game. So what they're going to try to do is make sure they're at least on red Evos. And with this triple take here, they might get more than that for the value. 466 left for Hal. Nice triple take skin as well. I have that one. I don't know if you do, girl, but it's a solid one for sure. And Reptar, he sees something he likes. He's chasing down the squad. Rakinishu, he's been down. Now the EVA 8 looks like it's going to finish it up here as well. Reptar, though, needs the armor swap fast. He's almost down as well. Big jump. Oh, he jumps over the bullet. Is that Reptar or Keanu Reeves? That was some Matrix-level dodging right there, and Monsoon keeps a teammate alive, and the down does not disclose who Complexity are on the map so far, and it also doesn't put him in a vulnerable spot.
Absolutely, and Team Rockstar, they're getting the res off, I believe. Oh no, they have to recover the banner. Okay, that's their teammate's banner. That's why they're applying so much pressure on Complexity. And that jump was absolutely amazing. There's nothing I hate more than shooting someone with a Mastiff and them jumping over the 110 shot I'm about to induce. So really good, like that. You know what? If you want to improve your Apex skills, start jumping. Start jumping when you're in a fight, because that really helps sometimes.
You may think we're joking, but it's so true as far as how to improve in Apex, and it's not just that you're jumping, right? I mean, that truly is a mechanic that worked. You saw it play out there for Reptar, but one of the bigger things is that a lot of people think aim. I'd say you'd become twice the player you are if you just focused on decision-making, rotations, and movement. I mean, half of winning a fight is not getting hit. A lot of people forget that. They think, let me just do as much damage. Well, if someone's doing 200 damage to you, if you do 175 to them, you still die. So learning how to avoid that damage, it's one of the crucial things I think separates pros. And as a viewer here, getting maybe into Apex again, maybe checking out Season 7, you're wondering, man, some of these players, they've been around for a while. They know what to do. Why can't I hit these guys? It's not because they're that insane as far as aim. They are. Some of them are. But a lot of them just know how to move really well within the game, and that's one of the foundations for being a high-level player here.
Let's go here.
Rain, I absolutely love that explanation. I think you're spot on there. There's just so many factors to Apex, and you really put it into perspective. And oh my goodness, TSM is looking down at the fish in the pond over here. Hal is with Hal's tracking. I don't know if he has aimbot or he's just a
Somebody check.
I'm just kidding.
Go to the stream, guys. Is it fishy? No, stay here. We love you. Girl, I mean, TSM, they let him back in. Is this the scariest opponent in the lobby for you?
No, there's just so many scary teams here. It's a mix. They're all super good players. So there's RNG factored in, there's aim factored in, there's positioning factored in, decision making factored in. It's so hard because you know what? Even the bottom 10 teams could come up and pull this win if they just win 2 in a row. You know, so. Honestly, you just gotta appreciate them all. And I know you guys were plugging in my stream earlier at twitch.tv/girl, but
we were plugging it.
Each and every one of these, about 80 to 90% of the players right here, if you look up their gamer tag on Twitch or on Twitter, you're gonna find them. And I think you guys should definitely give them a follow on some of their social medias if you like them. Definitely go support them outside of the tournaments and inside of the tournaments.
Yeah, like if they have streams like twitch.tv/girl, you should definitely go to theirs and, sub to theirs. So thanks for, being the penultimate caster. Excuse me, the ultimate caster. I can't give you second place there. You're the ultimate caster. Also the ultimate businesswoman. Girl knows what she needs to do to get some viewers. And you know what? Listen, I appreciate it. I'm taking some notes here. Rain Day Gaming's going to explode after this.
YouTube.com/RainDayGaming. That's what I was about to say. All right, back to the game. TSM Imperial Hal, you never see him that much with a triple take, but I honestly love that gun. Triple take and charge rifle, honestly, 2 of the best snipers that I see. I find, my longbow skills not the greatest. It's a very inconsistent, but the triple take and the charge rifle, very consistent to level up that Evo shield. And oh my goodness, what?
There's a little battle there.
Looking at
The crypto drone being able to open doors. I really feel that, it could maybe throw Gibby off. Say, hey, I said this was close. Get your little drone out of here. But maybe a little bit of fun and games, maybe a little mind games as well that may turn into less fun for one of those teams a little later. 17 squads left. Girl, it's, kind of an interesting situation here for those teams down at the bottom. Obviously, it's a tough hill to climb. It's a tough circle to get into. You mentioned the longbow not hitting, although we saw, Flashpoint using it last time in that fragment circle ending. I agree with you. Those 102 headshots are few and far between, but those 69s, those 23s from the triple take, I mean, they happen all day long, and you can see House taking advantage of it already on that red Evo, and TSM looking to make a play here.
Absolutely, and they've got some good line of sight on the other teams, but they've got to climb up this mountain to get in the zone. Oh, they've got a far way to get in the zone, so they've got to make themselves a little path, and they're getting shot. They use their dome, so they're going to have to make a play here because they're not going to have a dome left. Either they climb or they make a play, and it looks like they're trying to run away.
And that might be the right call here as well. So much on the line. Why risk it for the biscuit if you don't know that you can catch it all? Defensive bombardment. It's going to start falling, but oh no, it's not snipe downs. What's going on here? Pushed into it. I don't know if he had tunnel vision or just wanted to accept the risk to try to get the down. Either way, it hurts Reps, and it hurts him so much he has to fall. And it looks like Snipe Down's going to go down as well. He actually went into the beast of the hunt, but that hunt, Snipe Down's going to go down as well. He actually went into the beast of the hunt, but that hunt, it ain't going to track. He ends up falling thanks to Mercy only as well, and tracking from Resulta. Finding damage on top of the roof, but Designful here involved in the engagement. It's about to get a little wacky and crazy here in Apex Legends, potentially with a game-winning play at the end of it, a tournament-winning play. But they're going to have to get through this if they want to survive, and how? He is alive! TSM hopes are not done, and Snipe Down as well with the Phoenix kit has a chance. This could be a full revive for TSM, and what an incredible story that would be if they won after that.
It would definitely be incredible. Zeratricky tried to push SF. SF was able to hold. Hal was able to get his team right back up, and Rogue is in a skirmish. They're down on 2 shields. They're getting the armor swaps off that they need. Nathan goes down to drop, actually. A lot of teams going down here. 14 squads left. I told you this is a hard zone to get into, and that's why everyone's fighting right now.
4th round, 13 seconds remaining. And the revive is happening. Rogue will have one more chance. NRG fighting, using every tooth and limb. But it may just not be enough. And it may just be a day late and $1 short for Frex. And you hate to see it. Nearly the first team on match point. Could he somehow pull off the miracle? And it is Christmas time. It is the holidays. If any time it's going to happen, it would be now. Same thing for Flashpoint and Odd Freestyle, who finds himself in a bad spot also, getting tagged right as he tries to get the shield battery off and get a revive, but it looks like pressure could be absolving here, as he maybe has a little bit of time when eyes aren't on him to pick up, looking like Kubsky, but no, the zone is coming in, girl. This could be it. That's Flashpoint out. They will not be your winners, at least not this game.
That's true. And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get the revived in the storm, and also it's really hard to win as a solo player in this type of zone. It's really hard to get into. But Sentinels, they are one of our top 8 teams, and they definitely have a chance to win this. Solfide still up, also have a chance to win this, even though they're a team of 2. They've got a position.
And they do, but it's so much about what they do with it. 10 squads here, and that was really, like I said, about to get wacky, about to get a little funky. That's what Apex Legends is all about, as far as these crazy zones that pull so far away, uphill, over the terrain. That's just so unique each and every moment of the map. One of the beautiful things about it, but also one of the scary ones, especially if you get dropped like Drop did. Rogue loses one member, and Lou and Rogue Sweet, they're just getting out of here. They say we cannot have that same fate if we want to have a chance. So 2 of them still alive. 10 squads there. Albrelelli with the triple take takes down Denial. So Liquid is in the mix. And this is about to get very interesting very soon with 20 seconds left, girl, before this circle moves again.
Absolutely. 10 squads left. The zone's going to move in 10 seconds. So let's see the decision making of these teams. HPS, they are also in our top 8. They've got to do a rotation, though. They've used their bubble. They're going to either need to walk. Oh, that bubble's going to be good for them, actually. It kind of gives them a little bit of cover. But they're going to opt to portal.
And I like Sorcerer here. He's played so much Apex Legends this last year. Boy, oh boy, would they love to call themselves champions at the end of what a tumultuous time in all of our lives, especially competitively. And the 99 and the 42 will do. I'll take that one. You can ring it on up for me. Will he get another, though? And that's not going to work on his side of the table. Sentinels, they're the ones coming in to crash the party. They were not invited. But Crust and Sinox and Retzi, they don't care at all. One of the teams who could win it. 6 alive here. But only a few have a chance to actually win and end the tournament right here. Rogue is one of them, but it looks like it's just Lou, and that may end their hopes. Sentinel showing up through the chaos, looking like the team to beat here. But boy, oh boy, where's TSM?
They actually just took the best position on the map. I don't know how the team is going to revive their teammates over here, but it could work. It could potentially work.
All right, well, it's HRN, girl. It's Sentinels, SCN, Team Rockstar, 2 brains, 1 controller. And really, when you look at it, it is simply Sentinels who are on match point. Everyone else is trying to get there. TSM is out. Liquid is out. They had a little moment in the kill feed, but nothing more than that. No Flashpoint, no Solafide. It is the Sentinel show. Can they claim this last tournament of the year? What a story that would be.
They have one of the best positions, them and the team underneath them. If they just work together to eliminate the other teams, then they have a 3v3 in the finale, and that would be amazing to watch. So yep, they're going to be gatekeeping all these teams in the next 5 to 10 seconds. Let's see how they do it.
The question is, will there be another 5 to 10 seconds for these teams to even be griefed? Sentinels looking like they're on a walk in the park here. And you can see the chaos circle moving in. Sentinel still on the high ground. SCN biding time. In and out of the blue shield, but now he's going into damage. And what will he do when he comes out of it? Doors closed on the bottom. And on the top, he's got the vantage point of Kings. But will he know the way of them? Sentinels trying to get that crown and steal it for themselves. This is the moment to do it. No other team has a chance. 3 squads left, and the dust will settle. Calm before the storm, girl.
The dust will settle, and we do have a Crypto in this end zone, so he's going to be able to crack everyone's shields around him. Now, I'm wondering, does Sentinels have the best position because they're on that roof? And it looks like SZN is trying to go for a kidnap. Klein fails the kidnap. He does a little bit of damage. He goes back down. He takes the portal again. This looks like he might just die taking that portal, but Retzi goes down.
No.
Senak's doing a lot of damage, and it might have just ruined their game. They're doing so much damage. Crush goes down to 2 brains, 1 controller. SCN actually just pushed Sentinels and honestly just made them lose from that push.
Oh my God, they realized that if we just push top level and make sure Sentinels does not win, we have another chance at glory. And man, oh man, we go again. What an ending. Lava Fisher does not disappoint, and girl, Sentinels can't be feeling good about that one. They had it, but in that 2v1 situation, when it became 2 teams who have no chance of winning unless Sentinels loses and they get to play another game, it's just such a hard thing when you know who to focus and you not necessarily, but you're saying, listen, we know Sentinels has to lose for any of this to matter for us, and let's make sure that we don't let that team on high ground end up staying alive in this one. I feel like it's just unfortunate for Sentinels, but a well-played game and a well-played end circle for them.
Absolutely. Like, it's really hard for Sentinels because anyone inside of the building could have poked up and prodded up at any time. Right. So it's really hard for them to gatekeep the other teams at the same time, especially since they bubble portaled in. But they did a good job. They did a great job. They really couldn't do anything. It's kind of like a 2 versus 1 situation, 2 teams against 1. Everyone's just trying to make you lose in the end, and you can't do anything about that. That's the one thing about Apex Legends in tournaments is there's nothing you can do if 2 teams come at you at the same time. There's really honestly nothing you can do about it. Besides maybe play safer, maybe retreat. Who knows what they should have done, but they played very well.
It would have been an epic moment, I think. If Sentinels were to climb that hill, so to speak, and claim the crown that way, it would have been pretty awesome. But alas, we go one more time. I know for me and Girl, that means we're taking a break, watching Onset and Gaskin get down most likely on that cast in Game 9. But for you viewers at home, I'm sure you're excited to see yet another one where more teams possibly have a chance to win it all. Let's send it back to Kate and John. See what they have to say about that game. Oh, it's with us. All right, well, I feel good. You know, I actually think that at this point, now that I faked through and now I'm back with me, Girl, I got to say, it's still hot in the room. You guys wanted the update on the jacket story. I feel very, very hot. And I don't know if that's going to stop here while I'm casting this. So, you know, Sentinels could have done me a favor and finished it up, take this off. But you know what? I think I'm not going to get too mad. I'm not going to hold it against them.
I'm excited, honestly. The more games that there is of Apex, the more I get excited because I just love watching competitive Apex. So we could go on till tomorrow if we want. You know what? Let's leave some chance for the bottom 10 teams to get up to par, and we could go on for a 2-day tournament streak. If you guys don't know, you have to have 50 points and then a win to win the tournament. So if none of our teams with 50 points end up winning in our next couple games, this could go on, and we could just enjoy Apex all weekend long.
An entire weekend of Apex. I mean, honestly, it sounds pretty great. I'm really excited about what we do have in store. And again, if you haven't heard the announcement about Winter Circuit, although we're in the middle of the tournament now, it's going to get even better for Apex throughout the year. So if you're just stopping by and you're excited about what's happening here, make sure to follow, make sure to subscribe, and stay tuned with what we're doing. We've got some game results ready, and I think we should throw to it so we can see what actually happened in that last game, where these players stand, and where the points stand here. We know we had 8. We had Flashpoint, NRG, TSM, Solafide, Aim Assist, Rogue, Sentinels, Complexity, and HBS in the top 8 on match point. And now with 2 brains, 1 controller, they actually grabbed 15 points off of that win. Sentinels was 17, so it's a bit redundant there, but I guess big things to note, teams like Team Rockstar, Liquid, obviously, HP, not HPS because they're not there, but really a couple of these teams having a chance to kind of move up and now be in the mix potentially, SCN particularly with 11 points.
Absolutely, and Sentinels, even though they were at match point, they fragged out. They were not scared to take the game into their own hands, kill everyone that they needed to kill. Unfortunately, again, it feels a little bit bad for them that, you know, you get focused when you're on match point, same as other teams in prior games, but it is what it is. Everyone's out for that win.
Yep. And here's the overall results coming at you guys in just a moment on your screens. And it is, I believe, going to end up, well, we'll have to wait and see because it's going to show up on my screen here. Sentinels still at the top of the leaderboard with points. It is going to matter not necessarily in terms of winning overall, but in terms of second place, third place, fourth place, these points will matter. So when I say they were a bit redundant, not necessarily true yet in terms of every team's goal, which is to win. It is a little true. We still have those 8 teams on match point, so it's going to be a repeat goal of the same 8 teams we had earlier who have a chance to win next round as well. Liquid, bottom 20, got themselves really in the mix. Next game, you can expect them and probably SIZ and SZN to be having a chance to actually move into that match threshold point eligibility as well.
It's so close for the top 15. There's just been so many games today that the points are just so close. And just to remind you guys at home that there's money on the line for every placement, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the higher you get in this next game, just, you know, gives you more money in the long run. But, you know, we're watching competitive Apex, and people mostly care about just grabbing that win, showing everybody they're the best team in NA.
Yeah, as a competitor, as somebody who played a lot of sports in my life, and aiming for second place is just something you don't do. So I know these guys and gals, they all want to get to the top. I'm sure you at home want to see your team get to the top. And I want to see the best team take the W. So like I said a little earlier, Onset and Gaskin coming up with Game 9. But before we do that, we're going to toss to the desk, see what they have to say, get us ready for the next and potentially final match.
Potentially final match. We've been saying that for 3 games now because Fallout, I feel like the narrative is Insert name of team here, choked. Insert name of team here, didn't pull it out, and here we are bringing it in for the real thing. This is the first time, however, that I see our top 8 teams haven't changed. We haven't gotten new ones in, but we have bolstered those match point eligible teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's interesting. I don't know if it's as much that Sentinels choked with Godspot, because it easily could be that, or the optimist in me says, just a big play by Season. I think it was Season Line & Co. that did a good job recognizing that it was Sentinels above them. They had to grief if they wanted a chance at winning this tournament. And at the end of the day, if you ain't first, you're last. Ricky Bobby told me that, and you got to try and shoot for that first place spot by beating the team that has a chance to take home first.
What do I do with my hands? Where do I put my hands? Shake and bake. Shake and bake. At any rate, let's take a look at that final moment instead of the backs of my hands. Let's see exactly how these teams came out on top. Let's see how Two Brains, One Controller found their way to our final circle, but yet to be in our match point eligible. John, tell me, what are we seeing?
Yeah, of course. It was a great game and a great final moment. Two Brains, One Controller. Actually, it might have been Two Brains, One Controller that stopped him right there, as we see. We're going to see here in moments. No, yeah, I think the Season was alive too. I can't remember which team it was that was able to shut them down, but nonetheless, a very, very impressive scenario in this late game, as you're going to see that play out here, where Sentinels had Godspot, really. I wouldn't say it was an ultimate Godspot. It was a really solid overall position, and they should have easily just been able to sit, watch, and wait for this fight to ensue. I mean, this guy's quite literally just teabagging the ground right now in front of him. Just, that's all he's doing. I don't know why Sentinels couldn't just let him die, and that's all that needed to happen. I'm sorry, I was too good not to. I could not say it. I hope that's not horrible. Body disrespecting the ground. That's maybe the appropriate way to say it. There you go. The fight obviously continued to ensue after the fact. And there you go. The push on top to recognize there's a team on high ground and then to come out on top. Two Brains, One Controller, I think, was the one that did it. Very, very impressive overall from Two Brains, One Controller. That's the team that we saw earlier, a little highlight from Bauswer. And, of course, Tech, the one that hired the crypto voice actor to say that they're going to win the game to try and give them some energy. Well, finally, the energy comes to fruition. Two Brains, One Controller gets the game that they needed.
They do indeed. Let's take a look. We got some highlights because, of course, we like to pepper through and show you some actual gameplay that our pros have really been able to bring into the fold here in this why am I saying last game? Game number 8, we'll say, because we're going, of course, to a game 9. Let's take a look. John, talk to me about these fences. Talk to me about these Gibby domes and how it is that Sentinels didn't do this to the finish.
Yeah, they could have. They really could have. Should have, would have, could have right there,
Coulda.
I think is the name of the game. But in the end, they did not. You obviously see on screen, energy got taken out. All of our top teams got taken out. And in the end, it was this just great moment of this guy just hanging out on the opposite side of that door, just enjoying himself. And it wasn't Sentinels that got the win because of this play right here. Catches them with their pants down, gets the victory over Sentinels as Sentinels was just distracted. And Sentinels quite literally just got caught. And I think in that scenario, all Sentinels had to do was just pull back on that building. They thought that they needed to put damage down below them, but by doing that, they exposed them to the team that was right underneath, and they got kind of caught off guard, and in result, they lost the game. That could have been the game they won. I'm not going to lie. I have my notes ready, right? TwitchCon San Diego champions. Road to TwitchCon champions. Well, guess what? The last time that Sentinels won a championship was in 2019. I wouldn't even call that a major. That was really before we had the ALGS. That was before we really knew what Apex was going to be from a competitive perspective. So with that in mind, Sentinels does not get the championship I thought they were going to get, and guess what? Teams like TSM, Complexity, NRG, Rogue, HPS, and others, well, they have a chance to win it now.
They do indeed, going into the game number 9. And hey, we've got some winners of our own in our community, and that are those who have been tweeting at us.
Oh, yeah.
Tried to go for the segue. We'll see how it works, but we can definitely see what you all have been saying on the Twitters by following @PlayApex and using that hashtag ALGS. Jackson? Cheering on the teams.
See? Now that's the type of dog I like, Kate. I like that. It's a nice mid-sized dog. No, you gotta get this corgi, this half corgi, half chihuahua stuff out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to all dogs, but particularly Jackson. What's up? I like the wink too. Look at that.
Look at that. That is a
Look at the nose.
dog. I'll tell you
Look at
what.
the nose. That's a giant nose. His nose is almost as big as mine.
Oh dear. Oh you. Oh now. Hello. Like some TSM fandom there. Sliding right. Look at them apples. Well done, Scooby, for sure. Absolutely. Big fans of the TSM genre, and of course, genre of BR, I will say. So there you go there. Nice little Chris Farley mention. Oh, T-Squared is down now tonight. We'll make an extra bit of popcorn for you. Oh, Christian Book Notes! Oh, T-Squared is down now tonight. We'll make an extra bit of popcorn for you. Oh, Christian Book Notes! The official Apex Legends family, bringing in the one thing that we know and can expect from them each and every time, besides some stellar facial hair, are, of course, the different people's popcorn. Oh my gosh, such a great little family.
I love them.
And a great tradition, certainly.
Yeah, I love Christian Book Notes. Got a lot of love to Terry, and of course, Christian Book Notes. He's a pastor down in Tennessee, I believe, who got introduced to Apex on Father's Day, decided to sit down and watch Apex Legends Global Series with his daughters, with his kids, and since then has been one of our biggest fans, and his tweets are my favorite. So if you guys don't tweet at us, we love when you tweet at us, right? Me and Christian Book Notes, we're tight now. We DM each other. Big shout out to Christian Book Notes and Terry. You are one of the greatest dads I've had a chance to see. And we'd love to hear your tweets as well. Tweet at us using hashtag ALGS. You can get 1,000 coins. At Fallout with 2 T's is my Twitter. At Kate Yeager is her Twitter, which I do that right, whichever way that is. Big shout out to every single one of y'all.
Absolutely. And hey, these are all ways to keep up with us and our people, but you are our people, so let's keep up with the ALGS, twitch.tv/Apex Legends, and then youtube.com/Apex Legends Compete. Did I just get that right? I feel like I've been saying that so often. I may have gotten that wrong.
I think you got it right.
Oh, goodness. At Play Apex. Play Apex, not even Apex Legends. Guys, holy interruptus Batman. I know I said that line before. What's up to the person who figured out it was from West Wing? But my goodness, I have gotten the socials wrong for the first time because I am excited. I'm hyped. But boy, it has been a grind for us as well. Exactly. Fallout, why don't you send it on over to our casters?
You know how to make me happy. You know what tickles my fancy, Kay. Listen, my friends, this could be it. This could be the last game in the Apex Legends Global Series Autumn Circuit Finals, or we could go to that game 10 double-digit game for the first time since the Krakow preseason invitational way back in September 2019. Will TSM Complexity CLG make it, or will a team like HPS, a team like Flashpoint, that was my kind of underdog team to potentially win it, will they end up on top? There are so many storylines here, Kate, so many potential teams. One big question for me, though, a team that's really underperformed, their onset's Dark Horse, and maybe they're a Dark Horse for a reason. They're not even in the top 50 or over 50 points. That's Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, that has been definitely a team that has been on our radar.
Raider? I already sound like a Southerner.
You know what?
I'm a Raider.
There it is, on my radar. Here we go. They've definitely been on the radar, certainly, not just from our casting duos, but our groups, our analysis. The entire team has definitely kept them in their crosshairs, definitely wanted to see them do their thing. But you know what? There's going to be storyline on top of storyline. In fact, we certainly have that. Sentinels could have brought it in for the real thing this last game. Apologies for, kicking that dead horse, but if they had, they would have been the only team not to have those advanced seed points in our top 8. So, hey, listen, though, one more time, Fallout, for the cheap seats. This is... Who are we going to?
Oh, yeah. We're going to our casters. I think it's none other than Gaskin and Onset, the British duo with the best accents in the game. Take it away, boys.
There was some tactical crouching going on there. Either side of the door, we saw them kind of saying, hey, I think that might be a Sentinels above. Should we take them down? And boy, did they take them down. Sentinels overwhelmed by the squads that were on the other side. Apologies, we have lost Onset temporarily, but that's fine because Game 9, basically, Game 8 didn't even happen at this rate. Because we've got the same 8 teams on match point. Of course, if we go into Game 10, those teams that picked up points in match 8, then I'll allow it to happen. I make the rules around here. I definitely don't. I make none of the rules, so don't tweet me. But at Dan Gaskin, if you want to give me any nice comments, no abuse. But jumping into Game 9, I am hoping to see a big performance from the likes of Team Liquid, the only team outside of the top 8 who are match point eligible, who have won a game, but they still haven't been able to pick up enough points, mainly because they didn't start with any of those bonus points coming into this tournament, and that has really hurt them. They came from the last chance qualifier, and for me, I'm looking at the rest of the lobby, and if If Liquid can find a victory here, then maybe we could go into a game 10, but the lay of the land is as simple as this. We have 8 teams on match point. Flashpoint, NRG, TSM, Solarfide, Sentinels, Rogue, HPS, and Complexity. If any one of those 8 teams win this game, they will win the Autumn Circuit playoffs here for North America. And boy, I am ready for this game. This game is so exciting and there's so much energy that it is broken onset. He is not even here alongside me, but that's fine. I've done it once, I'll do it again, and once we've got him back, I'm sure we'll be able to get the thoughts of Onset. For now, you can see that circle is going to be western side of the map, so maybe we're going to see something similar of what we saw in the previous game, which was very advantageous for the likes of Sentinels. I'm sure they'll be hoping to do similar again, but this time to try and rectify that previous game by picking up a victory. It was difficult for them, and I feel like the other 2 teams did make that difficult for them. And there's nothing to say that you can't do that. If there are 2 teams left and you know that Sentinel is the only other team on match point, then boy, are you definitely both going to be gunning for them to try and take them out. And Sentinels, I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves if they don't manage to pick up a victory here in the playoffs, because they were close. They were probably the closest that we've seen. It's not going to be quite a lava fisher pool, though. It's going to be down more towards staging. A circle that has benefited Rogue in the past. But I've said that a couple of times already today. Rogue have had Harvester finishes, they've had staging finishes, and they've still not been able to find that W that they are, well, 8 teams are now so desperately searching for before we head into potentially a game 10. TSM were eliminated pretty early on in the previous game. Rogue also weren't able to get to that late game. There were just so many teams that were taken down to 2, taken down to 1 in the early stages, and they weren't able to really get a foothold into the game, and I'm sure they'll want to change that here in Game 9. One of those teams being Complexity. One of the few teams in this top 8 who are match point eligible who haven't picked up a victory thus far. And I am being told, girl, you're alongside me once again. I appreciate you joining in and allowing me just to catch my breath a little bit.
Excited to be here back with you again. It's my pleasure. Let me take it away from you for a little bit. Complexity, doing some crafting. It's always nice to have those batteries in any Apex game, whether it be pubs, ranked, or competitive. So we're going to be chilling for a little while. Farm Boys looking to get that rotation. Not quite yet in our top 8, but, you know, one really good game away from getting there. HPS, they are in our top 8. And they're doing a little rotation as well. Just dropped from the air. What just happened? Oh, he must have gotten down on the zipline. Ziplines are so dangerous to take. I believe he got longbowed there, so he just went down, and this is not looking good for Rogue. They might just leave him because there are so many teams in match point. No. They might come back for him later on. So we'll see what the decision making from Sweet and Lou do in the time being, but you know, Team Liquid, they just got gold after gold after gold.
Yeah, and you can see there Albrelelli opting to change as well. Been playing Gibraltar, switching over to Crypto. So Liquid really looking to try and find these 7 points they need to get to the 50-point threshold. They've decided that actually we want the Crypto, we want to be a little bit more aggressive. We'll see whether it pays off. They're certainly going to be able to disrupt a lot of teams. The Sentinels, our team who was so close to picking up a victory in that previous game, they are being griefed ever so slightly as they try and make their rotation to this next circle. I mean, girl, we've got 2 teams outside of match point eligible teams that have been able to find a victory. We've got 2 brains, 1 controller. We've got Team Liquid. Are there any other teams, as we watch Liquid ever so gently fall out of this game, that you think could maybe pick up a victory just to see Albrelelli with some big shots? But yeah, do you think there's any other teams that could maybe pick up a victory here that are outside of these top 8 teams who are match point eligible?
Yeah, I believe so, but it's going to be tough. They're going to have to deny every other team from getting the win here. And one team is out, and that is NRG by Team Liquid, so they are certainly in contention for the win. I really like Albrelelli as a player. He's so creative, he's so confident, and he loves being able to master different legends. So definitely shout out to Albrelelli here in going for a different character. Maybe he can play Caustic next. Just a little hint. But I really just like to see a Caustic jump into these NA games because I feel like that would absolutely destroy. And the Apex tracker talent for Twitter suggested it, and I completely agreed with that. But yep, we still have a few teams in match point contesting for the win, so you know there's still a lot to see.
I mean, what are your thoughts on the changes? So Liquid, they've dropped the Bloodhound, they've picked up the Crypto instead, and they've switched characters. So Albrelelli going off the Gibby, and we see Flanker switching on to Gibby. What do you feel like Crypto offers that Bloodhound doesn't? Is it just more visibility? Is it just being able to disrupt so many teams with his ultimate? What do you see the benefits of switching to that Crypto?
So just from thinking, because I haven't played him that much, it's, you know, he could get his team into the zone safely. He'll be able to scout where everyone is in the map. He'll be able to tell how many teams are around them in a certain radius, and they'll be able to play safer, and that's what they need. They need to get a win. They need to play a little bit safer in this tournament to deny the other teams from winning and then winning themselves.
So maybe disruption tactic then from Liquid as Flashpoint are in a battle with Farm Boys. We've seen one squad fall. It was NRG as Girl called, so we've only got 7 teams left in this lobby now who are match point eligible. Flashpoint doing some damage here to the Farm Boys squad that they are going in a 3 versus 3 and also trying to level up those Evo shields. And they need to start thinking about making a move maybe towards slightly more central of this circle. Of course, Trainyard is ever so slightly in. We've seen pulls towards staging. We have seen a couple of Trainyard finishes as well in the autumn circuit. And all these different considerations for these teams that they'll be thinking, where could these circles be? What have we seen previous? What is a comfortable rotation? Can we push across certain areas of the map, or are we going to leave ourselves vulnerable? KP really not mattering for 7 of these 19 teams that are left. And for those outside of the top 8 right now who aren't match point eligible, well, bottom 20, they're getting close. Team Liquid are also getting close. Liquid needing 4 points, bottom 20 needing 6, SIZ need 8, Season need 9. I mean, there is a world, Girl, where we can see 3 or 4 more teams joining match point if we don't see one of our current match point eligible teams win this game. And then surely it would be done by match 10. But I'm not going to curse it because it still could happen here in game 9. Do you have a favourite? Is there anyone that you kind of are looking at and saying, well, I think they're capable of picking up the victory here?
I actually do not have a favorite. I get asked this question all the time, and I just like watching good Apex. I just like watching great rotations, great end zones, and you know, there are some of the best teams, but they might, you know, there's going to be a lot of people that don't get first place today. Exactly 19 teams, and it doesn't mean that they, you know, didn't play their best or they're not good enough for first place. Just the odds were a little bit against them, you know, at some point in today, because there's, you know, RNG involved, and then people pushing them because they're on match point. Like there's just so many factors to it. But you know what? Like you said, even some of the bottom teams could make it into the last game and end up winning. You never know, and that could potentially be due to people preventing other people from winning throughout this series and blocking them from getting the win. But Sentinels, one of our top 8 teams in a skirmish here, they've used their bubble so they won't have it, and this team has the height on top of them, so this is not looking good. They're going to opt to go down. He might have to portal them out, or they're going to go into the tunnel. Hopefully they don't get hit by the Gibby bombardment here, and they don't take too much damage, but being in that tunnel is very dangerous.
Yeah, Sentinels managed to just get away. Both bombardments coming out from either team as they look to try and get closer and more central of this circle. One thing I will point out, in online show number 4, when we had a staging finish, it was Season who picked up a victory. 9 points adrift from match point eligibility at the moment. Maybe this could be a game for them to continue this broadcast going. But I'm sure for those 7 teams still alive and still match point eligible. They want to close this one out. Sentinel still trying to get some KP here. They don't need it, but of course it's just about eliminating other teams at this point, and TSM nearby. That is a battle that I would love to see. I mean, there's just so many top teams here, and they get in those 3v3 engagements that you know there's just so much power residing in each individual player. Bombardment comes through. Bubble has come up though. And TSM just watching from a distance. The charge rifle in Imperial House hands. He does a lot of damage with this weapon. He's done a lot of damage. He had the highest damage throughout the autumn circuit before playoffs started, and he's doing more of it here, and maybe this is the command for TSM to push in. 2 members of Sentinels have fallen down after such the highs of the previous game. Now maybe the lows as they are potentially eliminated, which they are. Sentinels out and will not be winning, but now Flashpoint want to get involved. Yet another team involved and are match point eligible. All these teams could just be wiping each other out here, girl.
Yeah, they noticed that it was TSM that wiped Sentinels, and then they went after it. But they noticed that they shouldn't risk their game by trying to get TSM out here, and they quickly fell back through because TSM was able to recover. They weren't able to get a clean third party, and that's something you gotta just realize and move on from very fast, and that's exactly what they did. TSM, they're getting shot at from a couple different teams in the last 10-15 seconds, so everybody knows where TSM is on the map, I would assume.
Well, our 8 match point eligible teams are down to 6 now as we lose Sentinels and we lost NRG. There are 2 top teams in terms of points as well. Flashpoint would be the next in line in terms of those who have achieved the most points so far in the 8 previous games. Solar Fide, yet another team on match point and on the edge, and they're not looking particularly healthy in terms of their armor totals. I mean, Petrifying doesn't even have any armor at this point. Probably been rezzed. Hoping that they can win a fight and maybe steal some armor from somebody's death box. Well, there's one. He's trying to drop it down. Just let it fall. Just let it roll. Gravity, do your thing. And there we go. Rewarded with some armor. Oh, no. It's just a calamity. Finally, Resulta does get it. This is a struggle for a lot of teams.
Armor.
He did. And that struggle of getting the armor, I feel, just sums up this game at the moment. And this tournament for so many of these teams. So close to winning. But just, yes, it feels so far. It's going to be so difficult for them to achieve a victory here. The rotations have come in. Most people have found themselves within the circle now, but people are going to start bumping into one another.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And one thing I didn't say earlier was these teams are used to playing long hours, but they're not used to playing long hours with this much pressure. And Monsoon with that absolutely insane tracking on Odd Freestyle. So Odd Freestyle is probably going to get thirsted by Monsoon. He's like, let me get this guy out of here. And he did. That mid-air tracking on Monsoon is absolutely insane. And the more games they play, the more they're getting used to it, but the less brain power they're going to be able to have, because this is just a lot of brain usage for a lot of games in a row.
Flashpoint down very low, and the last member looks like he was taken out, so Complexity come in and ruin the day. A Flashpoint, they'll be eliminated. That's another team who are match point eligible, not going to be winning. It means we're down to, what, 5 now at this point out of 14. Still a lot of squads who can disrupt those teams trying to get the victory here in the Autumn Circuit playoffs. And Complexity, well, they look like they are on a tear at the moment. As you say, the aim of some of these players is absolutely phenomenal. And they're just scouting around, seeing if anyone else is pushing through that tunnel. But on the other side is going to be TSM. Can they clutch this one up and rip this away from the dead hands of some of the teams that they've been able to take down? They've done it before, and I'm sure they have the potential to do it again. As the circle comes in on the edge of staging, and TSM just edging their way in at the same time, sharing their loot, making sure they've got meds, ultimate accelerants. It's one thing I think TSM does very well, girl, is they are, when you watch them stream, you hear the communication, they're always ensuring that everyone has something. They don't let anyone be bone dry and be left out to dry by not having shields, not having meds.
They've actually got a pretty good spot, and you're absolutely right. Their communication's on point. They've been playing competitive for way too long to be lazy on those comms. Sometimes I get lazy on those comms, but TSM, and they are in a fight. It seemed like they wanted to play it a little slow, but this team just wanted to push them. Hal absolutely destroying with the R31 and Massive. They take 2 down. Hal just trying not to go down. Reps didn't go down either, so nobody down on TSM, and that's absolutely crucial because if one of them went down, they might have gotten pushed, but they're all up right now, so they can all heal and recover.
Elsewhere, Solar Fide also wanted to gentrifying up to Red Evo Shield. They're picking up the kills, and we're down to 11 squads, and a couple of those squads are weak as well. We're getting closer and closer to potentially finding a victor here in the Autumn Circuit Playoff Finals in North America. The edge of staging is where the circle currently seems to be shifting towards. There were a couple of teams on that edge. Rogue seems to have found themselves just under the train, well, on the train tracks here as well, so they'll be somewhat safe. And you can see there the team trackers. We've got Complexity, Rogue, Solar Fide, and TSM as our 4 teams that could win it here and now. But everyone else can disrupt that. Liquid were one of the teams that did change their composition, maybe to disrupt things as TSM in yet another fight. Tempest will fall, Snipe down doing damage with the Volt. That thing shreds when it's in the right hands, and TSM are ensuring that they're staying alive and they're eliminating teams whilst they do it.
As you said earlier, their comms are on point, and it is so crucial that none of them go down in every single fight. Their fights have been so clean this game that if they win, it's just so freaking deserving right now. They're absolutely clean. The teamwork is on point. They're trading in on players to shoot and focus on. Rogue, oh my goodness, are in a skirmish. They're trying to jump down. They're trying to stay alive. Dropped at 1 HP. Sweet going for the Phoenix kit. He gets thermited, and this does not look good for Rogue.
That's Rogue eliminated. We're down to just 3 teams now out of the 8 who can win it here in match number 9. Solar Fide, they've done damage, they've got scans, they've got such good weaponry as TSM in yet another fight, and they're up against a Caustic. We've seen such little Caustics, but a couple of teams have been changing. Again, disrupting that lobby. Reps goes down, so does Hal, and Snipe down left to try and hold the fort, but TSM also eliminated from the game. Complexity watch from above. We're down to 2 teams out of 6 who could potentially win this. Complexity and Solar Fide, girl. But there are 4 teams who can take this to a match 10.
That is absolutely right. And unfortunately for TSM, there was just too many teams trying to target them and pick them off for the spot that they had. Solar Fide looking really good here. They have the high ground. They have angles on every other team. At the moment, they're looking really good, really safe. Could it be the win for them, or could it be the win for Complexity?
They're the 2 teams we're going to be focusing on, but of the 4 other teams in the lobby, make that the 3 other teams. Well, it's 2.5. Zero Tricky's down to just 1 player as well. Do they know where Complexity and Solar Fide are? As Complexity, they get railed from across the map. Shiny is very weak, but he's got a couple of boxes to hide behind. And people, I'm sure, will want to slow this down ever so slightly. They've got 23 seconds, though, to try and think about how they're going to move into this zone, girl. Where do you want to be focusing on? Where do you want to be pushing? This is such a difficult place to try and push in, but the portals will come out now, and we are going to have a slight lull of 8 seconds whilst we wait for these teams to push in.
This is going to be tricky because, you know, Complexity, they have the edge of the zone, which is good, only for the amount of time that the bubble can save them. Monsoon is pinging. He thinks that they could stay on top of this mountain, which would be really good. And SF absolutely raining on the team underneath them. Are they still in above? I don't believe so. So they're going to have to jump. Complexity, 3 shots on top of them.
Oh, Solar Fide, they're down to just 2. It's just gentrifying now, the last man remaining. He does get a kill, but is it going to be enough? We're down to just 4 squads, and maybe Complexity can capitalize on this. Surely Solar Fide aren't going to be able to clutch this one up, but he gets a big kill, and we're down to 3 squads, and Complexity are in full health. we do see Solafide down to just 1. There's one team to their left, which are down to just 2. This game is in Complexity's hands. No, there's 3, excuse me. There is still a chance for another team. So Complexity, they need to play this right. They need to ensure they don't get distracted by the solo. So they're looking to take the 3v3 here or now. This could be the tournament for Complexity. The bubble and fight incurs. Shiny goes down. Simply also falls. Monsoon and Reptar are the last 2 remaining players. And Reptar is so healthy, but he's desperately trying to get away. And maybe Gentrifying can do something. His gold armor is going to be on his back. Monsoon takes down Zenile. And we're going to have such weak squads. We've got a 1 versus 1 versus 2 here, girl. This is not an end circle I would have expected whatsoever, as Shiny gets taken down on the floor and Eureece is doing what he can for HRN, who of course are sat outside of the top 8.
Complexity does have the player advantage here. Monsoon going in, trying to take down the last player, which is Eureece.
Oh.
He actually does it.
And Gentrifying, he's the last remaining player in Complexity. They have it within their grasp. They push in. It's gonna be the moment for them. Complexity get the story they so desperately wanted. After despair in the summer playoffs, they come back in autumn playoffs to show us what they're made of. And girl, they did it in style. It was such a tough fight. It was a messy, it was a sloppy fight, but they got the job done.
That was a scary fight indeed, but congratulations to Complexity on the win. Yeah, that's a 100% win. Congratulations to them. Shout out to them. Make sure you go give them a follow on their socials. Go give them a subscription. You know, they might stream tournaments if they're, you know, about 1,000 subscribers each, you know, monthly. So make sure to go support them and show them some love. They deserved it.
They certainly did deserve it. It's been a long old road for Complexity, but I'm sure they're going to have so much relief now, and they are going to be your Autumn Circuit North America champions. Girl, thank you so much for hopping in. A shame to lose on set, of course, but so thankful to have such broad talent who can step in whenever needed. But now that's all for us. But of course, John, Kate, I mean, run us through it. That was an exciting one.
Exciting is the word du jour, and my goodness, Complexity, the team. John, I want you to bring me into the context of why this win was so mind-blowing.
Massive. Mind-blowing is the right word. First off, Complexity starts the Autumn Circuit with a bang. They play so incredibly well in Autumn Circuit number 1. They win that tournament over Rogue. Then, Autumn Circuit Online Tournament number 4. They had already qualified because they got top 2. Well, they do it again. They win another championship in Online Tournament number 4. The fact that they have now gone back-to-back in the majors, last chance qualifier, of course, not included, is insane. It goes to show the storyline that we had coming into this one. We put TSM and Complexity head-to-head. That was our fight card. We said they are in a God tier, an S tier above everyone else. And guess what? Complexity ends up on top. They are your champions of the Autumn Circuit. They got second place, if I remember correctly, in the Summer Circuit behind CLG. They are the most consistent team. It was just a matter of time that Monsoon, as a leader, ended up being the best player in Apex Legends. And guess what? He's certainly proven that he might be.
Oh, man, you are not wrong. My goodness, it really just came down to this. And, of course, at that moment when HRN, they got out, and all of a sudden you realize it's one of these two teams. That is our final circle. That is who could be what we saw. Let's take a look at what the math said, particularly for this last Game 9 result. Let's take a look at the guts and the glory that was Complexity's win here in our final circle. And, of course, oh, my gosh, listen, Solafide, aim assist. To be clear, and TSM with 11, 2 double digits. John, I want to ask you real quick, these points, after you get number 1, they do make a difference when it comes to pricing and placement.
That's why I love your reaction there, because you're spot on. Solafide, aim assist, and of course TSM with a double-digit kill game. That's going to put them up significantly in the placements, and every single placement counts because that's more prize pool. The top 10 gets paid. Of course, first place walks home with the lion's share of that prize pool. It's going to be Complexity. We know that, but I'm excited to see where the overall standings are because teams like Solafide and TSM certainly move their way up the ranks. But I love one thing real quick before we go to that. I love the way that Complexity did it. The fact that they did it with 6 kills is not really a Complexity style of doing it. As you see over here, overall, they are in 3rd place in points, but they are 1st place as the champion of this tournament. The reason is they won the match point. They didn't do it with a bunch of kills. They didn't do it the way that we're used to watching Complexity do it. They did it by playing smart and recognizing we just got to make it to the late game. All we got to do is survive. And then that late game scenario, I can't wait to watch the final moment. It was insane, Kate.
It was indeed, and of course, take a look, number 4, number 5. They may have the same points, but they have determined, our league ops have determined that they are in the placement that they are. So this is one of the main reasons why these points matter. Every kill, every placement matters, because at the end of the day, it can mean the difference between 4th and 5th, 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And I'll tell you, if there's one thing I know, it's that we could have gone to a game 10. We could have gone to a game 11. This was a scary lobby. I keep saying it because Tom used to say it, and I gotta say, it's so much fun to watch, and it's definitely a lot of fun to be a part of this hype machine. John, if you are the player, as I know you have been in various esports across your career, if you're the player sitting atop this glory-filled arena, how are you feeling at this moment?
On top of the world. And, you know, I'll even answer that more specifically. Monsoon is the player that is sitting on top of this arena, that is sitting on top of this esport right now. And I just want to tell a quick story about Monsoon. For those that don't know,
Please.
He was homeless. He was homeless. He, of course, was battling all types of life challenges before Apex Legends came out. He used to take his PC. He's been a gamer his whole life. He used to take his PC to a local Taco Bell and play on their internet at Taco Bell and compete. That's not even a joke, by the way. It is a real story. What a remarkable individual to fight homelessness and then to get signed by Complexity, actually by FlyQuest originally at the beginning of Apex Legends early on. He got kind of burst onto the scene with that clip, that Kraber shot over Shroud, which you guys probably saw that clip. It was a couple weeks or months after Apex came out. Gets signed by FlyQuest. FlyQuest was a top team. Certainly they were a top 10 team in North America, but they were by no means a top 3 team. He had to make some changes. He had to make some difficult changes. And of course, when he moved to Complexity, joined that Complexity roster, replaced Gabe Isman, I believe, at the time, but ended up staying with Reptar, brought Lou over from FlyQuest, made a tough decision to drop Lou, or for whatever reason, Lou is no longer competing on Complexity, and they picked up a interesting choice in Shiny. Shiny is a player that played on Fnatic North America, a top team, and his brother, of course, Muffins, his twin brother. That was a brilliant decision, and you can almost just sense, if you talk to Monsoon, his leadership, his knowledge, the way that he approaches every single game, watches film, understands his opponent's strengths. I always say KYP, know your personnel. Well, Monsoon knows his personnel, both his team and the opponents, better than anyone. He is one of the best leaders, one of the most remarkable human beings I have ever met in my life. If you do not follow him, I recommend it. Monsoon GG on Twitter. A massive congratulations to Monsoon and, of course, the entire Complexity organization. They are your Autumn Circuit champions.
They are indeed, and you know what? What a fitting end to this Autumn Circuit for Monsoon, for Complexity as a whole. And of course, there's a lot of people, everyone I'm sure who's watching this has been touched by some form of hardship this year. And I got to tell you, it brings a tear to my eye to hear about someone like Monsoon go from that Taco Bell to here on top. And I'm going to start crying, and I don't care, because that's the reality of this game. It is the heart and soul of so many of us. So I'm so excited to see them where they are. More importantly, Lenovo's excited to showcase him as well, specifically Monsoon. We've got a moment of the match. This is when Complexity is holding a room versus 2 different teams. Monsoon manages to clutch it up. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
All right. So, yeah, this team Southwest on the stairs is looking to.
They're all gonna have to int on it.
We're gonna have to just nade spam that. I've got 5 nades.
I have 1 arc. 1 arc, 1 nade. I'm gonna, after the scan, I'm gonna ult and then keep scans, okay?
Yep.
I'm playing off for the stairs, okay?
Yeah, do it. I'm arcing on your feet pretty much.
I'm just playing in this corner.
Yeah, do it.
Zach's team is gonna stay down there, I think.
Okay. Alright, they're looking, get ready.
Tell me what they start moving, I'm marking.
I'm not watching.
I've got a therm on it.
Marking it now.
They're coming in.
I got kidnapped.
Come back,
16, 14.
I'm back.
Nades, back up in my corner, I'm good.
I'm good in my corner.
Wait, on your corner, I'm coming back.
Yep, get in corner.
They're peeking in.
One HP on another.
I'm dead.
6.
Clear life.
1 more.
Let's
You're
go,
so fucking
baby.
good, man.
I'm literally the
Go.
best, boys. Dude, I don't want to.
Oh God, I love a good comms. I love a good comms moment, John.
Wow. Wow, I love that entire clip. Kate, as someone who had a chance to kind of compete at a top level in the past, to listen and hear how perfect, I admire it. That was my strength as a player, was communication. I'm not even close to that level of Monsoon, Shiny, and Reptar. Brilliant comms. You hear them say, hold the corner, hold the corner. They're all on the same page. Copy, holding corner. They're talking like they're he's talking like he's a general in an army and guiding the troops. Like it's a life or death scenario. Every word counts. And then, of course, the pop off at the end right there. Well deserved. You got to hype yourself up. You got to hype your teammate up when they make a play like that. Are you kidding me? 1v2s all day. That's all Monsoon does is clutch 1v2s. We actually started the tournament with our top plays from the autumn circuit, and he had that 1 versus 3 over an Epicenter. Well, we're going to finish with a 1v2 for Monsoon and a championship for Monsoon and Complexity as well.
It's a brilliant bookend, to be sure. And I got to say, it feels like for everything we say here, it's communication and consistency. Those 2 C's seem to be really important when it comes to being our champions, to coming in and getting into that late game, to being the team that is just out of control. So let's here's the thing. As I mentioned, consistency, we talk about it all the time. Tom mentions it a lot, and hopefully he'll be back tomorrow, but if he's not, I'll say this: the consistency is something that will continue on past this finals. I'm curious, as a player, as a former player, pro, and current caster, talk to me about what consistency means to this game and to esports.
Now, look, Kate, you've asked some amazing questions today. I absolutely love that one. I mean, consistency and battle royales typically are not synonymous, but in the case of Apex Legends, they are. I mean, if you look at the top players and the top teams in the end here, you look at complexity in first, you look at a variety of teams: TSM, Solifide, Aim Assist, Sentinels, NRG, Flashpoint. Guess what? Our top 3 seeds coming into this tournament by LGS points, consistency over the entirety of all 4 online tournaments, well, it was TSM in first, Complexity in second, Flashpoint in third. Well, guess what? 3 of the 4 of them ended up in the top 4. That is so incredibly impressive, and it goes to show Apex Legends as a battle royale with quote-unquote RNG, well, consistency is so true. I think just like any other tried and true esport, Apex Legends shows that there's a skill gap that is significant, and teams like Complexity, TSM, and Solifide truly are in a class or tier of their own compared to the competition. I love the fact that we see such consistency out of these teams.
It's the silver bullet, I always say. So, hey, speaking of, let's talk about that final moment that clinched it for Complexity. Let's take a look at our replay. And, John, tell me exactly when the magic happened, because I think it was as soon as we discovered that HRN was Dunzo Washington.
Yeah, and it was interesting. So you see this fight. Shiny goes down, and Monsoon calls for a backup, but Reptar can't follow him up the stairs because he'd be like a sitting duck. If he follows up the stairs without the Q and the escape of Wraith, he's dead. So that's such a crucial decision that Reptar decides to stay low. Monsoon stays high, and because of that, the 2 of them stay alive. And if it was not for that situation, that split-second decision from Reptar to stay low, they would have lost the tournament, or at least the match, and they would have had to go to a Game 10. Reptar's able to heal back up. Monsoon heals back up. Gentrifying comes in and enters the fight and pokes. Actually is the one that does the damage to Euris & Co., which allows Monsoon to come in and obviously clean up. That right there is the reason that Complexity won. That right there is the difference in Complexity's gameplay and anyone else. They make the best split-second decisions, and they take the 2 versus 1 against Gentrifying. It was brilliant from Complexity. I mean, a true remarkable final moment. One of the best final circles and final moments I've ever seen in ALGS.
Well, of course, wouldn't it be fitting to have that fantastic final circle here in the finals that would determine who will be on top? Complexity, of course, being that team. And hey, guess what? John, I cannot wait to throw this over. We've actually got an interview with our winning team. I know at least one of our players here coming in for the real thing. And so to do that, let's take a look. I think it's on set. He's got iShiny with him right now. Let's hear it.
All right, well, we do indeed have Shiny from Complexity joining us. The first thing I want to say, Shiny, welcome to the show. But the biggest thing I need to say is, of course, congratulations on the win. And the cliche question, how are you feeling?
I'm going to give you the cliche answer, Mr. Onset, and I am feeling great. It's unbelievable.
Amazing stuff. Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions here very quickly before we kind of deep dive into what happened in that last game, because that's an interesting story in itself. Now, you guys, you came second in the Summer Series. There's a little bit of disappointment. Does this win mean even more, showing that you came out and, you know, you've proved yourself as being the best in North America?
Yeah, absolutely. We've definitely been having incredible performances with this lineup, and we definitely want to prove our consistency and our play style as being a team that is capable of being consistent in a BR game. So with our first, second, and third place finishes in 3 of the autumn circuits, we really wanted to close out with a good finish in this tournament.
Now, I asked you what happened, we talked very quickly before we've been live on air here, and you said in that final moment you were shaking. Talk me through what was happening in those final moments of that game that you just closed it out, because it looked a bit messy. I've got to be honest, it didn't look very complexity, those final moments. Was you nervous? Nerves got better of you a little bit?
Not necessarily. We had scans, so we had information on the final teams. So we knew it was a rat playing behind the blue boxes and then the 3 men in the corner, and we saw the rat pressuring the 3 men in the corner, and we could hear the R301 beams hitting them. So we decided to sideswipe them and take a bubble fight. Unfortunately, the initial engage wasn't as clean as we were hoping for, and we took a 1-for-1 trade, but Monsoon getting the follow-up pick pretty much closed the game out and sealed the deal, because we just hit the hard reset, and then they hit the ape 2v1 and then took the rolling 2v1. But just like knowing that we had it in the bag when there was 2 solos, that's what we started making us shake.
Now, I wanted to ask you one other question, because I find it fascinating watching you guys play, because I think you play the game a little bit different to a lot of people. Normally, when we see ring pools, for example, we see them go away from where you're to the south side of World's Edge. You guys sometimes wrap to the north, and you wrap always away from where the kind of the tactical place that most people try and move, right? They move logically to where that ring's pulling. What's some of the thought process behind that? Are you looking for early fights? Are you looking for 3v3s that you can isolate?
We just play kind of a chaotic style. We actually don't have a set plan. We have set approaches on every zone, but from there, everything is dependent on what the other teams are doing around us. So early on in this tournament, we were very loose in playing our style, where we kind of just like float around, see what's open, seeing what we can jab at, seeing maybe we can get a rotate into a god spot that's left uncontested. For the most part, it's just floating around the zone, making sure we have a safe spot every single time. And we hit a lot of trouble halfway through the tournament when we hit match point, and we started playing a lot stiffer. It's not really our style to rush center map. And we strayed away from that in the last game. We're like, you know what, let's just play loose again. Let's just play for points like we always do. And it worked out.
Now, I was going to ask, what's the difference like between playing towards that point threshold and then being on match point? You noticed, you said yourself there, you got a bit stiffer. Is it a weird change in mentality? Do you sort of just change the way you're playing almost unexpectedly? Is it just sort of a natural thing that happens that you try and avoid?
Yeah, it's a very natural thing that happens, because people will try to knock you out when you're at match point. So showing up in the kill feed is extremely dangerous. People opt to hold out your side. What we did in the Summer Circuit playoffs and why we finished in second place with the most points is we never stopped utilizing our play style. We were going into it with the intention of either winning or getting second place with the most points, and that's what we should have done here from the start. Fortunately, it went on long enough, and we got back to our play style where we were able to pull it off.
Amazing. Now, my final question is kind of more of the open floor to you, to kind of say to the Apex community, to your teammates, any final words that you want to say to them. I'm sure there's some thanks that's got to go along to your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing with Monsoon Reptar has been an incredible experience. I'm really honored that when they had a roster slot open, that they put a lot of faith into me and my knowledge of the game. And they're just incredible teammates. They're incredible people. If you don't know them, definitely check both of those guys out. They're incredibly nice guys, really down to earth. And I'm just really happy to be on the journey with them. There's no tilt. We're best friends, and it's just amazing. And shout out to all of our communities and the people that support Complexity. It really means a lot.
Amazing stuff. Well, Shiny, again, congratulations, my friend. I know a lot of hard work has gone into this win, into this performance. Congratulations to Reptar and, of course, Monsoon as well. It's been a pleasure to watch you play. And again, congratulations, Complexity champions.
Thank you.
And of course, thank you, iShiny, and the entire Complexity squad. Appreciate having that exclusive little look at the very tail end of our finals here, John. I mean, what's not to love about iShiny and the entire Complexity team?
Yeah, I mean, so much to love about this squad. I completely agree. They are a team that really had to grind from the bottom. And I would say from the bottom in the grand scheme of things, given where Monsoon started, but then, of course, getting picked up by this Complexity roster, they went all in with this man, which I think is the best decision. I mean, I became his biggest fan when I had a chance to meet him in person. You just see how his warm embrace, his approach, his personality, his humility, his intelligence, one of the most intelligent people, and, of course, his entertainment, one of the most entertaining individuals. Complexity makes a big decision to pick him up and make him the face of this Complexity roster, make him the captain of this roster alongside Reptar, and then, of course, picking up Shiny after that. They put the reins in his hand. They made a tough decision to drop his former teammate in Lou, a longtime friend and teammate of his from FlyQuest, but it clearly showed to be the right decision. Shiny, former Contenders player from Overwatch, and a very, very talented Apex Legends player from Fnatic. I think this roster is just so great.
It is indeed. It is indeed, for sure. And this is one of those moments where you get to see a great team come out on top after that consistency, that silver bullet that we like to talk about so much. Is there anything Fallout? We like to talk about what some of our players who are really getting into Apex, who are really trying to level up their game. We saw Level Up the Girl earlier. Is there anything that you want to tell those players who are maybe looking to aspire to a place like Complexity?
Yeah, it was one of my favorite questions I used to get when I was a pro player is, how do you go pro? What's one piece of advice you have? And if I had to say one piece of advice, it's get started, and to be the best, you got to play the best. And that's two pieces of advice, but they're kind of similar. You got to start competing and play against better players. Whether that's in ranked, you got to get to Apex. You got to get to Apex Predator, to Diamond, or to higher tiers, and then you got to start competing. I mean, there's no reason you don't play in the ALGS tournaments. Jump right in. It's free. Anyone can participate. Back when I competed in the Major League Gaming days under actually John Nelson, who went by Anakin back then, you had to pay a team pass. You had to fly to an event or travel to an event. You have the chance to compete right now from home for free. Start playing. You never know where it's going to take you. Something tells me Monsoon had no idea that he'd be taken for this ride. Same with Snipedown when he was a 13-year-old playing Halo. So just get started. But again, to be the best, you have to play against the best. To play against the best, you got to sign up and compete in ALGS.
You're absolutely right. And just fun facts, battlefy.com/ALGS. When those registrations open, that's where you're going to go. But we'll get to that here in a second. Hey, you know what? Speaking of playing with the best, we want to go ahead and remind you that we have been talking and touting these and giving away Lenovo gear throughout this entire autumn circuit. Well, we are ready to announce our grand prize winner. Grand prize winner, here it comes from the US of A. Please stand up. Asher. Oh, Asher. Oh, look at all them apples. You gotta love it. This is, of course, the Lenovo Legion 7i, rocking that i7 processor. It's a beast. It is the reason that this laptop is known as the esports laptop. It is the way that we come to you straight from our home setups to yours. And we have a huge thank you, of course, to Lenovo for being our official PC and monitor sponsor. And hey, Asher O, you got a big thank you to Lenovo as well, because they are outfitting you with that grand prize. Well done.
Congrats to Asher. That's beautiful. I'm running this broadcast on a Lenovo Legion PC. I will tell you right now, sleek. I think that's the tagline, actually. Stylish on the outside, savage on the inside. This thing is awesome. Asher, you're going to love it, man. It's my favorite PC, hands down.
Exactly. Well, hey, you know what? We just gave away a laptop to one of our lucky followers, our fans, our community. Let's hear some more from your community, because you have been tweeting up a storm so much. My phone is just blowing up. Let's take a look at what you've been saying real quick as we close out this finals for NA. The look on my face when Complexity slid in and took the dub.
A lot of people sliding in here. We got TSM that slid in to match point. We got this monkey sliding in, and this guy getting mind blown. Hey, I agree with you, Focus. Congratulations to Complexity. That was a sick finish, and the way that they did it too, by pushing that 3v3, they alphaed the hell out of that 3v3, and then they backed up, they baited, they're like, we out of here real quick, but then they came right back in hot and cold. You gotta know when to pick your fights. I love the way they did it.
Exactly. Pick your fights and pick your gifts. This guy did a great job. Well done, Focus. GG for sure. Oh, here we go. Meme Day. GG's. Complexity. 9 rounds of top quality action. Absolutely. A Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, everybody, of course.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah to those celebrating. Happy Kwanzaa. I don't like the gift, though. This is kind of creepy. Mr. Bean's freaking me out a little bit. Can we move on?
Yeah, it is too. Let's get him off there. I heart him real hard, but Rowan Atkinson can be a creep if you put him in the wrong context. Anyway, Complexity, your GG's to your Play Apex NA champions to end 2020 on a high note. Complexity GG, absolutely well done to them. Certainly a storied narrative, a storied franchise that has found its way into our hearts and minds, and of course that top of the leaderboard. So well done there, y'all. And hey, if you want to become part of our show, because you can, because you just saw some tweets, I'm so glad we have this as an option. Go ahead and tweet at us at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS, and if we feature on the show 1,000 Apex coins to you, we're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex, and then youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. And hey, you know what? NA was great. We got a super regional tomorrow to round out our 2020 finals offering, and I'm so excited. Fallout, I know you'll be back, and I'm super excited for tomorrow. But something else I'm excited about, Fallout. What are you doing on Sunday, January 17th?
I wonder. I think I got nothing going on, Kate. What's going on?
You do now, friend. Make sure you don't miss out on all of our competitors, all of the Apex action, because guess what? Our first Winter Circuit online tournament kicks off on the 17th of January.
I'm so excited.
So excited.
We're back. We got the summer circuit into the autumn circuit. I don't have to wear these sweaters anymore. I can start wearing my bomber jackets again. It's going to be great. We try and stay on theme. Winter Circuit is going to be happening, my friends. You better sign up. What did I say? Sign up, compete in ALGS. You can compete online on PC. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, just to get you a little more hyped, why don't you take a look at this?
I've got you a promise to keep.
You can hardly believe it. Oh my God! Let's go!
And if that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will. A sick prize pool, some great legends being showcased there. John, I mean, wow.
Snipe down. That's all I got to say is snipe down. He's probably angry right now. He's probably very, very mad that he didn't win this tournament. I know Snipe Down's a competitor. I think we're going to see TSM bounce back. And, they, of course, don't want to put the tail between their legs and say Complexity is better. I can't wait. Teams like TSM, NRG started to kind of reach their potential. Team Liquid, a team that was a little bit underperforming in this one. We know that Albert Lely's only going to get better. He's pissed. He is a competitor. He wants to be back on top as well.
Motivation there is strong with these teams and team members. So, of course, the 17th of January, put it on your calendars. You're going to be able to see some of these teams compete and come out for that motivation to grind their way to the top like Complexity has here today. But, hey, if you can't wait that long for some great esports from EA, don't you worry. Because December 22nd, believe that's this coming Tuesday, y'all. That is when Madden is coming to you with some esports glory. I feel the need to do all of that. Here we go. Must watch Tuesday nights as per usual. It's the Madden NFL 21 Club Championship. Well, it continues, starting with the NFC North. Coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern. That's 3 p.m. Pacific. Catch the best Madden competitors in the world compete to represent their favorite NFL clubs, and of course their share of a cool $750,000 prize pool. Then 10 p.m. Eastern, that's 7 p.m. Pacific, watch Derwin James team up with Juju Smith-Schuster to take on Sterling Shepard and Saquon Barkley. I am saying those names terribly wrong. On Derwin James, Saquon
Barkley.
It's a cool name. I love it. I heart it real hard. At any rate, he's going to take him on in Derwin James versus the world, which is what I like to call it Tuesday. Catch all the action, twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming.
Fun fact, Kate.
Must watch Tuesday nights.
It is
What's
much
up?
watch Tuesday nights. It definitely is much watch because guess what? Saquon Barkley is playing and Juju is awesome. I sang karaoke once. It was Oregon karaoke with Saquon. So with that in mind, I'm rooting for Team Saquon there. Saquon Barkley and Sterling Shepard played for the Oklahoma Sooners. So I'm a big Sooners fan myself. I'm rooting for them. But I just got one thing to say to that, Kate. Do you have any idea what I'm going to say?
Oh my gosh, I have nothing.
The Bears.
Bring it on.
The Bears.
I knew it.
That's all I got. That's all I got. Shout to EA and Madden. I'm a big Madden fan, big football fan. Shout to Joe Lynch, the broadcast lead for that. I'm a big fan of Madden. I'm excited.
We're a big fan of you, and we're a big fan of you, our community. Thank you so much to our cast and our crew. Mr. Fallout himself, John Kafalucos. Anything left to say, Da Bears?
Da Bears. That's all I got. No, I'm just kidding. More importantly than Da Bears, which is kind of crazy because I'm a massive Bears fan, I got to say a big thank you to every single one of y'all in the chat. I saw the love that you guys were sharing all stream long for not just myself and Kate, but the entire talent team, the broadcast. Look, Apex family. We call ourselves the Apex family because we're a family. We got to keep growing. We got to get bigger. Apex is the most hype esport. You all know it. We know it. I love this game more than anything, and I can't wait for the continued growth of Apex Legends. Let's spread the word. Tell a friend, tell your dog, tell your mom, your sister, or be like Christian Booknotes and have the whole family watch. Make it a family affair because we'll see you at the winter circuit. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Exactly what he said. Plus, if you want some more, EMEA Super Regionals are tomorrow. So stick right here. Thanks again.